In the Dragon Ball universe, amidst a brilliant starry sky, layer upon layer of shockwaves shattered the surrounding sun, moon, and stars, bursting into beautiful fireworks. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Two figures landed simultaneously on a platform floating among the stars. The platform was extremely vast, as if reinforced by some mysterious power, completely undamaged by the earlier shockwaves. At the far end of the platform stood a magnificent grand palace. The two figures were now staring at each other. One of them was the Grand Priest, the leader of all gods in the divine realm. He walked slowly towards the young man opposite him, saying with a smile, "Enforcer, your power has improved considerably." The young man chuckled, then replied, "You flatter me, Grand Priest. Your power remains as unfathomable as ever." This young man was named Zhang Fei. He was not from this world, but a transmigrant. About 20 years ago, he was sleeping at home when he woke up to find himself transported to this world. As luck would have it, his landing point was the Omni King's palace. His sudden appearance left not only himself bewildered, but also the gods in the divine realm astonished. After all, anyone would be shocked by someone appearing out of nowhere in the Omni King's palace. Fortunately, Zhang Fei quickly understood the Omni King's personality, not only saving his own life, but also becoming the Omni King's friend. The matter of his sudden appearance was eventually dropped. After all, Zhang Fei was not from this world, and no matter how profound the Grand Priest and others were, they could not uncover any details. Moreover, Zhang Fei was astonished to discover that his originally ordinary human constitution possessed terrifying cultivation talent in this world. Simply by playing with the Omni King, the chi within his body would continuously increase. After only 20 years, his strength had reached the level of an angel. Being in the divine realm, Zhang Fei gained not only chi, but also a great amount of divine power. This divine power kept his physical state as it was when he first transmigrated, even making him appear younger. When the Omni King noticed this, he waved his hand and granted Zhang Fei the title of Enforcer, making his status equal to the Grand Priest. After receiving the title of Enforcer, Zhang Fei found it both unbelievable and amusing. It truly lived up to the saying, doing a good job is not as good as pleasing your boss. On the platform, the two continued to exchange flattery. Zhang Fei and the Grand Priest had a very good relationship. One was the leader of the gods, the other was the Omni King's favorite. Being close to each other benefited them both. When Zhang Fei had free time, he would often spar with the Grand Priest, who never minded. However, each sparring session left the Grand Priest marveling, as Zhang Fei's talent was simply too monstrous. Every exchange revealed Zhang Fei's explosively increasing power. Such talent was something even the Grand Priest had never seen before. As the two were still conversing, a guard of the Omni King suddenly emerged from beneath the ground, standing between them. "Both of you, the Omni King requests your presence." After delivering this simple message, the guard disappeared back into the ground. The Grand Priest looked at the spot where the guard had disappeared, extended one hand from behind his back, and made a gesture of invitation. "Let's go, Enforcer." Zhang Fei nodded slightly. With a whoosh, they vanished from the spot and reappeared in the corridor of the palace. Their reflections appeared on the smooth floor as rhythmic footsteps echoed. Zhang Fei looked at the main hall, growing closer, his mind filled with thoughts. Over the years, although his strength had grown rapidly, he still had to play childish games with the Omni King. It was fine for short periods, but over time it became irritating and even maddening. "I need to find a way out of here," Zhang Fei thought to himself. The two soon reached the end of the corridor and entered the main hall. In the spacious main hall, the Omni King sat on a high throne at the front, flanked by two tall, thin guards. "Greetings, Omni King." "Greetings, Omni King," Zhang Fei and the Grand Priest said in unison, nodding briefly as a sign of respect. The Omni King responded with a childish voice upon hearing them. When his gaze fell on Zhang Fei, a dramatic smile curved across his lips. "Little Fei, you're back at last," the Omni King said happily, then immediately floated down from his seat to hover right in front of Zhang Fei. "Omni King." Zhang Fei nodded again, smiling faintly at the little cutie before him, feeling deeply resigned inside. If possible, he wanted to leave this place right now. Although the Omni King treated him very well, he was a normal adult, not a kindergarten child. If he continued staying here much longer, his mind would probably be affected. The Grand Priest, seeing Zhang Fei's expression, found it amusing and directly asked, "Omni King, is there something you need?" The Omni King turned and replied seriously. Then his gaze returned to Zhang Fei, his floating body steadying in midair. Seeing the Omni King's gaze, Zhang Fei's heart skipped a beat. He thought, "Is this little ancestor going to ask me to play some new game?" The Omni King looked at Zhang Fei and slowly said, "This time I want to assign the Enforcer a mission." Zhang Fei was slightly stunned. In all his time here, although he held the title of Enforcer, he had never received any mission. His daily job was just to play with the Omni King, and after playing he would spar with the Grand Priest. Usually the Omni King just called him Little Fei, but this time he used the title Enforcer, so it must be a real task. Thinking this, Zhang Fei couldn't help but get excited. He had just been thinking of leaving, and now the opportunity presented itself. It seemed heaven understood his wish and arranged it for him. Zhang Fei moistened his lips slightly and asked seriously, what mission? Please tell me, Omni King. According to his power, as long as he didn't face someone as strong as the Grand Priest, no mission would trouble him. Even the angels of various universes, he was confident he could defeat them. Quan Wang turned his little head and said slowly, I just want you to fulfill your duties. My duties. Zhang Fei scratched the back of his head, somewhat puzzled. He had been here for 20 years and had never heard of any duties. The only job he knew was to play with Quan Wang and keep the little master happy. Before Zhang Fei could ask, the Grand Priest turned to him with a smile and explained what Quan Wangsima means is your duty as an enforcer. That's right. Quan Wang confirmed with a smile. Duty as an enforcer. Zhang Fei was still confused. Though he was indeed the enforcer, he thought it was merely an honorable title with no real power. Now that they talked about duties, he had no clue what it meant. The Grand Priest saw Zhang Fei's expression and smiled understandingly. After all, no one had ever told him about this. The enforcer's main duty is to oversee the gods, primarily monitoring the work of the gods of destruction and angels across the universes. The Grand Priest explained succinctly, then paused briefly before adding, of course, except for me and Quan Wangsima. That's right. Quan Wang blinked earnestly at the Grand Priest's explanation. The Grand Priest smiled, nodded politely, and turned his gaze back to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei finally understood. So Quan Wangsima wants me to visit each universe and check on the gods' work, correct? He looked at Quan Wang and asked calmly. In fact, Quan Wang always stayed in the temple and rarely went out, while the Grand Priest was always by his side and couldn't leave for long. The development of the 12 universes depended entirely on the self-discipline of the gods of destruction and the supervision of the angels. This was precisely why the power levels of the universes had become so uneven. Later, Quan Wang had to hold the tournament of power to eliminate weaker universes. Now that an enforcer existed to oversee these gods, it couldn't be more perfect. Quan Wang smiled and nodded, then shook his head. Right, but not entirely right, only a little bit. Zhang Fei felt speechless and didn't know how to respond. But before he could organize his words to ask again, Quan Wang laughed and said, first go try out one universe. I need to see your workability. Oh, I see. Zhang Fei nodded, his expression very calm. Because in his understanding, this kind of job didn't require any special ability. Wasn't it just supervising the gods of destruction and angels? If anyone did a bad job, he could just beat them up. The truth was found under one's fists. That had always been his logic. Besides, his strength had already reached the level of an angel, and the gods of destruction were no match for him. Even if he ended up fighting an angel, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Thinking this, a confident light burst from Zhang Fei's eyes. Quan Wang, seeing his confidence, was very satisfied, and continued, then enforcer, which universe do you want to go to? Oh, Zhang Fei snapped back and raised an eyebrow. I get to choose. Quan Wang nodded his little head. Then I'll go to the 7th universe. Zhang Fei said without hesitation. He had watched the Dragon Ball anime. The main group was in the 7th universe, and he was most familiar with it. Moreover, the 7th universe ranked second to last among the 12, and he guessed Quan Wang wanted him to handle these low-ranked universes. Of course, the main reason was that Zhang Fei wanted to see the protagonist that existed in his memory. Sure enough, Quan Wang's expression showed great satisfaction upon hearing the answer. The Grand Priest also chimed in, appropriately flattering, it seems the enforcer is quite dedicated. Then the 7th universe is yours, enforcer. When you feel the time is right, come back and tell me, and I'll arrange a competition to test your work results. Okay. Zhang Fei agreed immediately, but he wondered whether this competition would be the future tournament of power or something else. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei was very confident. Though the 7th universe ranked low, its potential was immense. Even without his presence, some inter-universe competitions could still be won. Moreover, Quan Wang said he could come back when he felt the time was right, meaning the schedule was entirely in his hands. That made the job even simpler. No need to rush, he could just enjoy himself for a while first. In the dark, boundless void of space, planets like fireflies emitted faint light scattered across the universe. Whoosh. A brilliant meteor shot across, instantly illuminating the darkness like daylight. Wherever it passed, strong winds and storms swept the sun, moon, and stars from their orbits. This meteor was Zhang Fei leaving the temple. He was flying rapidly toward the 7th universe. Before leaving, he had asked the Grand Priest about the locations of all universes. With his strength, it would take about 15 minutes to reach the 7th universe. 7th universe, Earth, I'm coming. Zhang Fei shouted excitedly. His body glowed brighter, and his speed increased several notches. He wasn't in a hurry to bother Beerus. Time was plenty. He could visit Earth first. Even though this Earth was not the one he had lived on, it still housed beings like him. 7th universe, realm of the gods of destruction. Phew. Whis exhaled slowly as the image in the crystal ball faded. He gently put down his staff. He had just finished a call with the Grand Priest and learned about the enforcer Zhang Fei's upcoming visit to the 7th universe. Whis looked back at the castle not far away and murmured to himself, my dear Lord Beerus, your good days are coming. His usually elegant and gentle expression actually showed a hint of schadenfreude. Then he slowly rose into the air and floated toward the castle, grinning mischievously. He needed to inform the sleeping god of destruction Beerus about the enforcer's arrival. Huff, huff. Beerus lay in his bedroom, his snores echoing through the air. Drool had already trickled down 3 inches from the corner of his mouth, with not the slightest sign of waking. Whis gazed at this creature before him, feeling rather exasperated, wondering how he ended up with such a god of destruction. Thump, thump. He tapped his staff twice against the smooth floor. The next second, the entire castle began to shake violently. Beerus lay on the bed, his body swaying like a wave tossed about uncontrollably. Jolted by the intense tremor, he soon opened his drowsy eyes. Wah. What is this? Clearly he was still in a dazed state. The ground continued to quake, growing fiercer by the moment. Only then did Beerus slowly regain his senses, snapping his eyes wide open. Upon seeing Whis standing by his bed, his gaze instantly blazed with fury. Without a doubt, everything happening now was surely the doing of the one before him. Whis. Beerus hissed the name through gritted teeth. In one swift motion, he rolled over and landed on his feet, fists clenched, as if ready to throw a punch. Whis, however, remained composed and serene, smiling as he said, "Lord Beerus, you are finally awake." As his words faded, the trembling of the earth gradually ceased. In less than a second, the castle returned to its usual calm. "You'd better have an explanation, Whis." Beerus growled, his eyes tinged with red veins. It was only because it was Whis. If it had been anyone else, he would have struck them already. Yet even for Whis, waking him without cause demanded a reasonable justification. If not, then it would be troublesome to handle. After all, the gap in their strength was considerable, and starting a fight would hardly be worth the loss. He certainly didn't want to be roused from sleep only to endure a beating for nothing. Lord Beerus, please calm down. I wouldn't wake you without something important," Whis said cheerfully. "Oomph." Beerus let out a petulant snort. He couldn't believe anything could be more important than his sleep, wearing a look of utter indifference. He crossed his arms naturally, his expression dripping with disdain. Whis smiled helplessly, leaning close to Beerus' ear to recount the news he had just received. About a minute passed. The disdain and nonchalance on Beerus' face slowly faded, and his eyes suddenly bulged like copper bells. After Whis finished his last sentence, he stepped back to his original spot, a hint of schadenfreude gleaming in his eyes. Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard, speaking in disbelief. "Why does that kid have to come to the 7th universe?" "How would I know?" Whis shrugged. Then he added, "Also, Lord Beerus, he is now an enforcer, so do watch your words." Although Whis and Beerus spent most of their time in the 7th universe's realm of destruction and rarely ventured to the Omni King's palace, they had heard a fair bit about Jiang Fei. After all, his sudden appearance at the Omni King's palace 20 years ago had become a legend circulating among the divine realms. Moreover, Jiang Fei's prodigious cultivation talent had astonished all the universes. Reaching the level of an angel in just 20 years was no small feat. Now, as an enforcer, his power and status had soared. Even the Grand Minister treated him with the utmost respect. For a god of destruction like Beerus, it was best to avoid provoking such an existence. But who would have thought that even without seeking trouble would come to him? Beerus was now wide awake, pacing irritably back and forth in his bedroom. Whis watched him circle around and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Beerus, what should we do now?" The enforcer might already be on his way to the 7th universe. At these words, Beerus halted immediately. He looked up at Whis' half-smiling face and felt even more annoyed. He snapped, "Why do you seem so pleased?" "Oh, do I?" Whis replied with a smile touching his cheek. "Lord Beerus, you must be mistaken. I always look this way." Though he said this, Whis was secretly amused. Every universe's angel held multiple roles. They were not only mentors to the gods of destruction, but also their servants, and more importantly, supervisors tasked with overseeing the work of the god of destruction and the supreme Kai in their universe. As the guardian angel of the 7th universe, Whis had trained Beerus well and served him diligently. But when it came to work, he found himself powerless. Beerus simply ignored him, and while force could solve the problem, the god of destruction's position on the surface outranked that of an angel. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, angels were not permitted to lay hands on their gods of destruction. An enforcer, however, was different, greater in power and more exalted in status, with the authority to enforce the law. Finally, someone capable of reigning in Beerus had arrived, and Whis was genuinely delighted. Beerus sneered at Whis' explanation. Clearly he didn't buy it. But this was no time to dwell on the matter. Whis, quickly find out where that kid is. We'll go meet him ourselves, Beerus commanded in a low voice. It was evident he took Jiang Fei's visit very seriously. Though this enforcer was young and inexperienced, Beerus couldn't afford to be careless. With no prior connection and the other's formidable strength and oversight authority, failing to entertain him properly could lead to unknown consequences. Hearing Beerus' orders, Whis smiled faintly, then shook his head regretfully. "What?" Beerus raised an eyebrow. "Are my orders useless now that the enforcer is here?" Whis waved his hand dismissively and said with a light smile, "You misunderstand again, Lord Beerus. He extended his staff, and the crystal ball atop it flashed, projecting an image. Yet the screen showed only a blank white expanse with nothing at all. What does this mean? Beerus asked in confusion. Whis withdrew his staff and said regretfully, I apologize, Lord Beerus. For some reason, I cannot locate any information about the Enforcer. How could this be? Beerus slightly opened his mouth, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. According to reason, Zhang Fei's power should be roughly on par with Whis, and even if he were stronger, it wouldn't be by much. Moreover, Whis had lived for so many years, his divine power within him was exceedingly profound. Apart from the Grand Minister and the Omni King, how could there be anyone beyond his detection? Perhaps the Enforcer has his peculiarities. When he suddenly appeared in the Omni King's palace back, then the Grand Minister couldn't find any information on him either. Whis explained helplessly. As for this situation, he didn't know what else to say, attributing it solely to Zhang Fei's own nature. Because when he searched, he simply could not locate any trace of Zhang Fei. It was as if this person did not exist in this world at all. Beerus, though deeply dissatisfied with this answer, had no other choice but to accept it for now. So what do we do now? Wait for that kid to come knocking? Beerus asked with a frown. After all, Zhang Fei was here to oversee his work. If he could go and meet him in person beforehand, perhaps he could build a good relationship, making future dealings much easier. Whis pondered for a moment, then continued. I suggest you attend to your work first, my lord. The Enforcer should have arrived in the 7th universe long ago. If he intended to come here, he would have done so by now. Beerus' heart trembled at these words. Then, why hasn't he come yet? As if struck by a sudden realization, a wave of panic washed over him. As the Enforcer, Zhang Fei held the authority to dispose of the gods. Though he often casually called him kid in his mind, when face to face, he would have to be extremely courteous. Moreover, Zhang Fei shared an extraordinary bond with the Omni King. If he were to catch hold of any of his faults and report him to the Omni King, it would be more than enough trouble for him. Lord Beerus must have figured it out by now, Whis said with a chuckle covering his mouth. Seeing Beerus' nervousness, he explained slowly, he is likely surveying your work across the universe. Hearing this, Beerus grew even more anxious. Whis, wait for me. Well, leave immediately. With that, he stripped off his sleepwear and went to the wardrobe to don his attire. At the same time, he silently cursed the Omni King in his heart. Why on earth did he have to appoint an enforcer? He had finally secured a life of leisure, and now it was all gone. But these thoughts he dared only harbor within his mind, never daring to utter them aloud. Deep within the 7th universe. Where the hell is Earth? Zhang Fei floated in space, scratching his head in frustration. He had been drifting through the cosmos for 2 days now, yet he still couldn't find which planet was Earth. Several times he had passed planets resembling Earth only to discover they were not, though his speed was immense, traversing the universe in mere minutes. But the galaxies and planets within this universe were countless. Finding Earth among them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I should have asked the Grand Minister for detailed coordinates. Zhang Fei said helplessly. The crux of the matter now was not just finding Earth. Even if he wanted to go to the realm of the gods of destruction in the 7th universe, he couldn't find the way. Though he had a vague sense of direction, this was his first time traveling far. Just like his search for Earth, he had spent most of the day without locating the realm of the gods of destruction. If he could find that realm, finding Earth would be simple. Sigh. Zhang Fei let out a helpless sigh and muttered to himself. Whis and Beerus are so inconsiderate. I've been here for days, and they haven't even come to pick me up. He silently resolved that once he found them, he would teach them a thing or two about proper etiquette, just as he was envisioning how he would criticize Whis and Beerus upon their meeting. A galaxy in the distance revealed hundreds of colossal warships slowly drifting in his direction. The appearance of these steel behemoths immediately caught Zhang Fei's attention. Whoa, so many ships. Could this be Frisia's army? In his memory, there were quite a few civilizations in the 7th universe capable of interstellar travel, but only Frisia's forces could organize such a massive fleet. With that thought, he vanished from his spot in an instant. The next second, Zhang Fei appeared directly above the largest ship at the center of the fleet. Through his perception, the ship housed over 300 individuals, all with very weak energy signatures. The only one worth noting was a person in the uppermost cabin. That must be Frisia, right? His energy is clearly higher than the others, Zhang Fei murmured. With that, he released his divine power, shimmered with light, and vanished from the ship's exterior. In an instant, Zhang Fei's figure materialized inside the topmost cabin. There stood a strange-looking, short-statured person by the window, gazing out into the void of space. Not Frisia. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow at the silhouette. He knew what Frisia looked like from his memories. The figure before him, even from the back, didn't match any of Frisia's forms. The person at the window heard the soft muttering and whirled around. When the person turned, Zhang Fei suddenly understood. This guy wasn't Frisia at all, but Frisia's older brother Cooler. Though their appearances weren't identical, upon closer inspection, there were some similarities. Cooler stared at Zhang Fei, his pupils contracting sharply. He had thought it was just his imagination, but there was indeed someone behind him. Who are you? Cooler composed himself, his voice low. Though he had regained his composure, shock still gripped his heart. Someone had appeared behind him without his knowledge. How could he not be alarmed? Jiang Fei smiled faintly and said calmly, "Who I am doesn't matter. I just have one question. Do you know the way to Earth?" Seeing the man's serene demeanor, Cooler's unease deepened. Instead of answering, he pressed the scouter on his ear. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter instantly displayed a value of 0. Huh. Cooler stared at the number in disbelief. He glanced at Jiang Fei, then pressed the button on his ear again. Beep, beep, beep. The result was no different, the same 0 as before. Seeing the scouter's reading twice, both showing 0, Cooler finally relaxed. TCH, and I thought you were someone important. Turns out you were just trash. Cooler sneered disdainfully. Though he didn't know how Jiang Fei had gotten onto his ship, he chose to trust the scouter, which had never been wrong before. A piece of trash with a power level of 0 daring to play tricks before him would have to pay the price. No, 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 no. The battle raged on, yet planet Namek could barely endure any longer. Molten magma from the planet's core erupted through the ever-widening fissures, as if the world would explode at any moment. Jiang Fei also noticed this dire situation. He extended 2 fingers before him, and a sacred radiance enveloped them. In an instant, white specks of light drifted across the land. The Earth's furious eruption was quelled in a flash. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated as well. The entire planet of Namek seemed to be reborn, undergoing a complete and profound ascension. Frisia, standing high in the sky, witnessed Jiang Fei's actions and the miraculous transformation unfolding before him. Helplessly, he let out a sigh, realizing his dream was shattered. Having finished his work, Jiang Fei withdrew his fingers, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued observing the battle below. Bang! After exchanging a punch with Son Goku, the immense recoil sent Frisia stumbling backward through the air, his body covered in fresh wounds. In contrast, Son Goku stood rooted to the spot, unmoving, his aura swelling even more powerfully. Huff, huff, huff. Frisia panted heavily, his stamina severely depleted from the prolonged battle. He was utterly exhausted. At this moment, he lacked the strength to launch another attack and was left at his opponent's mercy. Yet a sinister, eerie smile curled at the corner of his lips. As Super Saiyan, you are indeed strong. But victory belongs to me, Frisia. Ha ha ha. Frisia laughed without restraint, his voice echoing through the empty space. According to his calculations, this planet was on the verge of exploding at any moment. When that happened, the Saiyan, unable to survive in the vacuum of space, would be suffocated to death. So what use was all that strength? In the end, wasn't it Lord Frisia who would be the last one standing? TCH. Son Goku scoffed dismissively at Frisia's words. He hadn't avenged Krillin yet, he couldn't die so easily. Mustering all the ki within him, Son Goku prepared to unleash a final strike. Even if it meant his own death, he would send Frisia to his doom. But as he channeled his ki, he unexpectedly sensed another presence nearby. Someone else. Son Goku quickly looked up, following the direction of the ki. Earlier, he had instructed Gohan and the others to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to teleport everyone on the planet to Earth. So the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar ki was highly unusual. Those two are. Son Goku immediately spotted Jiang Fei and Frisia hovering high in the sky. But before he could ponder their identities, he discovered something even more terrifying. Wait, that person has no ki. Son Goku's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Jiang Fei. He had been so focused on his battle with Frisia that he hadn't noticed his surroundings. Only when he paused did he realize a ki had been present all along. But upon looking up, he saw 2 people, a shocking revelation. After all flight required ki, one couldn't stay airborne if they concealed their ki entirely. Yet before Son Goku could dwell on this astonishment, the maniacal laughter around him faded, replaced by screams of disbelief. What the hell? What the hell is this? Frisia cursed, staring at the scenery around him. By his calculations, this planet should have exploded long ago. But instead of detonating, the planet was recovering. The cracks in the earth were sealing shut at a visible rate. Son Goku found it hard to believe. The hellish landscape had been restored. The dark clouds above were slowly parting, revealing sunlight. Could it be him? Son Goku looked up again at the young man who had no aura. Jiang Fei noticed his gaze and smiled, nodding at him. His divine power might not compare to that of the Omni King or the Grand Priest, but repairing a nearly shattered planet was still a trivial task. Frisia, however, was on the verge of madness. Impossible. This is impossible. It was about to explode. How is it fine now? Frisia roared furiously, even as he conjured 2 purple energy spheres in his hands. Fine, then I'll do it again. With that, he hurled the 2 purple orbs down at the ground. Son Goku wanted to stop him, but Frisia's movements were too fast for him to react. The 2 energy spheres struck the earth. Boom, boom. Twin explosions erupted, sending flames roaring into the sky and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. No way! Frisia's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Either of those spheres should have been enough to destroy the planet. Yet aside from the two explosions, planet Namek remained completely intact, while not entirely unscathed. As the dust slowly settled, it revealed two enormous craters left by Frisia's attack. Fragments of pulverized rock lay scattered everywhere. This is... Son Goku was at a loss for words. He too had thought Namek was doomed. After all, it was Frisia's attack. Though he was on his last legs, the saying held true: a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a casual strike from Frisia could easily annihilate a planet. But what had just happened defied all logic. Son Goku took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto Jiang Fei. Could all of this be his doing? From the moment he first saw Jiang Fei, he sensed an air of mystery about him. With all these inexplicable events unfolding, there was no other explanation but to attribute them to this man. Damn it! Is even this wretched planet against me? Frisia was now consumed by rage. Bloodshot veins bulged in his eyes, and his pupils seemed ready to shatter. Up! He roared at the sky, conjuring energy spheres in his hands once more as his arms moved in a blur. Countless energy spheres rained down like dense droplets of water, cascading from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, explosions rang out one after another. Frisia unleashed a full-scale barrage, relentlessly pummeling the surface of planet Namek. The land below instantly transformed into a sea of flames, with swirling dust blotting out the sky and obscuring the sun, casting a pall of gloom over the heavens that had just begun to brighten. "Ah, my foolish little brother," Gula said from above, clutching his head. He was well aware that this was the handiwork of the one standing beside him. Gula's guess was spot on. Jiang Fei had indeed tampered with planet Namek. While repairing the planet moments ago, he had also reinforced it considerably. Given Frisia's current abilities, destroying it seemed unlikely now. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued unabated. After roughly 30 seconds, Frisia ceased his assault, panting heavily. Gazing at the smoke-ridden earth, he clenched his fists in frustration. Why aren't my attacks working? Frisia growled through gritted teeth. Any single one of his energy waves could obliterate an entire planet. Yet now his onslaught had done nothing more than scar the ground, with a few craters achieving no other effect. However, in the midst of his rage, a thought suddenly struck him. Why hasn't that Super Saiyan attacked me? Realizing something was amiss, he swiftly turned to locate Son Goku. So there you are? It seems I have no choice but to fight to the death today. Frisia quickly spotted Goku and raised his hand to launch a surprise attack. But before he could strike, he noticed that Goku was staring upward, transfixed by something. What's that idiot doing? What's going on? Perplexed, Frisia halted his attack and followed Goku's gaze. What he saw made his eyes widen in astonishment, and his expression shifted to ecstasy. It's Gula. Excellent. As for Jiang Fei beside him, Frisia completely ignored him. He had resigned himself to death, but now fortune had smiled upon him. Ha ha ha. Frisia burst into manic laughter, waving frantically at the sky. Brother, what brings you here? His cry of brother was unusually affectionate. For the first time today, he found Gula's face endearing. Gula noticed Frisia and nearly fell from the sky upon hearing his call. Never before had he heard Frisia address him with such genuine sincerity. Below, Son Goku's face darkened at Frisia's words. Seeing Gula beside Jiang Fei, who bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, he felt a wave of dread. Damn it, that man is Frisia's brother. I should have realized it sooner. He struck his chest in frustration, regretting that he hadn't finished Frisia off quickly. Now his brother had arrived, and his strength was surely no less than Frisia's. If it were just Frisia's brother, that might have been manageable. What truly unsettled Goku was the man beside Gula. A deep intuition told him that this individual was far more terrifying than both brothers combined. Frisia, seeing Goku's grim expression, felt an immense surge of joy. Haha, Super Saiyan, prepare to die. My brother is even stronger than I am. Frisia pointed at Goku, gloating arrogantly. Today had been a string of misfortunes, but Gula's arrival was a silver lining. Not only would he escape death, but he could also eliminate the Super Saiyan. What a blessing. With that thought, he looked up again. Brother, come down. Let's take down the Super Saiyan together. Then our race will be unrivaled in this universe. High above, Gula sneered at this. Frisia wasn't thinking of their race. He was simply desperate and seeking help. Once the Super Saiyan was eliminated, Frisia would reclaim his title as the Emperor of the universe, lording over all. Still, the Super Saiyan was a threat to consider. After all, it was a legend among the Frost Demon race. If not dealt with swiftly, it could become a major menace in the future. Though he and Frisia were usually at odds, a common enemy demanded cooperation. Yet he didn't act immediately, instead glancing at his companion. Sir, what do you think? Gula inquired cautiously. Jiang Fei, having seen through his intentions, said casually, go ahead if you wish. Truth be told, Jiang Fei hadn't had his fill of watching Goku and Frisia's battle. The only notable action so far was Frisia's barrage against the ground. He was also curious to see the limits of Goku's current power. Understood. Gula's heart leaped with joy as his body began to radiate a dazzling light. His form shifted, transforming directly into his final state. Gula reasoned clearly. Though Frieza was insufferable, the Super Saiyan was the true threat. He had to eliminate this danger here and now. Frieza, witnessing Gula's transformation, laughed wildly again. Ha ha ha, see that? That's my brother. He shot a smug glance at Goku, his expression dripping with schadenfreude. Damn it, he's this strong. Goku gritted his teeth, his heart weighed down with despair. The surging aura around him reminded him that the being above was even more formidable than Frieza. Having already expended much of his energy, even at full strength, he couldn't be sure of victory. After completing his transformation, Gula looked down at Goku and said coldly, Super Saiyan, prepare to die. With that, he prepared to dive down. Goku assumed a fighting stance, knowing there was no retreat. He had to brace himself for battle. The only regret was that he couldn't avenge Krillin. Frieza chuckled coldly. It was as if he could already envision the Super Saiyan's gruesome death. But when he noticed Zhang Fei still hovering in the air, his brow furrowed. Pointing at Zhang Fei, Frieza barked, Hey, are you just here to watch the show? My brother's making his move. Why aren't you doing anything? Huh? Zhang Fei, still aloft, blinked in surprise and pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? Humph. Frieza crossed his arms and sneered. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Heh, heh. Zhang Fei found it somewhat amusing upon hearing this. In Frieza's eyes, this man was merely a minor figure. Though he had never seen him before, at best he was just a slightly more formidable underling. Why else would he be by Cooler's side? However, he had to admit this newly acquired lackey had no sense of propriety whatsoever. His own boss had already engaged, yet he stood there foolishly like a spectator. Cooler, who had already descended, suddenly flinched upon hearing Frieza's words, his body freezing midair. Gulp. He swallowed hard, turning his neck stiffly to glance behind him. Only after confirming that Zhang Fei did not seem angered did he breathe a sigh of relief. When he turned back, his expression darkened instantly. His eyes locked onto Frieza as he cursed inwardly, Damn it, Frieza, you colossal idiot. After his silent tirade, he abandoned all thought of dealing with the Super Saiyan. Cooler adjusted his trajectory and charged straight toward Frieza. Frieza still wore an arrogant expression as he stared at Zhang Fei. However, when he noticed the man made no move at all, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He was the revered emperor of the universe. When had he ever been so blatantly ignored? Even his brother Cooler and his father King Cold had to show him some respect. A mere lackey dared to treat his words as nothing. He must have a death wish. Just as Frieza was about to reprimand him again, Cooler's figure flashed before him, blocking his path. Brother. Frieza was surprised to see Cooler appear before him, then pointed at the distant Goku and said, Brother, the Super Saiyan is over there. Hurry up and finish him. Cooler's face was as dark as a storm cloud. Hearing Frieza's words only fueled his fury. He'll beat the hell out of you. Cooler delivered a sharp slap across Frieza's face. Frieza spun 3 or 4 times in midair before finally coming to a halt. You? Brother, what are you doing? You hit the wrong person. Frieza was dazed, clutching his cheek with an incredulous look in his eyes. He had been told to take down the Super Saiyan. Why was he suddenly attacking his own kin? To hell with you, I'm hitting you on purpose. Cooler struck again, landing another slap on Frieza's other cheek. This time Frieza spun 7 or 8 times, a testament to the force behind the blow. Cooler no longer dared to concern himself with the so-called Super Saiyan. Frieza had dared to insult that one. He was simply asking for death. Though Cooler and Frieza were at odds, even hostile at times, they were still blood brothers. If the repercussions spread to him, he would have nowhere to cry. Damn it. Frieza was dizzy from the beating, but anger flared within him. Cooler, you bastard, I'll kill you. The 2 slaps drew a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, leaving bright red handprints on both cheeks. His current appearance was a far cry from his earlier arrogance. With that, Cooler and Frieza clashed. Yet the outcome was obvious. Even at his peak, Frieza was no match for Cooler, let alone in his severely weakened state. Boom. Cooler drove his fist into Frieza's abdomen, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Then he followed up with a flying side kick that struck Frieza square in the forehead. Frieza's body, struck with immense force, plummeted like a cannonball. Sonic booms echoed as he fell at breakneck speed. Crash. Frieza's body slammed heavily into the ground, carving out a bottomless crater. One might have mistaken it for the impact of a meteor. However, Cooler had no intention of letting him off so easily. With a flicker of movement, he appeared on the ground and charged into the deep pit. Ow, ow, ow. Soon Frieza's screams echoed from within. The crater acted like a natural amplifier. The entire area reverberated with Frieza's agonized cries, accompanied by lingering echoes that refused to fade. Goku was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He ran a hand through his golden hair, utterly bewildered. His confusion was no less than Frieza's. After all, he had just braced himself for a fight to the death. Who could have predicted the brothers would suddenly turn on each other? Just as Goku was lost in thought, a magnetic voice suddenly reached his ears. Hello, Son Goku. Startled Goku snapped back to reality and quickly turned around. A handsome, striking face with a hint of mystery came into view. The face belonged to Zhang Fei, who had been hovering high above all along. It's you. Goku's pupils contracted sharply, his heart skipping a beat. Though the man before him emitted no aura, the close proximity carried an undeniable pressure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Goku leaped back in midair, putting distance between them. Zhang Fei watched Goku's tense reaction and shook his head with a helpless smile. He had intended to enjoy a good show from above, but things had devolved into this mess. In truth, Frisia's words hadn't angered him. He was well aware of the tyrant's arrogant nature. What he hadn't expected was that before he could respond, Cooler had already taken matters into his own hands, leading to Frisia's cries still echoing in the air. Though Zhang Fei appeared relaxed, Goku was on edge, sweat forming in his palms. He eyed Zhang Fei warily and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Me." Zhang Fei chuckled lightly and spread his hands. "Looking at me, am obviously an earthling." "An earthling?" At those words, Goku's vigilance eased considerably, though a hint of doubt lingered in his eyes. "Are you really an earthling?" "Of course," Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile, silently adding to himself, "though not from the earth of this world." "Oh, I see." Sun Wukong touched his own head, and after confirming this, he immediately dropped his guard. Instead, he generously and amiably deactivated his Super Saiyan state, extended his right hand, grinned, and said, "Hello, I'm Sun Wukong. I'm also from Earth." "An earthling?" Zhang Fei was taken aback by Sun Wukong's swift change of heart, then quickly recovered. He shook his hand directly and said with a smile, "Zhang Fei, pleased to meet you." Though his words were pleasant inwardly, he began to silently gripe. Just by confirming that he was an earthling, he relaxed his vigilance and even deactivated his Super Saiyan state. However, this was entirely in line with Sun Wukong's consistent character. That was fine, it saved him the trouble of explaining further. After the two released their handshake, Sun Wukong asked with slight bewilderment, "Then why were you with Frisia's brother? Are you friends?" Frisia was so evil and his brother didn't seem like a good person either. So why were they together? Could it be that Frisia's brother was in league with Zhang Fei? Friends? Not exactly. Zhang Fei shook his head with a smile. "I just got lost and happened upon Cooler, Frisia's brother. He didn't know the way either, so we simply came looking for his brother Frisia, and that's when we saw you fighting him." Though Zhang Fei's explanation was simple and casual, it was all true. He was just asking for directions. Cooler didn't know, so he brought him to find Frisia. Frisia wasn't there, so they pursued him to planet Namek. Oh, so that's how it is. Sun Wukong didn't dwell on it. He couldn't help but glance back at the deep crater below, clearly believing Zhang Fei's words. At that moment, Frisia's screams continued, though they were not as loud as before. His aura was steadily weakening, giving the impression that his life force was nearly spent. Perhaps Frisia's brother isn't so bad after all, Sun Wukong muttered to himself, smacking his lips. Although Cooler didn't seem like a good person, he hadn't attacked him. Now he was even teaching Frisia a lesson, and from the looks of it, he wouldn't stop until he was dead. By the way, Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something, turning back to Zhang Fei. "You're responsible for what happened to this planet, aren't you?" Zhang Fei responded calmly. Seeing Zhang Fei's admission, a gleam of light sparked in Sun Wukong's eyes. He immediately asked another question. "Then why can't I sense any ki from you?" "Perhaps it's because of my special constitution." Zhang Fei looked at his own hand and said slowly. This was obviously a perfunctory answer for Sun Wukong. It wasn't that he had no energy within him, but that divine power concealed his ki. Except for gods stronger than him, ordinary beings couldn't sense it. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's reply, Sun Wukong's expression became even more excited. He licked his dry lips, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. Slap. He clapped his hands together, holding them in front of him, and said eagerly, then could you fight with me?" Zhang Fei was stunned by this request. But thinking about it, Sun Wukong was a battle maniac by nature. All the explanations just now had evidently ignited his desire for combat. However, just as Zhang Fei was considering whether to agree, Frisia's screams abruptly ceased. Then Cooler appeared before Zhang Fei in a flash. In his hand, he held the barely breathing Frisia. "Sir, I have brought my foolish younger brother. Please deal with him as you see fit." Cooler bowed his head respectfully. Originally, he had wanted to execute Frisia on the spot. After all, since he couldn't eliminate the Super Saiyan, killing Frisia would be a good outcome. It was only out of fear of displeasing Zhang Fei that he refrained from acting rashly. After much deliberation, he decided to bring Frisia here first. Seeing Frisia in such a pitiful state, Sun Wukong's hatred dissipated by more than half. There was even a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He was inherently kind-hearted. Although Krillin had been killed with the Dragon Balls, he might already be revived by now. "Let's go down first." Zhang Fei waved his hand. He had been floating in the sky these past days and rather missed solid ground. Sun Wukong and Cooler had no objections. Being in the sky or on the ground made no difference to them. The three slowly descended onto the ravaged earth. Cooler casually tossed Frisia onto the ground, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. "Bastard." Frisia squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. Even now, he couldn't understand why Cooler had initially gone after Sun Wukong, but ended up beating him to a pulp instead. It was utterly infuriating. Hearing Frisia's curses, Cooler's gaze turned cold, and he kicked him. You wretched thing. At death's door, and still spouting nonsense. With that, he gathered an energy beam in his hand, ready to end Frisia's life. Among those present, no one wanted Frisia dead more than Cooler. After all, once his younger brother was dead, wouldn't the entire universe be his to command? Wait, Zhang Fei said in a low voice. Hearing this, Cooler quickly withdrew his hand, the energy beam vanishing instantly. With a respectful expression, he bowed slightly, his gaze submissive as he looked at Zhang Fei. Frisia's heart stirred as well. Lying on the ground, he looked up. Seeing Cooler's obedient demeanor, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This man isn't Cooler's underling. He knew Cooler's personality well. He was just as arrogant and proud as Frisia himself. Moreover, Cooler was far more insidious and cunning than he was. Yet this was the first time in his life he had seen Cooler like this. Who was this person? Frisia was utterly perplexed. In a daze, it suddenly dawned on him, could it be that I was beaten so severely because I disrespected this man earlier? If that were the case, it was truly an undeserved calamity, a beating brought on by a loose tongue. Moreover, his curiosity about this man's identity grew stronger. Who could it be that earned such respect and submission from Cooler? Not only Frisia, but even Sun Wukong was now intensely interested in Zhang Fei. After all, how could an earthling command such deference from someone more ferocious than Frisia? It was nothing short of astonishing. While the two were still speculating about Zhang Fei's identity, he had already sauntered over to Frisia. Kara followed closely at his side, resembling exactly the lackey Frisia had described. Witnessing this scene, Frisia finally confirmed that this individual was undoubtedly of no ordinary standing. Kura's brutal beating of him was unquestionably a direct consequence of his earlier loose tongue. Son Goku, seeing the two approach, felt somewhat at a loss, but ultimately decided to follow them. Being a fellow Earthling, he could sense that Zhang Fei harbored no overt malice. This sentiment seemed to apply not only to him, but to everyone on the battlefield. Frisia, isn't it? Zhang Fei said calmly as he walked up to him. Oomph. Frisia snorted coldly at the man before him. He knew this was the one who had brought about his current predicament. Thus his resentment now extended not only to Kara, but also to this man before him. Naturally, his expression showed no hint of goodwill. Oh ho! Before Zhang Fei could speak, Kara leaped forward again, his face once more darkening. He had already offended this one, and now this clueless fool was stirring up trouble again. Bang! Without a word, Kara delivered a kick that flipped Frisia over. The once prone Frisia now lay face up, sprawled out like a turtle on its back. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted in agony. You wretched beast! At death's door, and still you dare to be arrogant. Kara feigned a look of anguish. Thump, thump, thump. He landed a few more kicks. Whatever, Frisia thought Kara was having the time of his life. What was this so-called Frisia? Nothing but a dog beaten to the ground. Frisia offered no resistance, merely enduring Kura's boots. In his heart, he cursed this bastard endlessly, not only for calling him a beast, but also for striking so viciously. If he ever got the chance to survive, he would make sure to kill Kara first. Enough, Zhang Fei said calmly. Hearing this, Kara immediately withdrew his foot and hastily stepped aside. Zhang Fei observed Frisia's pitiful state. Continuing the beating might well cost him his life. It wasn't out of sympathy, but because he remembered his duty as an enforcer. Enhancing the combat strength of Universe 7 was his primary responsibility. Frisia was destined to become a major asset to Universe 7, and losing him would be a great waste. Of course, if Frisia ever made any treacherous moves, Zhang Fei wouldn't hesitate to send him on his way. But to kill him just for a single humph would be far too brutal. After all, he was an enforcer, not a reaper of souls. Frisia, I have just one question for you. Zhang Fei spoke calmly. Frisia turned his head away, feigning an unyielding resolve. In his heart, he already regarded Zhang Fei as an enemy. Why would he answer an enemy's questions honestly? Unless his life hung in the balance, there would be no discussion. He wanted to show the lackey like Kara just how unyielding the spine of a frost demon could be. Ignoring his attitude, Zhang Fei continued. Do you know the way to Beerus' realm of the gods of destruction? Huh. Frisia's heart jolted. He instantly snapped his head around, staring wide-eyed despite his swollen lids. Who would have thought this fellow would ask such an earth-shattering question? The mere mention of Beerus stunned Frisia. His gaze swept over Zhang Fei, wondering what kind of person this was to ask so casually about the path to the realm of the gods of destruction. May I ask who you are? Frisia inquired cautiously, abandoning any pretense of racial pride. Half his resentment vanished and his spine strategically softened. Beerus was not someone to be trifled with. He was the master of the universe. Even the so-called emperor of the universe, Frisia, was likely less than nothing in Beerus' eyes. Though unwilling to admit it, that was the truth. The dominion over 70% of the universe was a tacit concession from Beerus. Otherwise would Kara and King Cold have remained content in their corner. Had nothing much. I'm just a friend of his. Zhang Fei smiled faintly. It's been ages since I last visited and I wanted to drop by, but I got lost. Your brother mentioned you've dealt with him before, so I thought I'd ask if you know the way to the realm of the gods of destruction. Frisia was taken aback, then closed his eyes and drew a sharp breath. He never imagined this unremarkable young man was actually a friend of the god of destruction Beerus. He had wondered why the proud Kara was so courteous to this man. Now the reason was clear. At the same time he understood why Kara was here. Frisia turned his head and gritted his teeth at Kara. So you led this gentleman to me. Yeah, what about it? You don't seem too happy. Kara said nonchalantly, picking his nose. Happy? Meeting a friend of Lord Beerus is a blessing I couldn't dream of even if my ancestors' graves were smoking. Frisia glared at Kara, his voice dripping with venom. TCH. Kara averted his gaze, dismissing Frisia. After all, Frisia's mention of his ancestors' graves smoking implied the same for Kura's own lineage. A classic case of hurting the enemy while wounding oneself. Truly a fool's bargain. Frisia ignored Kara, fixing his gaze back on Zhang Fei. He mused that this kid was incredibly lucky to befriend Beerus. If he himself could befriend Beerus, then it wouldn't just be his ancestors' graves smoking. Blowing them up would be a small price to pay. However, neither Frisia nor Kara realized that Zhang Fei calling himself Beerus' friend was already an overstatement. After all, aside from the gods themselves, few would recognize the title of enforcer. You haven't answered my question. Zhang Fei's voice cut through Frisia's reverie. All right. Frisia snapped back to reality, his face falling. Apologies, sir, but I don't know where Lord Beerus resides either. I see. Understood. Zhang Fei nodded. He had anticipated this, so his expression betrayed no disappointment. It was perfectly normal for a mere Frisia to be ignorant of the realm of the gods of destruction. Son Goku listened, utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar names like God of Destruction and Beerus. In that case, I won't intrude on your brotherly reunion. With that, Zhang Fei placed a hand on Son Goku's shoulder. Whoosh! A flash of white light streaked by, and the two vanished from planet Namek. Gula gazed at the departing figures, a trace of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. He had yet to properly ingratiate himself with this formidable ally, and now they were suddenly leaving. Moreover, no clear instructions had been given regarding the disposal of Frisia, who lay battered on the ground. Gula stared at the wounded Frisia, sinking into deep contemplation. Bastard, what are you looking at? Though Frisia was now covered in wounds, he regained his former arrogance once Zhang Fei had departed. Gula paid no heed to Frisia's curses, silently pondering how to deal with his younger brother. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke coldly. Forget it. He'll spare your miserable life. Gula remained cautious, for Zhang Fei had given no explicit order to kill Frisia, and he dared not act recklessly. Furthermore, Frisia was also a lackey of Beerus. If he were to kill him without authorization, it might enrage the god of destruction, a fury Gula could not afford to face. Nevertheless, Gula had no intention of letting Frisia off so easily. A far more sinister scheme was already brewing in his mind. You? What the hell do you want? Frisia shuddered at the ruthless gleam in Gula's eyes. This so-called elder brother showed no mercy when it came to dealing with him. After suppressing him for so many years, who knew what atrocities he might commit now? My foolish brother, I won't kill you. But as for the Frisia force, leave it to me. Gula sneered. With that, he dragged Frisia like a dead dog, soaring straight into the sky toward the base he had come from. Frisia's face was ashen, not so much from fear of losing his army. An army could always be rebuilt, but from the chilling smile of Gula, which sent a shiver down his spine. He had a foreboding feeling that something terrible awaited him. Deep in the cosmos, Zhang Fei was leading Sun Wukong back to Earth. As Zhang Fei sped through the void, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with astonishment. It wasn't just that Zhang Fei could traverse the dark vacuum of space with him in tow, it was the sheer breathtaking speed, almost suffocating in its intensity. Crossing an entire galaxy took less than half a breath. Earth? This is the right direction, isn't it? Zhang Fei turned back with a smile. Snapped back to reality by Zhang Fei's words, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, I came from this direction, no doubt about it, but I'm not sure how far it is. As long as the direction is correct, that's enough. Zhang Fei nodded. With his speed, having a precise direction was all he needed. Distance was of no concern. He could simply fly back and forth along this path until he sensed Earth's location. By the way, Zhang Fei, Sun Wukong asked, staring at his back, what did you mean by Beerus and God of Destruction? He had encountered gods before, King Kai, King Yema, and Earth's Guardian, but the God of Destruction was a term he had never heard. Oh, nothing. Just an insignificant deity. You'll find out someday if you get the chance, Zhang Fei replied casually without turning around. His current destination was Earth. As for Beerus, he would meet him when fate allowed. For now, he couldn't locate him anyway. Rather than waste time, he preferred to experience the mortal world's vibrant atmosphere. Having spent so long in the divine realm, a little indulgence wouldn't hurt. If Beerus were wise, he would attend to his duties and come seeking Zhang Fei proactively. If he lacked that foresight, he would have to learn his lesson from Zhang Fei in due time. Oh, I see. Is he strong? Sun Wukong tilted his head, rubbing his chin. Not really. A helpless smile tugged at Zhang Fei's lips at the question. True to his reputation as a martial arts fanatic, Sun Wukong's first question about anyone was always about their strength. When he heard not really, his face fell with disappointment. Of course, saying Beerus was weak was from Jiang Fei's perspective. From Sun Wukong's standpoint, the answer was far more complex. Comparing an ordinary human to an ant is meaningless, and at present Sun Wukong was still very weak. If he were an ant, then Beerus would be a Super Saiyan. So Jiang Fei, you must be incredibly strong, right? Sun Wukong pressed on, his eyes gleaming. From the moment he first saw Jiang Fei, he had sensed a highly dangerous aura. Now that his guard was down, the danger had faded, replaced by an unfathomable depth. The divine techniques Jiang Fei displayed only hinted at a power that was terrifyingly immense. At this thought, Sun Wukong couldn't suppress a flicker of excitement, already envisioning a battle with Jiang Fei. Me? Just average. Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Sun Wukong clearly didn't believe him. Jiang Fei, you're too modest. Jiang Fei gave an ambiguous smile. He had a clear understanding of his own strength, only slightly above the level of an angel. Against true powerhouses like the Grand Priest, he was still far from adequate. Calling himself average was almost an overstatement. However, among ordinary beings like Sun Wukong, he could be considered a top-tier expert. Yet Jiang Fei never compared himself to common folk. His benchmarks had always been beings like Zeno and the Grand Priest. Then how about we have a spar sometime? After all his probing, Sun Wukong finally voiced his true desire. His face was alight with excitement, his eyes burning with longing. All right, Jiang Fei agreed with a nod. He knew Sun Wukong's nature. If he didn't satisfy this wish, the Saiyan would pester him endlessly once they reached Earth. Besides, guiding Sun Wukong would help boost the combat strength of Universe 7. It was also part of his duties. Great. Awesome. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, trembling with joy upon hearing Jiang Fei's consent. Jiang Fei glanced back at the ecstatic expression on Sun Wukong's face and shook his head inwardly. He had every reason to believe that if they weren't in space, Sun Wukong would have attacked him right then and there. Deep within the 7th universe, a colossal galaxy began to collapse and disintegrate rapidly as its central star was annihilated. Countless planets burst like brilliant fireworks, blooming in the darkness. Beerus and Whis observed the scene with impassive expressions. Over the past few days, an incalculable number of planets had been destroyed and countless lives had perished from the world. For the duo, long accustomed to such sights, they had become immune to these events. They felt not a trace of pity for any life lost. Whis, isn't it about time to wrap this up? Beerus remarked, admiring the fireworks below. It had been a week since they had left the realm of the gods of destruction. Beerus felt that since becoming a god of destruction, he had never been as fulfilled as he had been over this past week. He even began to think that the workload of this single week was almost equivalent to a lifetime's worth. We're still far from done, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile, glancing at the crystal ball on his staff. Although they had been busy without a break, Whis was thoroughly enjoying the experience. He believed this was precisely what a god of destruction and an angel should be doing, the god of destruction annihilating the universe's creations, while the angel supervised and assisted. Still far from done, Beerus said, frowning with his hands behind his back. He thought they had already destroyed a considerable number of galaxies, and that it should be enough. Whis shook his head with a smile. Lord Beerus, don't be impatient. Our progress is already quite swift. At this rate, if we continue for another year, it should be about finished. The backlog of work they had accumulated over the years was simply too vast. Beerus would often sleep for centuries or millennia at a time. Even shorter periods lasted 30 to 40 years, and upon waking, he would be active for at most 2 or 3 days. During those days, he would still need to search for delicacies on various planets, leaving destruction work as an afterthought. Over the long years, the accumulated workload was bound to be immense. Damn it, are you kidding me? Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. Only today did he realize that being a god of destruction wasn't such a comfortable job. His mind was already growing drowsy. If this continued, he would surely drop dead from exhaustion. Hearing this, Whis helplessly spread his hands. It is what it is, Lord Beerus. Beerus yawned and stretched. Then his gaze turned sharp as if recalling something, and his face instantly darkened. What is it, Lord Beerus? Whis noticed the change and quickly inquired. Damn it, that bastard Frisia. I entrusted him with so many territories in the 7th universe, yet in the end, there are still countless planets needing destruction. What the hell has he been doing? Beerus gritted his teeth. It seemed he was intent on shifting the blame to others. Whis found this somewhat speechless. Although Frisia was ambitious and far from a good person, he had been quite diligent and conscientious in carrying out the tasks Beerus assigned. Otherwise, given Beerus' laziness, even if given 10 years, he wouldn't have been able to finish clearing out the low-power planets, let alone completing all the work in 1 year. Lord Beerus, what do you intend to do? Whis inquired. Let's go. Have a little chat with that Frisia kid. Beerus sneered. He dares to slack off on the tasks I assigned. I must teach him a lesson. Whis pursed his lips, then tapped the void with his staff. 2 beams of white light descended, and they vanished from the spot. En route. Beerus looked at Whis, who was leading the way, and asked curiously, still no news from that Jiang Fei kid. Whis slowly shook his head. I see, Beerus replied flatly. His eyes began to dart around thoughtfully, as if pondering something. Whis himself was also quite puzzled. Logically, the enforcer should have arrived long ago. So why was he still nowhere to be seen? Even if he hadn't shown up, it would be tolerable if they could at least track his whereabouts. But they couldn't even find a trace of him. Whis had considered that perhaps the enforcer didn't know the way to the realm of the gods of destruction, which was why the meeting had been delayed. But the crux of the issue was that if the enforcer didn't know the coordinates, he could simply return to the Omni King's palace and ask the Grand Minister. An angel's flight speed would take at most 20 minutes. Yet a week had passed, and Jiang Fei still hadn't contacted them. If he had set foot in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus, as its master, would have sensed it immediately. I'll forget it. He'll ask Frisia later, Whis sighed inwardly. Although the enforcer's power wasn't much greater than his high position, with authority over angels, still created a certain psychological pressure. If it were the Grand Minister or the Omni King visiting, it wouldn't be this way. But this enforcer was someone they had never dealt with before. Facing the unknown and unfamiliar always inspired a certain amount of reverence. At the former Frisia Force, vast spaceships roamed the boundless void of space. Nearby civilizations, upon sighting such a massive fleet, gave them a wide berth. Cooler now sat in what was originally Frisia's seat. Holding a glass of red wine, he gazed at the twinkling stars, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. After returning from planet Namek, he had used an iron fist to subdue this massive army. The name Frisia Force had since been changed to the Cooler Force. The title of Emperor of the Universe had naturally fallen to him. Anyone who opposed his rule had long since become space debris drifting through the cosmos. HM. Cooler smirked, humming a cheerful tune as he surveyed the universe under his dominion. But just as he was reveling in the peak of his power, two uninvited guests suddenly materialized in his cabin. They were none other than Whis and Beerus. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the cheerful tune. Frisia, you're in quite a good mood. Beerus' voice rang out coldly. Here he was, a god of destruction, getting up earlier than the chickens and sleeping later than the owls, working himself to the bone. Yet this fellow was lounging with his legs crossed, sipping wine and humming a tune, living the life of Riley. Startled by the sudden voice, Cooler jolted violently, and his humming ceased abruptly. The wine glass in his hand trembled, spilling its contents all over him. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about that. He quickly turned around, for he felt he had heard that voice somewhere before. Indeed, when Cooler saw Beerus, he could no longer even hold his glass steady. With a sharp crack, it fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Huh. Beerus was slightly taken aback upon seeing the face before him. He then stroked his chin and said slowly, Frisia, have you gotten plastic surgery? Why did you change your color? Ahem. Whis cleared his throat softly, reminding, Lord Beerus, that's not Frisia. My. Beerus hesitated, his gaze sharpening as he fixed on Cooler. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Cooler dared not remain seated. He quickly rose and stepped forward, bowing as his hands fidgeted awkwardly. Sweat beaded on his face like soybeans, dripping one by one. Beerus glanced at the groveling figure before him and nodded indifferently. Though this being bore a resemblance to Frisia, a closer look revealed they were indeed not the same person. Who are you? His father? Beerus asked coldly. He vaguely recalled that Frisia still had a father alive. This person looked so much like Frisia. He had every reason to believe this was Frisia's biological father. Cooler chuckled awkwardly, forcing a smile onto his face. I'm his brother, Cooler, Lord Beerus. Cooler. Doesn't ring a bell. Beerus said flatly. Yes, I'm such a nobody. How would Lord Beerus recognize me? Cooler said with a grin. He had only glimpsed Beerus from afar long ago. Only later did he learn that this being was the ruler of the universe, the legendary god of destruction. Though it was just a single glance, Beerus' image was deeply etched into his memory. That was why Cooler recognized him instantly upon their meeting. Where is Frisia? Beerus asked expressionlessly, then strode over to the seat Cooler had just vacated and sat down. Whis followed behind him and stood beside the seat. Cooler slowly turned to face Beerus, his heart tightening when he heard the inquiry about Frisia. But he gradually relaxed, relieved that he hadn't dealt Frisia a fatal blow, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. Cooler said respectfully. Then he turned and walked out of the cabin, giving a few instructions to the two guards at the door before re-entering. About a minute later, two men carried a stretcher directly into the cabin. One of them bowed his head and said, Great King Cooler, Frisia has been brought. You may leave. Cooler waved his hand. The two subordinates immediately exited, sneaking a glance at Beerus on the seat as they left. They wondered, who is this? Why is he sitting while Cooler stands? However, they dared not ask further and simply left, closing the cabin door behind them. Oh, what's this? Beerus looked up at the stretcher, broad in his brow, slightly raised. Lying on the stretcher was none other than the Frisia he sought. But what puzzled him was how Frisia had ended up in such a state. Lord Beerus, Frisia is here. Please give your orders. Cooler turned back, bending over with a smiling face. Upon hearing the name Beerus, Frisia's tightly shut eyes flew open instantly. With difficulty, he turned over, and upon seeing Beerus' sharp-featured face, tears of joy nearly streamed down. In the past, whenever he saw that face, he was always tense and cautious. But today, for some reason, it felt so familiar. Beerus then approached and teased, "Frisia, what's with the look? How did you end up like this in just a few days?" At that moment, Frisia's face was swollen and bruised, purple blood covering his entire body, his aura extremely faint. His appearance was utterly pitiful in his current state. He probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary person. "Oh Lord Beerus, you've finally come. I've suffered so much." Frisia mustered the last of his strength, collapsing at Beerus' feet, and began to recount Cooler's atrocities against him. It turned out that after returning from planet Namek that day, Cooler was determined to take over Frisia's territory and resources. However, restrained by the fact that Frisia was under Beerus' protection, he dared not kill him. If he let him go, it would inevitably lead to future troubles. So Cooler devised a method that was both troublesome and malicious. The plan was to brutally beat Frisia every few days, leaving him at death's door. Whenever he showed signs of recovery, he would be beaten again, kept perpetually on the brink of death. TSK. After hearing Frisia's account, Beerus couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Even with his vast experience, he marveled at Cooler's cruelty and malice. After all, when he dealt with matters he usually gave a swift into, something like this was beyond his imagination. He had thought Frisia himself was vicious enough. Little did he know his brother was even more so, truly an eye-opener. It seemed the talents of the seventh universe were indeed plentiful. Whis showed no reaction, maintaining his usual elegant and composed expression, as if the story he had just heard was a trivial matter. Frisia, still sobbing, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you two biological brothers?" "Huh. Lord Beerus, is that really the point?" Frisia said with a mournful face. "Good grief, your loyal dog has been bullied so badly. Why is the first question whether they're biological brothers? Is that necessary? Shouldn't you be furious first, then strike down Cooler with a single palm?" "Oh, nothing, just curious," Beerus said casually. He too had a brother Kampa with whom he often quarreled and fought upon meeting. But these two brothers were like mortal enemies, treating each other with such brutality. Then, his expression turning serious, he squinted at Cooler and said, "Don't you owe me an explanation?" Beerus wasn't particularly concerned about Frisia. Even if he were dead, he wouldn't feel a thing. He was no saint himself, having killed countless more than these two brothers combined. However, Frisia was still his lackey, handling many dirty tasks for him, and someone he could vent his anger on when in a bad mood. He had come this time because he was overwhelmed with work and in a foul mood, looking to pick a fight with Frisia. But now that this had happened, it needed to be addressed. After all, in the seventh universe, or any other, which ordinary strong being would dare to bully the lackey of a god of destruction? As the saying goes, striking a dog is an insult to its master. This incident could be seen as a challenge to the god of destruction's dignity. Gyula's heart leaped into his throat as he beheld Beerus in different expression. He had envisioned such a scenario before, yet he never anticipated Beerus would arrive so swiftly. Frisia, observing Gyula's tense demeanor, experienced an unprecedented surge of relief. The beating he endured on planet Namek and the torment of recent days. This pent-up resentment could finally be vented. "This, Lord Beerus, please let me explain." Gyula wiped the sweat from his brow. Beerus stared at him impassively, awaiting his explanation. Gyula steadied his nerves momentarily, then spoke slowly. "Frisia's current state is his own doing." "You liar!" Frisia roared, his eyes blazing with fury. He could hardly believe Gyula's audacity. Not only had Gyula beaten him to this state, but he dared to claim it was deserved. After all this, he intended to shift the blame onto him. The previous offense against Jiang Fei was merely a misunderstanding, and the man himself had said nothing. Yet, pondering this, Frisia felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was unaware of the relationship between Beerus and that friend of his. If they were close, the final outcome might indeed be unpredictable. Beerus raised a hand, signaling Frisia to silence. "Frisia showed disrespect to your friend, so I upheld justice by severing ties and striking him down," Gyula declared with a pained expression, his face even displaying profound self-reproach. He wore the look of a brother grieving over his failure to properly educate his sibling. "My friend?" Beerus frowned. He couldn't recall having any friends in the entire seventh universe who could claim to be Beerus' friend. The 12 gods of destruction were qualified, but their relationships were far from amicable, often quite hostile. Their angels, though courteous, were not friends either. Yes, a strikingly handsome young man who claimed to know you and be your friend," Gyula continued. "He is no friend of mine, nor do I have any friends." Beerus narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Young, handsome, and charming. He had no recollection of such a person. If anyone fit that description, it was himself. With all those virtues combined, could there be another in the entire cosmos besides him? Beerus, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback. As an angel, he was unaware that his Lord Beerus had any friends. However, after a moment of surprise, he seemed to ponder something thoughtfully. "What? No. It can't be." Gyula was stunned. He had anticipated every possible reaction from Beerus to his words. But the one thing he hadn't expected was Beerus denying any friendship. Now he was at a loss for words. Frisia, hearing this, felt the last vestiges of his worry vanish, replaced by ecstasy. He perked up, regained some strength, and even managed to stand shakily. I knew that little bastard couldn't possibly be Lord Beerus' friend. Frisia growled through gritted teeth. It was Jiang Fei's appearance that had led to his misery. Now that he knew the man was a fraud, he no longer held back. Frisia glared venomously at Gula. My foolish brother, you've been duped by that scoundrel. Gula's face turned ashen, as if foreseeing the outcome. Frisia was pleased with Gula's expression, already plotting. He would ensure Beerus granted him authority over Gula's fate. He intended to teach his foolish brother the true meaning of a fate worse than death. As he thought this, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. It was as if the Emperor of the universe had returned. What is his name? Beerus inquired gravely. Gula wanted to answer, but he realized he didn't know the name, so he merely shook his head blankly. Where did he go? Gula shook his head again, still clueless. Which galaxy is he from? Gula kept shaking his head, his expression on the verge of tears. It seems you're not very bright. Beerus said, his tone dripping with murderous intent. Slowly he raised a hand, and the energy of destruction filled the space. Gula wanted to protest, to beg for mercy. But under the immense pressure his jaw trembled uncontrollably and his lips went numb. Frisia, seeing Beerus about to finish Gula, quickly prepared to intervene. Letting Gula die so easily would be far too unsatisfying. Yet before he could speak, a voice rang out. Wait, Lord Beerus. Whis, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. Beerus frowned at Whis' words. What is it, Whis? He lowered his hand, and the destructive energy dissipated without a trace. Phew. Gula took the moment to exhale in pain. Frisia, seeing that it was Beerus' attendant speaking, held his tongue for now. Whis walked slowly to Gula's side. With a gentle wave of his staff, a projection of a figure appeared before him. Is this the person? Whis asked calmly. But before the shaken Gula could answer, Frisia blurted out, Yes, it's him, it's him. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. The fury within him surged like a flame. It was all because of this man that he had ended up like this. Seeing that face again, he wanted to tear it to shreds. Gula, now utterly despondent, nodded numbly. Once both confirmed, Beerus lost his composure. The figure Whis conjured was none other than Jiang Fei, the enforcer of the divine realm. Where did you meet him? What happened? Speak. Beerus bellowed at Frisia. Frisia was taken aback, puzzled by Beerus' sudden agitation after his earlier impassivity. He assumed Beerus was angered by the impersonation of his friend, so he recounted the events on planet Namek. Naturally, he edited out his disrespectful remarks toward Jiang Fei, replacing orders with suggestions for Jiang Fei to assist. According to Frisia, Jiang Fei had been arrogant and insulting. Gula, instead of stopping him, had flown into a rage and severely beaten Frisia. After all, he was the victim, so he painted himself as pitiable as possible. Cooler listened idly on the sidelines, no longer bothering to correct anything. Frisia's performance was far from over. He continued his tale with tears and sorrow. The gist was how detestable Jiang Fei was, and how aggrieved he himself felt. However, he failed to notice that Beerus' face had darkened, as if a storm was about to break. Feeling the moment was right, Frisia continued with a mournful tone, Lord Beerus, this wasn't just an attack on me, it was a slap in the face to you. You must. Before he could finish, Beerus interjected coldly, well struck. Yes. Wait. Frisia's expression suddenly froze, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Sensing something amiss, he asked in a low voice, Lord Beerus, what did you just say? I said well struck. Beerus gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Frisia had never expected such an answer. Before he could react, Beerus slammed a kick into him with a resounding thud. Ouch! Frisia let out a sharp cry, struggling to rise only to collapse back onto the stretcher. The kick was tremendously powerful. Already in poor condition, he now had several more broken bones. Yet the physical pain was secondary to the psychological turmoil. Frisia was utterly bewildered. He believed his acting was flawless, laced with genuine emotion. But why had the tables turned so abruptly? Beerus stared at the prostrate Frisia with a chilling gaze. Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to advise the enforcer? Sigh. Whis let out a resigned breath. To some extent, Jiang Fei as the enforcer was the supreme deity of the divine realm. It was always the enforcer who criticized others who would dare offer advice to the enforcer. Frisia had truly stepped into a minefield. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Cooler's eyes lit up with renewed vigor. Though he didn't know what an enforcer was, Beerus' fury made it clear. The young man he had encountered days ago must hold a status even above that of a god of destruction. Otherwise, the universe's sovereign Beerus wouldn't be this enraged. Lord Beerus, Frisia's account isn't accurate. He wasn't nearly so polite. Seizing the opportunity, Cooler hurried to Beerus' side. Beerus swept a frigid glance over Cooler and spat out a single word, speak. Ahem. Cooler cleared his throat and recounted the exchange between Frisia and Jiang Fei. Hey, you little punk, here to watch the show? Are you talking to me? Who else but me? At this point, Cooler crossed his arms, a disdainful look in his eyes, perfectly mimicking Frieza's arrogant demeanor. Watching Cooler's vivid impersonation, Beerus felt his heart skip a beat, struggling to breathe. Even Whis was stunned. That was the enforcer. Who would dare speak so? Frieza. Beerus strode directly to the stretcher-bound Frieza. You son of a bitch. With that, he delivered another kick. Ugh. Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing against the cabin door before he fell unconscious. In his final moments of awareness, he was consumed by despair, yearning to wail aloud. If only he had known it would come to this, he would never have gone to planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Beerus was panting with rage. He raised a hand to finish Frieza off, but then thought better of it. Letting him die so easily would be too merciful. Pointing at Frieza's crumpled form by the door, he ordered Cooler, step it up. Yes. Cooler replied, overjoyed. When he first arrived, Beerus had thought Frieza's condition was pitiable enough. But now he realized Cooler's actions were entirely justified and far from sufficient. From now on, the Frieza Force is yours. Do well, and remember to destroy plenty of planets in your spare time. Beerus said to Cooler nonchalantly. Yes, I, Cooler, will henceforth follow Lord Beerus' lead. Whatever you command, I shall do. Cooler declared with fervent conviction. He had long dreamed of this day, though its arrival was unexpectedly sudden. While he had already taken control of the Frieza Force, it had been through a backdoor. Now, with Beerus' personal endorsement, it was an official seal of approval. From now on, he could act across the universe with legitimate authority. Whis approached slowly. Lord Beerus, should we continue searching for the enforcer? Beerus frowned. There was no telling where Jiang Fei had gone. Wandering aimlessly in search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. I might know where they went, Cooler spoke up. Oh. Both Whis and Beerus turned to look at him. Didn't you just say you didn't know? Beerus narrowed his eyes. Cooler scratched his head, speaking cautiously. I truly don't know, as they left suddenly. But that gentleman. No, the enforcer once inquired about a planet's name. This immediately piqued the interest of Whis and Beerus. It seemed they now had a clue to Jiang Fei's whereabouts. Go on, Whis said calmly. The planet is called Earth. I don't know its exact location, as rocky planets are often named Earth. Whis and Beerus nodded slightly. That was true. A planet's name alone wasn't enough to pinpoint its location. Cooler paused, then continued. But I checked the Saiyan spaceship, and its route originated from the Milky Way galaxy. So, I believe the enforcer must have gone with that Super Saiyan to a planet called Earth in the Milky Way. Hearing this, Whis' eyes lit up. Finally, some useful information. Beerus, however, looked hesitant, pacing back and forth in the cabin, as if troubled by something. Lord Beerus, the Milky Way is under North Kai's jurisdiction. We should be able to find the enforcer there, Whis suggested with a faint smile. Beerus waved a hand dismissively at Whis' suggestion. No, I can't go. Why? Whis was slightly surprised. After all, that was the enforcer. Knowing the exact location, yet failing to pay respects, was a grave discourtesy. Beerus paced back and forth, explaining with his head lowered. If it were before, I would have certainly gone to pay respects to that fellow. But now, after this Frieza incident, I'd rather die than seek him out again. Whis said somewhat perplexedly. What does the Frieza matter have to do with you? Think about it. The enforcer told Frieza I was his friend, which proves he knew all along that Frieza was my lackey. Now that Frieza has offended him, if he investigates, I will certainly be held responsible. If it's just a beating, I wouldn't mind, but if I lose my position or my life, that would be the end. As if a light had dawned, Beerus swiftly analyzed all the pros and cons. This you're overthinking it, Lord Beerus. Whis found it somewhat amusing. However, seeing the destroyer he served capable of analyzing matters, he felt a flicker of secret joy. Perhaps the one he assisted wasn't entirely foolish. Yet in his view, these analyses were pure overthinking. Beerus glanced at Whis and continued, we've never dealt with him before, as such a situation is inevitable. Better to be prepared. At the same time, he muttered inwardly. If only everyone were as easy to fool as the Omni King, things would be simple. But how many simpletons like that exist in the world? The Grand Minister was a prime example. He was nervous and fearful before the Omni King, yet he knew how to please him. But the Grand Minister was different. He dared not show the slightest disrespect. Why? Because the man was not only immensely powerful, but also intelligent. If he caught on to any slip, one might not even know how they died. Such a person was not so easy to deceive. But I still feel that not meeting the enforcer is somewhat rude, Whis said, frowning. Yet in his heart, he began to consider Beerus' words. A heavy feeling had lingered in his heart, brought on by the unknown enforcer. If this person was easy to get along with, all was well. If not, it wouldn't just be Beerus who suffered. Even he, as an angel, would face torment. Beerus shook his head firmly. I'm not going anyway. Losing face is better than losing my life. Let's return to the Destroyer realm. Lord Beerus, we might dodge today, but we can't avoid it forever, Whis said helplessly. Yet despite his words, his resolve began to waver. He even imagined that handsome face breaking into an evil grin. Let's delay as long as we can. I doubt that fellow will come to my realm anytime soon. Beerus sighed. Inwardly, he cursed the fool who came to the 7th universe. Now he couldn't even sleep, living in constant fear. After a few more arguments, Beerus' persistence won out, and they decided to return to the Destroyer realm. Before leaving, he gave Cooler a few instructions. I'm heading back for now. From now on, destroy more planets. Also, if you see that man again, treat him with utmost respect, as you would your own father. Never mind, never mind. Treat him with the same respect you show me. Of course, if you could be even more respectful, that would be ideal. He had intended to say, as you would your own father, but recalling Frisia's gruesome fate, he swallowed the words. After all, if he could be so cruel to his own brother, he likely wouldn't treat his father any better. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Cooler said with his head bowed. After giving his instructions, Whis instantly departed with Beerus. Cooler let out a slow sigh of relief once they were gone. But after a moment of relaxation, his heart was filled with dread. He murmured, the enforcer. Just what kind of person is he? Initially, he believed Jiang Fei when he claimed to be Beerus' friend given his immense power. Having a friend like Beerus seemed natural. Yet from Beerus' recent behavior, it was far from a simple friendship. The mighty destroyer became such a coward at the mention of this man, not even daring to meet him. Clearly, the person he encountered earlier was far more formidable than a destroyer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, if Jiang Fei knew Beerus' thoughts, he would have laughed out loud. He was utterly indifferent to Frisia's offense, let alone holding Beerus accountable. If he had wanted to cause trouble in the destroyer realm, he would have gone long ago. Though he didn't know the way, he knew the path to the Omni King's palace. He could simply go back and ask for directions, arriving in no time. The reason Jiang Fei didn't do so was first, he truly didn't care about the matter. Second, he feared that if he went, that little simpleton might cling to him and refuse to let him leave, leaving him with no recourse. However, their journey to Earth took a full half-month. It wasn't that they got lost again and wasted time. Instead, on the way to Earth, they passed by the planet Yardrat. Relying on his past lives' memories, Jiang Fei knew that the inhabitants of this planet could use instant transmission, so he decided to stay and learn the skill. Though immensely powerful, he harbored a deep yearning for abilities like instant transmission. Moreover, his comprehension and learning talent were exceptional. He mastered it in less than 5 minutes. Son Goku, on the other hand, struggled, taking a full half-month, even with Jiang Fei's guidance. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken? Fortunately, both had successfully reached their destination. Few finally here. The familiar yet unfamiliar Earth. Jiang Fei stood high in the sky, gazing at the scenery below with a sigh. Yet finally home, Son Goku said with a smile. Though they spoke similar words of emotion, their appearances were starkly different. Goku was travel-worn, his clothes tattered, his hair disheveled. Jiang Fei, in contrast, seemed immaculate, radiating an aura of transcendent sanctity. Growl. Just as they were admiring Earth's scenery, Goku's stomach growled inopportunely. Goku grinned, rubbing his head. Let's go to my friend Bulma's place that's close by. Let's grab some food first. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Since divine power coursed through his body, he no longer needed to eat. Yet having gone so long without tasting Earth's delicacies, his cravings were stirred. Without further ado, Goku led the way, heading straight for Capsule Corporation in West City. At the end of Serpentine Road, on King Kai's planet. North King Kai's face was ashen, his 2 antennae stood rigid and motionless. His fists were clenched and sweat poured down his face. Just moments ago, he had suddenly lost all signals from Earth. That alone might have been manageable, but a few days prior, Whis from the Destroyer realm had contacted him. He said the enforcer of the Divine Realm was coming to Earth for an inspection. He must be treated with utmost courtesy, and under no circumstances should he be angered. But before he could prepare properly, his connection to Earth was severed. He knew it must be the enforcer from the Divine Realm. Otherwise, as a god, he would never have been unable to detect Earth's signal. Son Goku, and that Saiyan on Earth, don't you dare cause any trouble. North King Kai's palms were sweating, his nerves stretched taut. He was powerless now. He had thought to telepathically warn the warriors on Earth, but now he couldn't even sense Earth, let alone send a message. All he could do was hope that Goku and the others wouldn't do anything outrageous. Meanwhile, he grumbled inwardly, Lord Enforcer, why must you come to my backwater realm instead of inspecting the Kaishan realm or the Destroyer realm? On Earth, Jiang Fei and Sun Wukong arrived directly at the largest conglomerate in the western capital, the Capsule Corporation. Since both were flying through the sky, they bypassed the entrance and landed in the garden courtyard behind the company. At the forefront of the courtyard stood a luxurious and imposing residential building. Just as Sun Wukong was about to call out, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Kakarot. The newcomer spoke in a low, deep voice, addressing Sun Wukong by his Saiyan name, his face brimming with intense battle lust. Jiang Fei cast a casual glance and immediately recognized who this person was. It was none other than the second protagonist of Dragon Ball, the proud prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Vegeta also noticed Jiang Fei, but paid him little heed. At that moment, his gaze was entirely captivated by Sun Wukong before him. He had sensed Sun Wukong's ki and followed its location to find him. He hadn't expected his perception to be correct. It was indeed the Kakarot he had been longing for. Sun Wukong waved his hand slightly and said with mild surprise, Vegeta, long time no see. Looks like you've been revived. A smile then crept across his face. After all, if even someone like Vegeta could be revived, then Krillin must have been revived too. TCH, I'm not that easy to kill. Vegeta said with a look of disdain. But you, I never thought you'd actually still be alive. The people on Earth had once wished upon Shenron for Sun Wukong's revival on Namek. However, Shenron told them that Sun Wukong was not dead and could not revive a living person. Upon hearing this news, everyone was overjoyed, so they changed their wish to bring Sun Wukong back to Earth. Yet again, Shenron unexpectedly informed them that it could not fulfill this wish, because a powerful force surrounded Sun Wukong, preventing it from using its abilities. Bewildered, the group had no choice but to give up. Hee, that's all thanks to Jiang Fei. Sun Wukong said cheerfully. Huh, him. It was only then that Vegeta took a closer look at Jiang Fei. After a moment, he furrowed his brow, slightly a trace of contempt appearing on his face. He could clearly sense that this person beside him had no aura at all. Perhaps it was some kind of magical or mystical power. Though such individuals were rare, they were not unheard of. Vegeta withdrew his gaze, but the contemptuous expression on his face remained unchanged. Perhaps this person possessed some mysterious power, but in the eyes of the Saiyan Prince, such abilities were nothing but unorthodox tricks. Jiang Fei noticed Vegeta's disdain for him, but merely smiled politely. It wasn't that he was magnanimous, rather he had reached a level where he no longer deigned to explain himself to others. An ordinary person wouldn't bother explaining anything to an ant. If it became annoying, they'd simply crush it underfoot without wasting words. Moreover, Jiang Fei could no longer be considered an ordinary person. Don't change the subject, Vegeta said, fixing his gaze back on Sun Wukong with a hostile tone. Kakarot, fight me now. He had learned from Gohan and Piccolo that Sun Wukong had become a Super Saiyan, a fact that had always gnawed at his pride. That a mere low-class warrior could become a Super Saiyan was a humiliating blow to his emphasis on bloodline. Sorry, Vegeta, I don't want to fight you right now. Sun Wukong said with a smile. He no longer harbored any ill will toward Vegeta. The genuine emotions Vegeta had shown on the brink of death on Namek had completely moved Sun Wukong's kind heart. Besides, even if they were to fight, Vegeta was no match for him. Bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists and roared, don't think that just because you've become a Super Saiyan you can look down on this prince. Huh, I don't. Sun Wukong scratched his head and quickly explained. He had never looked down on Vegeta, he just wanted to eat first since he hadn't had a meal yet. Besides, he had already promised Jiang Fei a sparring match once they returned to Earth. Now it sounded like he was some arrogant jerk. No, then fight me now. I'll show you that even a Super Saiyan is no match for me. Vegeta shouted loudly, his voice grating and harsh. Jiang Fei couldn't help but frown, thinking this guy must be insane. At their core, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were the same, incurable battle maniacs. Yet their attitudes were completely different. Sun Wukong would humble himself and beg a stranger for a fight, even to the point of kneeling. Vegeta, on the other hand, demanded battles like commands. And more often than not, every time he acted cocky, he ended up getting beaten to a pulp. Jiang Fei preferred the later Vegeta, bold, responsible, and family-oriented. But the earlier version still needed a few more beatings. Alright, I'll fight you, but not now. Sun Wukong said helplessly. No, it has to be now. I'll show you my power. Vegeta's tone brooked no argument. Then at least let me eat first. I haven't had a meal yet. If you don't fight me, you won't eat a thing. Hey Vegeta, this isn't your house. Don't be so overbearing. So what? The whole world answers to this prince. Jiang Fei felt a headache coming on as he listened to their quarrel. He should have just gone to a restaurant instead. By now he'd probably be enjoying a full meal. Just as he considered leaving, a woman in a white lab coat with blue hair tied back, flawless fair skin, and a strikingly beautiful face pushed open the door of the residence. Oh, Bulma. Jiang Fei looked up and recognized her immediately. Bulma stood at the door with clenched fists, flames in her eyes, and shouted angrily, "What's all the noise? Can't you be quiet?" She had been in the middle of an experiment on the verge of success. Then the incessant racket from outside ruined it. With a frown, a moment of frustration, and a twitch of her hand, the experiment failed. The two didn't stop arguing despite her outburst, continuing to hurl words at each other. Huh, Goku. Bulma then noticed that the one arguing with Vegeta was the long-absent Sun Wukong, and she was slightly surprised. But then, remembering her painstaking research had gone down the drain, her anger flared up again. Seeing them still bickering, their voices growing louder, Bulma couldn't help but step forward to stop them. As she walked, she pouted and complained, "All of you always fighting, always disturbing my work. If you were at least good-looking, it might be tolerable, but the thing is..." At that point, her peripheral vision caught something, and her gaze shifted. Suddenly, her complaints ceased, her steps halted, and she stood frozen in place. Her eyes, once blazing with anger, now sparkled like twinkling stars, and she murmured, "The thing is, you're just too handsome." As she spoke, she unconsciously swallowed and licked her rosy lips. Jiang Fei noticed Bulma's gaze fixed upon him. Out of politeness, he offered a slight smile and nodded a silent greeting. That single smile was enough to overwhelm Bulma. Her heart began to race wildly, and she abandoned all thoughts of stopping the quarrel between Son Goku and Vegeta. As if her soul had been ensnared, she drifted in a daze until she stood before Zhang Fei. Now with a closer look, his flawless visage was laid bare before her. It felt as though her throat were clutched, her breath turning ragged. Thighs. Can a person really look like this? Bulma's eyes sparkled. Huh. Zhang Fei was taken aback by her words. He hadn't expected such a remark upon their first meeting. It felt strangely like an insult. No. Noticing his expression change, Bulma waved her hands in a fluster to explain. What I meant was it's amazing that a person can look like this. Zhang Fei was speechless. That hardly sounded better than her first comment. In his memory, Bulma was a genius, one of the world's top scientists. But seeing her today, she seemed not so bright. It's just, you're so handsome, so incredibly handsome to the point where you almost don't look human. Bulma blushed, stammering out her explanation. She had meant to say he was as handsome as a god descending to Earth. But after thinking of Earth's guardian, she abandoned that thought. Comparing the handsome man before her to that being would be an insult. Zhang Fei smiled faintly and nodded, showing his understanding. In his past life, his appearance had been utterly unremarkable. It was only after arriving in the divine realm and absorbing vast amounts of divine power that his entire being was sublimated. Not only had his features become striking, but his very aura radiated an otherworldly elegance. The transformation was so profound that even he could scarcely believe it. Every time he looked in the mirror, he would sigh, thinking that if he were a woman, he would be madly in love with himself. This wasn't narcissism, but a confidence so absolute that no description could exaggerate it. Hello. Hi. My name is Bulma. It's a pleasure to meet you. Her expression was shy, yet she boldly extended her fair, delicate hand. Zhang Fei smiled and nodded naturally, taking her hand in his. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm Zhang Fei, a friend of Goku's. Wow. Bulma's heart felt like it would leap from her chest. Of all Zhang Fei had said, she only remembered his name. Whether he was Goku's friend was utterly irrelevant. All she knew was that she was determined to make this friendship work. Zhang Fei couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth as he watched Bulma, who looked as if she were about to drool. When he tried to pull his hand away, he found it clamped tightly in hers with no sign of release. Miss Bulma, could we possibly let go first? Zhang Fei said helplessly. It wasn't that he couldn't break free from her grip. He was just afraid that if he used even a little force, she would be sent flying into the sky. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something and got distracted. Bulma snapped back to reality, her voice full of excitement. Only then did she reluctantly release her slender jade-like hand. Zhang Fei looked at her infatuated expression, feeling nothing but helplessness. There was no other stir in his heart. Perhaps it was the influence of the divine power. In his past life, he had yearned for a girlfriend. Now faced with a woman of considerable charm, he could remain utterly composed, his mind tranquil as still water, as if he had seen through the mundane world. Sensing the awkward silence, Bulma searched for a topic. So why did you and Goku come to see me? Oh, nothing much. Goku said he wanted to eat at your place. Zhang Fei explained calmly, then pointed at the two still bickering. It seems like now might not be a good time. Given the way they were arguing, it was bound to end in a fight. When that happened, forget about eating, the very ground beneath their feet would likely be torn up. Seeing that Zhang Fei was about to leave, Bulma abandoned all pretense of ladylike behavior and threw her arms around his. A look of blissful intoxication spread across her face as she spoke in a honeyed tone. It's fine. Let them argue. You can eat without it being a bother. As she spoke, she began to drag Zhang Fei towards the house ahead. After a moment's thought, Zhang Fei nodded slightly. Eating was the same anywhere, so he might as well not stand on ceremony. Glancing at Bulma, he pulled his arm free from her embrace and said indifferently, "I'll pay for the meal." Having said that, he walked towards the entrance on his own. Seeing Zhang Fei's unflappable demeanor, Bulma stamped her foot in frustration, lamenting that she hadn't gotten her fill of the closeness. She glanced back at Son Goku and Vegeta, still red-faced from their quarrel. Forget it, you two can keep arguing. I'm going to go admire a handsome man. Bulma followed Zhang Fei into the house and closed the door behind her. Once inside, Zhang Fei noted the luxurious interior decor befitting the wealthy. It was not only opulent, but also boasted the most advanced technology on Earth. Bulma retrieved a large pile of ingredients from the fridge and bustled into the kitchen. Zhang Fei didn't stand on ceremony and found a seat. Since most of the items in the fridge were semi-prepared, the meal was ready quickly. Delicious, sumptuous dishes were brought to the table one by one. The aroma of the food made Zhang Fei's mouth water. Come on, try my cooking. There's more if you want, Bulma said with a beaming smile. As the saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. It wasn't that she had great faith in her culinary skills. Rather, these were specially processed, semi-finished products. All they needed was a quick heat in the pot, yet their flavor was on par with dishes from star-rated hotels. It was a delicacy only the wealthy could enjoy. Thank you. Zhang Fei nodded in gratitude, then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Sure enough, as soon as the food touched his lips, a glimmer of surprise lit up Jiang Fei's eyes. It wasn't just because the food was delicious, but more because it tasted familiar. He seems like you're really pleased with the taste. Bulma rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling. She felt that just sitting quietly and watching Jiang Fei was a pleasure in itself. Especially the way he ate. It was nothing like the wolfish devouring of Son Goku or Vegeta. His manner was graceful and composed, each mouthful chewed with meticulous care. But in truth, it wasn't that Jiang Fei was trying to appear elegant or composed. He simply wasn't hungry, so there was no need to gobble down his food. He wanted to savor the taste of the food, which was why he chewed so carefully. Outside the house, Son Goku and Vegeta had reached the brink of a physical confrontation. Their auras began to flicker faintly, and the air around them stirred. Come on, that's it. Fight me. Let me see your strength, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted with a hint of excitement. This was the result he wanted. No matter what, he was determined to trade blows with Kakarot today. I was planning to test Jiang Fei first, but it seems he'll have to, Son Goku muttered. Before he could finish, he sniffed the air, catching the scent of food. Following the aroma, he saw it was coming from Bulma's house. Looking down, he noticed Jiang Fei had already vanished without a trace. Wow, Jiang Fei, you're so sneaky. You started eating without even telling me, Son Goku complained. Abandoning his quarrel with Vegeta, he retracted his aura and charged into the house like a starving wolf. Vegeta watched him go, grinding his teeth in frustration. All that shouting had been for nothing. However, he did take note of the first part of Son Goku's words, that he had planned to test Jiang Fei. That piqued his curiosity. That man had no discernible aura at all, so why would Kakarot mention him? And not just for a fight or a spar, but to test him. He glanced at the house ahead. Filled with reluctance and doubt, Vegeta followed. If this Jiang Fei was truly capable, then perhaps he would let him experience the might of a Saiyan prince firsthand. Inside the residential building, Jiang Fei continued to savor the meal, chewing slowly and deliberately. Almost every dish on the table had been sampled by him at least once. A blissful smile spread across his face. Delicious. Jiang Fei set down his chopsticks and uttered a two-word verdict. Simultaneously, he pulled out 2 tissues from the stack beside him to wipe the remnants from the corners of his mouth. Bulma sat across from Jiang Fei, her gaze already vacant, lost in a trance of enchantment. However, at that very moment, with a resounding bang, the front door of the residence was abruptly smashed open. Bulma was instantly jolted awake by the noise and swiftly turned her head to look. She saw Son Goku, his eyes blazing with a ravenous green light, lunging directly toward the table laden with dishes. Without uttering a single word of explanation, he grabbed the food from the plates and began stuffing it into his mouth. Son Goku, Bulma said in a deep voice, a trace of anger coloring her delicate features. Just moments ago, lost in her reverie, she had already envisioned spending the rest of her life with Jiang Fei, even pondering names for their future children. Yet Goku's sudden intrusion not only shattered the serene atmosphere, but also obliterated her beautiful fantasies. With his mouth crammed full of food, Goku glanced up and mumbled, "Yo, Bulma, so you're home." However, due to the excessive food in his mouth, his words were utterly unintelligible. "Jiang Fei, you started eating without me. That's not cool," Goku then said, turning his gaze to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei poured himself a cup of tea, brought it to his lips, and savored it slowly. After swallowing the strong tea, he let out a satisfying breath. Watching Goku, who was devouring food like a voracious beast, he said calmly, "You'd better finish eating before you start talking." With that, he raised the teacup to his lips again, relishing its rich aroma and sweetness. Goku nodded with his mouth still full, then accelerated his eating pace. Chicken legs vanished like toothpick-sized snacks, steamed buns disappeared like tiny treats. Slurping noodles was akin to drinking water, and shoveling fried rice was like pouring thin porridge. Sigh. Bulma let out a helpless sigh, glancing from Jiang Fei to Goku. As the saying goes, comparison breeds contempt. Now the more she looked at Jiang Fei, the more agreeable he seemed. Just as Bulma was lost in her reflections, another thunderous noise erupted from within the room. Boom. It was the same door once more. However, this time it wasn't merely pushed open. It was shattered into pieces by a single punch. Shards of debris scattered, many falling into the dishes. MMPH. MMPH. Goku, his mouth still stuffed, glared wide-eyed, expressing his displeasure. Bulma shot to her feet, grinding her teeth in fury. "Vegeta, what do you think you're doing?" "Humph." Vegeta deigned not to acknowledge Bulma. Seeing Goku eating and unable to speak clearly, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Noticing where Jiang Fei was seated, he strode directly toward him. Seeing that the confrontation wasn't aimed at him, Goku quickly stuffed what remained of the relatively clean food into his mouth. "Vegeta, what exactly are you trying to do?" Bulma was reaching her limit. Originally, she had no major objections to Vegeta training in her home. But today he had not only disrupted her experiment, but also demolished her door. And now he was looking for trouble with the man of her dreams. One would think this was Vegeta's house. Ignoring Bulma's words entirely, Vegeta walked straight up to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was disturbed by the sudden intrusion of Vegeta. He had already set down his teacup and out of habit took a toothpick and placed it between his lips. You're called Zhang Fei, right? Vegeta said in a deep voice. Zhang Fei sat firmly in his chair, his gaze calm and indifferent as he looked at Vegeta, offering no reply. He had already figured it out. This Vegeta wasn't just troubled, he was seriously deranged. I hear from Kakarot that you're quite formidable, aren't you? Vegeta demanded in a hostile tone. Zhang Fei cast a contemptuous glance at him, still refusing to answer. He knew of Tragic Tower, originally named Vegeta-styled, dark-titled Saiyan Prince. His most classic trait was loving to put on the biggest front only to suffer the most brutal beatdowns. Part of it was due to his inherent nature, and part stemmed from his long years serving under Frieza. In terms of sheer obnoxiousness, he could rival Frieza. They were practically the Dragon Ball version of two peas in a pod. Noticing Zhang Fei's dismissive look, Vegeta erupted in fury. Bastard, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Inherently proud, being regarded with such contempt was an insult. Vegeta had already decided, regardless of whether this man was truly powerful or not, he would make him pay a fitting price. The dignity of the Saiyan Prince would not be challenged. Let's set aside who's stronger for now. What exactly are you trying to do? Zhang Fei said flatly. What am I trying to do? Vegeta sneered. I want you to experience the might of the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. The moment the words left his mouth, he swung his fist, a series of sonic booms echoing through the air. In the blink of an eye, the iron fist was already closing in on Zhang Fei's face. Goku swallowed the food in his mouth and frowned. Damn, Vegeta beat me to it. He had originally challenged Zhang Fei to a fight first, but before he could finish his meal, the two had already engaged. His complaint was accompanied by a hint of worry in his eyes. Of course, he wasn't worried about Zhang Fei. He was worried about Vegeta. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected Vegeta to strike so abruptly without any courtesy. Seeing the fist almost touching the tip of his nose, he merely moved his lips slightly. 2. The toothpick held between his teeth shot out like a bolt of lightning. Before Vegeta could react, seeing his fist about to land on his opponent, a mocking smile couldn't help but curl at the corner of his mouth. But that triumphant expression didn't last long. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if a bullet had pierced through his muscles and bones. His body began to lean backward, and just as his fist was about to make contact with Zhang Fei, it started to veer off course, and he was sent flying backward. He stumbled back several meters. Thud. Vegeta landed on the ground, a tiny wound visible on his shoulder. Crimson blood trickled out, forcing him to draw a sharp breath. At the same time, an unparalleled shock surged through his heart. Wah! What just happened? Vegeta murmured in disbelief. Even now, he had no idea how he had been injured. All he felt was something piercing through his shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and instantly fall to the ground. Bulma hadn't even registered what happened. She had only just noticed Vegeta suddenly vanish as he charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was lying on the ground again. Son Goku stopped eating immediately and stood up. From his perspective, he had witnessed everything that had just transpired. It seemed as though something minuscule had pierced through Vegeta's body. The momentum of that object had carried him along, preventing him from hitting Zhang Fei, and instead causing him to fall injured. Damn it. How could this be? Vegeta growled, clutching his wound with a ferocious expression. He still couldn't fathom how he had been injured or how he had fallen. Zhang Fei's expression remained tranquil and indifferent, as if nothing had occurred. Bulma, snapping back to reality, shot Vegeta a venomous glare. She then rushed to Zhang Fei's side, her eyes brimming with worry. Zhang Fei, are you alright? Her tone was laced with concern, as if she regarded him as family. Zhang Fei offered her a gentle smile and slowly shook his head. Oh my God, Thai's smile. Bulma felt her heart melt at the sight. Had she not maintained a shred of composure and rationality, she might have even exclaimed that she must protect that smile at all costs. Zhang Fei rose slowly, clasped his hands behind his back, and said calmly, Vegeta, since you wish for me to demonstrate my skills, I shall grant you that opportunity. Vegeta looked up at him, his horrified expression gradually fading. Soon a fiery, arrogant look reappeared in his eyes. Perhaps it was just an accident. Maybe it was some mysterious power of his. Vegeta thought to himself somewhat self-deceptively. After all, from beginning to end, Zhang Fei hadn't emitted even a trace of energy. Very well, then this prince shall impart some wisdom to you. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, boasting arrogantly. In his eyes, the other was nothing special. The only one in this world worthy of being the Saiyan Prince's opponent was his fellow Saiyan Kakarot. The more he thought, the more arrogant he became. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled upward, twisting into a smirk. Then he assumed a fighting stance, seemingly ready to instruct Zhang Fei right there in the room. Not so fast. Zhang Fei shook his head, extending a hand to point behind Vegeta. First, pull out that toothpick. If you can snap it in two, then we can talk about instruction. Huh? What toothpick? Vegeta was taken aback. He dropped his stance and turned to look. Sure enough, half of a toothpick was embedded in the wall behind him. It was faintly stained with a touch of crimson, resembling blood. Suddenly, Vegeta whipped his head back to stare at Zhang Fei in disbelief. Could it be this toothpick? He then looked down at his still bleeding wound. He had just recalled that when he entered, Zhang Fei had been holding a toothpick between his lips. It had now disappeared from his mouth, which indicated that Zhang Fei had used that very toothpick to halt his attack and inflict this wound. Oh, so it was a toothpick, Son Goku mused thoughtfully. He had been wondering what had injured Vegeta. It turned out to be an unremarkable toothpick. At the same time, the blood within him began to boil. If a toothpick could injure Vegeta, didn't that indirectly prove that Zhang Fei's strength was extraordinary? Impossible, this is impossible. How could I be hurt by a toothpick? Vegeta shook his head, reluctant to admit it. Had he been injured by a beam of energy, he wouldn't be so shocked. But a wooden toothpick? How could something so fragile harm someone as powerful as him? Zhang Fei gave a helpless smile. There was nothing impossible about it. A toothpick was nothing, even if he spat. No, even if he just blew a breath, Vegeta would likely be obliterated. Causing him only a minor injury was already showing restraint. Seeing Vegeta frozen in place, Son Goku ignored him. Curious, he walked over to the wall and pulled out the toothpick. Examining the plaster on it, he could tell that exactly half of the toothpick was embedded in the wall, not a fraction more or less. This demonstrated that Zhang Fei's strike was not only immensely powerful, but also exquisitely controlled. For a toothpick capable of piercing Vegeta's body, burying itself only halfway into a wall was effortless. Punching through the earth itself would likely be a trivial task. Alright, Vegeta, snap out of it. If you want to spar with Zhang Fei, first snap this toothpick. With that, Son Goku tossed the toothpick to Vegeta. Vegeta snapped back to attention and caught it instinctively. Staring at the thin, short piece of wood in his hand, a wave of boundless fury suddenly surged within him. Bastard. Vegeta cursed, his face dark with rage. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans, one of the mightiest warriors in the entire universe. He had destroyed countless planets. Being told he had to snap a toothpick before he could fight was nothing short of an insult to his lofty pride. Pressing his thumb against the center of the toothpick, Vegeta gritted his teeth and glared at Zhang Fei. You dare insult this prince? He'll kill you. With that, he pressed down with all his might. But the anticipated crack never came. His fingers felt no sensation of wood breaking. What the hell, eh? Vegeta's eyes bulged as he stared down. His thumb was pressing with immense force. Not only did the toothpick fail to break, it didn't even bend. Instead, his thumb was turning pale from the strain. Vegeta, what are you playing at? Son Goku asked, puzzled by Vegeta's shocked expression. He too was curious why Zhang Fei would set such a simple task. But despite his curiosity, he didn't pry further. Through his extensive training, Goku knew that some powerful individuals had their own unique rules. Perhaps this was Zhang Fei's way. Vegeta ignored Goku's voice, completely focused on the toothpick in his hand. Sweat was beginning to form on his forehead and temples. He was steadily increasing his strength, yet he still couldn't snap the damn toothpick. What the hell is going on? Is the prince unable to break a simple toothpick? Vegeta began to doubt himself, his thumb starting to ache from the effort. But he didn't give up. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and concentrated. After about a second, his eyes snapped open, his gaze focused, and he roared, break. Simultaneously, an unparalleled surge of powerful energy erupted from his body. A fierce gale whipped up around them, and the residential building began to crumble. Bulma screamed, crouching down and covering her head as huge chunks of debris fell from the ceiling. Son Goku shielded his face with his arm, looking bewildered as he yelled, holy crap. Vegeta, it's just snapping a toothpick. Do you really need to use that much force? Zhang Fei watched the rolling boulders descend, still standing with his hands behind his back, showing no sign of panic. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and a transparent hemispherical barrier materialized around him. It then rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye it enveloped both Bulma and Son Goku. Vegeta's energy surged even higher. The residential building was completely leveled to the ground, and a white aura soared into the sky. Shockwaves radiated in all directions, tearing up the very earth beneath them. Bulma crouched on the ground, clutching her head, trembling in fear. Yet to her surprise, the stone that should have crashed down upon her head had already fallen. But why didn't she feel even a hint of pain? Ho, Zhang Fei, that move of yours is something else. Son Goku said with a smile, brushing the dust off his clothes. Though he wasn't afraid of being hit by rocks, no one wanted to be buried alive. Zhang Fei. Bulma heard Goku's voice, opened her eyes, and slowly stood up. She realized that the spot where she stood was encased in a glass-like barrier. Although all the surrounding structures had been reduced to rubble, the area beneath her feet remained untouched. So it was Zhang Fei who saved me, Bulma murmured to herself, placing a hand on her chest. As she gazed at Zhang Fei, her fondness for him deepened, and a hint of admiration crept into her eyes. Outside the transparent barrier, Vegeta was still straining with all his might against the toothpick in his hand. His energy continued to climb, and a white aura blazed skyward. The ground beneath his feet rapidly cracked, forming a web of fissures like a spider's web. Yet even so, he remained utterly powerless against that toothpick. On the KO planet, the North KO was pale-faced, cold sweat dripping incessantly. It was no exaggeration to say that the sweat falling from him could have formed a stream. Vegeta, What the hell is this Vegeta doing? The North KO trembled all over, his breathing growing rapid. Though he still couldn't sense Earth's existence, he could faintly perceive the energy Vegeta had unleashed. But now he wished he could sense nothing at all. Vegeta, could this guy have clashed with the Enforcer? The more the North KO thought about it, the more alarmed and terrified he became. If this continued, he would surely scare himself to death. However, his worries were somewhat unnecessary. Vegeta hadn't clashed with Jiang Fei at all. Instead, he was locked in a struggle with a toothpick. On Earth, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, Kuririn's son Gohan, and others had gathered. They had all sensed the aura Vegeta was emitting. They were now rushing toward the Capsule Corporation headquarters. After all, with such a powerful aura erupting, it might mean he had encountered an enemy. As warriors of Earth, they naturally had to go and see what was happening. If there was trouble, they might be able to lend a hand. However, what puzzled them was this: if Vegeta had encountered an enemy, why could they only sense his energy? Why couldn't they sense the opponent's energy? They would probably only find out once they arrived. At Capsule Corporation, the energy Vegeta released continued to rise. Shockwave after shockwave erupted, demolishing one building after another. Bulma also snapped out of her daze. She had just realized that this was her home. Looking at the devastation around her, her blood pressure shot up. Hey Vegeta, stop it. Do you hear me? Stop it. Bulma shouted in protest, pressing against the barrier. It wasn't about the loss of money. After all, her family was the richest in the world. But many of the surrounding buildings housed her laboratories. Inside were numerous projects she had been working on, and seeing them destroyed pained her deeply. Hey, Vegeta, you bastard, do you hear me? Bulma pounded on the barrier. Seeing her distressed, Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly and decided to help her. With a wave of his hand, a transparent barrier also appeared around Vegeta. The violent aura emanating from him vanished without a trace. One by one, the shockwaves came to a halt. The remaining buildings were spared. If it had continued, even the Capsule Corporation would have disappeared from the face of the earth. Phew. Bulma patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Jiang Fei, a blush crept onto her face. Thank you. Jiang Fei said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. Just then the Earth's warriors arrived as well. What puzzled them was that only moments ago they had sensed a colossal aura, but now it had vanished completely. Nevertheless, they spotted Vegeta. What baffled them even more was that Vegeta was trapped inside a barrier. He seemed to be struggling with something in his hands, his face flushed with effort, as if he were exerting tremendous force. On the KO planet, the North KO felt Vegeta's energy disappear, and his heart sank to the depths. Could this guy have been killed by the Enforcer? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He even began to imagine Vegeta's arrogant and domineering behavior. Vegeta radiating that overwhelming aura, pointing at the Enforcer and saying, what the hell is an Enforcer? He'll have you know, in front of this prince you're nothing but dirt. Before he could finish, the Enforcer delivered righteous judgment and killed him with a single palm strike. TSK. No, I can't stay here. The North KO gasped, his hands clasped behind his back, the two antennae on his head trembling incessantly. His body was already drenched in sweat. His mind raced as he began to formulate a plan. Earth was under his jurisdiction. Whis had told him to entertain the Enforcer properly, but he couldn't even contact Earth. Not only had he failed to make contact, but he had also allowed that brat Vegeta to offend the Enforcer. As the KO, he was certainly guilty beyond redemption. What am I to do? The North KO's face was etched with worry, and his heart was already burning with anxiety. Forget it. He'll go hide at another KO's place for a few days. The North KO said helplessly. With that, he went back into his house to pack. Though one could only hide for so long, who wouldn't want to live a few more days? He would hide for as long as he could. As long as he kept his life, everything else could be dealt with later. Soon the North KO had packed up everything. Taking his monkey and insect, he abandoned everything and left without a second thought. Meanwhile, on Earth, the crowd not only beheld Vegeta, but also a long-lost familiar face, Son Goku. Dad. Gohan dashed over first. He had been missing his father deeply these past days, uncertain when they would meet again. Little did he expect that a visit to Capsule Corporation today would bring him face-to-face with Goku. Gohan. Son Goku waved back with a smile. A surge of longing welled up within him. Such was his nature. When memories faded, so did the feelings, but now that they met, his yearning blazed fiercer than anyone else's. Jiang Fei timely withdrew the barrier around them. Father and son immediately embraced, with Goku lifting Gohan high into the air. Goku, thank goodness you're back. Goku, it seems you're truly unharmed. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Piccolo all gathered around, their eyes brimming with joy. After all, they were comrades who had lived and fought together. Separated for days, now reunited, their excitement was palpable. Everyone's here. It's great to see you all. Goku greeted them with a smile, holding Gohan. Though the scene lay in ruins, it did nothing to dampen their spirits. They chatted amiably about this, and that a warm atmosphere prevailing. All right, Goku said, as if struck by a thought. He walked slowly over to Jiang Fei. Come everyone, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Fei, who brought me here from planet Namek. Bulma, looking rather shy, stepped close to Jiang Fei, giving the impression that they were a couple. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others stepped forward to greet him. Piccolo offered only an aloof nod. Zhang Fei responded with a warm smile, to each exuding an affable air. Seeing so many familiar faces before him stirred deep emotions within Zhang Fei. Yet one person was missing. Where has my tea god gone? Zhang Fei mused silently. He glanced at Bulma beside him. If memory served, Bulma was still in a romantic relationship with Yamcha. Was it appropriate for her to stand so close to him? She seemed to think so unaware of his thoughts. Uncle Zhang Fei, thank you for bringing my father back from planet Namek, Gohan said earnestly, still in his father's arms. It was nothing, no need for thanks. Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile. Mr. Zhang Fei, if you could bring Goku back from Namek, your strength must be immense. Krillin spoke enthusiastically, his bald head gleaming. Zhang Fei smiled modestly, about to downplay his abilities, but before he could speak, Son Goku eagerly interjected, Zhang Fei isn't just strong. He's incredibly strong, unfathomably so. The group gasped, their gazes converging on Zhang Fei. They all knew Goku's power. He was the pinnacle among them. Moreover, he could transform into a Super Saiyan, a warrior who had faced Frieza Hedon. For Goku to give such praise, this Zhang Fei's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Really? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Absolutely true. Goku replied earnestly. Even Frieza and his brother treated Zhang Fei with the utmost respect. He then began recounting the events on Namek with great excitement. As they listened, the group's expressions shifted from surprise to awe. Eventually, they were left utterly stunned. Sigh. Zhang Fei let out a helpless sigh. He mused that Goku was a veritable loudspeaker, spilling every detail without restraint. Yet this also showed how genuinely sincere Goku was with others. I never knew Uncle Zhang Fei was so powerful. Even someone as evil as Frieza fears him, Gohan said with admiration. After hearing Goku's account, even the aloof Piccolo couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Zhang Fei. He too once harbored a proud ambition to grow stronger, but his foes grew mightier. That pride had gradually faded into the depths of his heart until he willingly settled into a caretaker's role. Oh, by the way, what's Vegeta up to? Krillin suddenly remembered. They had come because of Vegeta's energy signature. But Vegeta's peculiar behavior baffled them. He was still wrestling with something. Oh, Vegeta. Goku turned to look and explained nonchalantly. He insisted on sparring with Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei casually wounded him with a toothpick and told him he'd fight when he managed to break it. What a... The group was stunned. They questioned their own ears and asked Goku to repeat himself several times. He wounded Vegeta with a toothpick. Just a random toothpick? So Vegeta's been trying to snap a toothpick this whole time. Their perception of reality seemed to warp in just a few moments. Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard, glancing back. Vegeta was still locked in battle with the toothpick inside the barrier, his energy never waning. So focused was he, and so effectively did Zhang Fei's barrier isolate his energy, that Vegeta remained oblivious to the crowd gathering around him. What material is that toothpick made of? There's no way Vegeta can't break a simple toothpick. Krillin murmured unconsciously. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Fei. They were convinced the toothpick was no ordinary object. Surely it must be crafted from some special material. Son Goku's gaze also returned to Zhang Fei, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He had touched that toothpick himself, and it felt utterly ordinary, as if a mere squeeze would turn it to dust. Seeing everyone staring at him, Zhang Fei smiled helplessly and explained calmly, it really is just an ordinary toothpick. He pointed to an intact table with leftover food beside which sat a box of toothpicks. The group exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. Of course, although it is an ordinary toothpick, it is imbued with a trace of my power. Zhang Fei looked at the myriad of bewildered expressions on everyone's faces and continued with a smile. Ah, so that's it. Krillin breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had just felt something was off. An ordinary toothpick could be snapped easily even by a commoner, let alone Vegeta. So it was because the toothpick carried a trace of Zhang Fei's power. Wait, no. Krillin suddenly thought of something, his expression shifting to one of shock. The jaws of the others had already dropped to the ground, except for Vegeta, who was still struggling desperately with the toothpick inside the barrier. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Just a trace of his own power, and it renders Vegeta helpless. Piccolo muttered to himself. He now had to reassess the young man named Zhang Fei before him, but upon closer observation, he felt something different. Perhaps influenced by the Guardian. Although he couldn't sense any ki, he could perceive a transcendent sacred power coiling around Zhang Fei. This power even instilled a flicker of fear deep within his soul. Son Goku, however, paid no heed to such things. The fervent blaze in his eyes burned intensely. A toothpick imbued with just a trace of power had already left Vegeta helpless. If they were to truly fight, how incredible would that be? Zhang Fei, come on, let's have a fight right now. Goku said excitedly, setting his son down. He could no longer contain the fire within him. No matter how powerful Zhang Fei might be, he had to test his mettle. All right, Zhang Fei agreed readily. Since they had already agreed to fight, now was no trouble. As he spoke, his feet left the ground, and he floated gently into the air. Amazing. He can fly without a trace of ki. Tien Shinhan clicked his tongue. According to their martial arts principles, flying required the use of internal ki. Yet Zhang Fei had astonished them once again. My turn. Goku's gaze sharpened, and his aura began to gather. Hop. With a roar, his white aura instantly turned golden. His black hair stood on end, also dyed a brilliant gold. The surging aura made the very earth tremble. Even the air grew hot. After completing his transformation, Goku looked up at the sky, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Whooshed. The next second he appeared before Zhang Fei. The two locked eyes. One face burned with fervor, the other remained calm and composed. On the ground below, watching the impending clash, everyone gazed up at the sky, not daring to blink, lest they miss a single spectacular moment. So this is Super Saiyan. What immense ki. Tien Shinhan swallowed hard. It was his first time seeing Goku in his Super Saiyan form. This overwhelming ki left him utterly astonished. Incredible, incredible. Is this the form Goku used to defeat Frieza? Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. Like Tien, it was also his first time witnessing a Super Saiyan. After all, it was his own sacrifice that had triggered Goku's transformation. He could claim some credit for it, but regrettably he had never seen what a Super Saiyan actually looked like. Now at last he had witnessed it. Piccolo and Gohan, seeing this scene again, were stirred with emotion, but they were far more composed than the other two. They had witnessed the might of Goku in this form before, so they were not overly astonished. In the sky, Goku said with fighting spirit, "Will you strike first, or shall I?" "You go first. Once I make a move, you might not get another chance." Zhang Fei made a welcoming gesture and said with a faint smile. Though their voices were not loud, the words were clearly audible below. Krillin, Tien, and even Gohan were dumbfounded by Zhang Fei's remark. Goku's current ki was already terrifyingly immense. For Zhang Fei to say such a thing, wasn't he afraid of eating his words? But they didn't dwell on it, dismissing it as mere pre-battle bravado. In that case, I won't hold back. Goku dared not underestimate Zhang Fei. As he spoke, his form blurred and vanished from sight. Before anyone could react, he had already appeared before Zhang Fei. With no wasted motion, Goku swung his fist wreathed in golden flames. Boom! The heavy, powerful strike landed on Zhang Fei's face, exploding like a thunderclap. The shockwave spread, instantly scattering all the clouds around them. Yet despite its immense force, the punch inflicted no damage on Zhang Fei. He didn't even sway in the air. What a... The spectators below gasped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Goku's movements were so fast that even they couldn't track them. The force of his attack was suffocating. Yet landing such a punch had produced no effect whatsoever. Though they had anticipated Zhang Fei's strength, they never imagined he wouldn't even budge after taking a direct hit. Just who is this guy? Piccolo frowned, his voice grave. The longer he watched Zhang Fei, the more he felt his soul being suppressed. Deep within, he even felt an urge to kneel before this young man. The part of him that had favored Goku's victory now felt as if Goku was an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This feeling was utterly irrational, as if it had sprung forth from the depths of his soul. What Piccolo didn't know was that in the temple of the gods above, Korin Tower, the Guardian was watching the battle below, his clothes drenched in sweat. His withered hands clutched his staff with difficulty. He looked as if he was at his last breath, barely able to stand. "Guardian, what's wrong?" "Mr. Popo," his servant looked at the Guardian with concern. He supported the Guardian's arm to keep him from falling. This man, if I am not mistaken, is a god." The Guardian's voice trembled. He could sense that the one fighting Goku below was a true god. Moreover, his divine rank was immeasurably higher than the Guardian's own. Even watching from such a distance filled him with a terror that made it hard to remain standing. "Humph, Zhang Fei, you truly are formidable." Sun Wukong's expression hardened. He had anticipated a one-sided battle, but never imagined the imbalance would be so absolute. "Can you continue?" Zhang Fei asked calmly. Truth be told, that punch, landing squarely on his face, had been little more than a gentle breeze, neither painful nor unsettling. It felt like a soft zephyr brushing across his cheek, not only painless but faintly soothing. Of course, Sun Wukong steadied his breath and launched another fierce strike. He was not one to yield easily. Though his earlier blow had carried tremendous force, it had drawn only 7/10 of his strength. This time he would commit his full power, every ounce of his being. With a thunderous boom, his fist struck Zhang Fei's face once more. Unstoppable, incisive, shattering the very air. Gale force winds erupted across the sky. Space itself trembled faintly. Yet again nothing changed. Zhang Fei stood motionless upon the void, utterly unshaken, his countenance as serene and unruffled as drifting clouds. Still ineffective. Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched twice. Very well. With a deafening roar, his aura surged anew. The golden flames wreathing his body blazed with sudden ferocious intensity. Suspended in the heavens, he radiated such brilliance that even the sun dimmed in deference. His fists became a blur, striking relentlessly at Jiang Fei's limbs, torso, and head in rapid, devastating succession. Bang! 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 Thunder cracked violently overhead as shockwaves exploded outward in all directions. Though the battle raged high above, its concussive force sent violent tremors rippling through the earth below. Jiang Fei stood with hands clasped behind his back, absorbing every onslaught with his bare flesh. His expression remained unchanged, calm, composed, utterly imperturbable. Sun Wukong's power had now reached its absolute zenith, yet it failed utterly to stir Jiang Fei. Piccolo closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He could no longer bear to watch the spectacle above. The outcome was no longer a contest. It was annihilation. His opponent did not even need to lift a finger to render resistance futile. And should he choose to act, the result would be inevitable. Nearby, within a shimmering barrier, Vegeta's aura surged once more, reaching its apex. At last, snap! The toothpick in his hand finally broke. The instant it fractured, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air in great ragged breaths. His clothes were drenched in sweat. See for yourselves. This is the might of the Saiyan Prince. A mere toothpick effortlessly snapped. Vegeta murmured weakly to himself, his senses swimming in exhaustion. After all, he had poured every shred of his strength into that single futile effort. What he did not know was that the toothpick had not broken by his own power, but because the residual force Jiang Fei had imbued within it had long since dissipated. Otherwise, even a year of relentless straining would not have shattered it. As Vegeta lay catching his breath, he suddenly realized silence had fallen around him. He turned his neck, and there, suspended in the sky, he saw Sun Wukong locked in combat with Jiang Fei. Kakarot. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. In one fluid motion, he sprang upright, then muttered under his breath, "So that's a Super Saiyan." It was his first time ever laying eyes upon one. Awe swelled within him, quickly followed by bitter resentment. Damn it! The strongest Saiyan should be me, the prince. Gnashing his teeth, Vegeta pointed fiercely toward the sky and bellowed, "Kakarot, get down here now. Let me deal with him." Without pausing to consider whether his stamina had recovered, he ignited his aura, white flames erupting around him, then launched himself skyward with explosive force. But before he'd risen even 5 or 6 meters, thud. What the hell is that made of? My head. Vegeta plummeted straight back to the ground, clutching his skull and writhing in agony. Meanwhile, the spectators below paused mid-watch. Drawn by the commotion, Tin Shinhan furrowed his brow. What on earth is he doing? Looks like a donkey roll performance. Krillin scratched his bald head. Thanks to the barrier Jiang Fei had erected around Vegeta, not only was his aura suppressed, but his voice too remained completely inaudible. All the others heard was the dull, heavy impact. After a brief glance, Gohan redirected his gaze upward. Uncle Jiang Fei is incredible. Dad's already using his full power. Indeed, he's far more terrifying than any of us imagined. Krillin abandoned his curiosity about Vegeta and fixed his attention firmly on the sky above. It's impossible to fathom just how vast his strength truly is. Even Kakarot's aura makes me tremble, but this man has endured countless blows and remains utterly unscathed. Tien Shinhan added his own quiet reflection. Piccolo remained still, arms crossed, eyes closed, struggling silently to banish the deep primal fear coiling within his soul. High above, the battle raged on. Sun Wukong's fists blurred into afterimages, speed and force alike pushed to their absolute limits. Yet not a single blow stirred Jiang Fei, even slightly. Sun Wukong now understood they existed on entirely different planes of existence. Where earlier he'd hoped merely to exchange a few meaningful strikes, now he yearned only for Jiang Fei to shift, just a fraction, just once, and he would consider it victory enough. Haha. Sun Wukong landed several more rapid punches, then swiftly retreated, eyes locked unblinkingly upon Jiang Fei. Prolonged assault had left both his body and spirit weary. What's wrong, Wukong? Already spent. Jiang Fei asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Far from it. Sun Wukong chuckled dryly. Try this. With those words, he stilled his breath, pressed his palms together, and gathered his ki between them. Moments later, a blinding flash erupted. Kamehameha. An unstoppable, searing white beam lanced forth, pure, overwhelming power aimed directly at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei watched the energy wave approach and shook his head with a wry smile. I've long heard the warning, never exchange blasts with the sun. Very well, I'll respectfully oblige. Just as the beam neared his face, Jiang Fei parted his lips and blew softly forward. The Kamehameha, suddenly unmoored from control, veered sharply, grazing his nose before curving 90 degrees upward, piercing the heavens. Then impossibly it bent again, cutting a razor-sharp angle, before hurtling straight back toward Sun Wukong. What this? Sun Wukong recoiled in stunned disbelief. He had never imagined his own technique would turn against him, let alone trace such impossible arcs in midair. Frantically, he severed the flow of ki feeding the blast, but it was already too late. The beam had solidified, gathering unstoppable momentum. Sun Wukong watched helpless as the full force of his own Kamehameha slammed directly into his chest. Boom! A colossal explosion lit the sky, thick smoke billowing outward. From the roiling cloud, a figure plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Sun Wukong struck down by his own technique. He fell like a stone, straight toward the earth. His hair had lost its golden luster. Though his aura still flickered, it was now a pale, diminished echo of its former glory. Its former majesty gone. On the ground, the onlookers who had been watching all along were now utterly numbed by Zhang Fei's overwhelming strength. Sun Wukong's defeat was without suspense, without any chance to fight back. In fact, his opponent had never truly made a move. Instead, Sun Wukong was defeated by his own techniques. Thud! Sun Wukong's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Wukong! The others snapped out of their shock and quickly gathered around him. Sun Gohan lay on the ground looking at his father with a pained expression. Wukong, are you alright? Are you okay, Wukong? Others chimed in with questions. Head Zhang Fei is incredible, so incredible, it's beyond imagination. Sun Wukong lay on the ground grinning. Although he appeared battered on the surface, he wasn't seriously injured. After all, he had managed to retract his attack in time, so no further energy was injected. If he had been hit continuously, the outcome would have been uncertain. Zhang Fei watched the battle conclude with a smile. A flash of white light on his body instantly dispelled the thick smoke shrouding the sky. He then descended gracefully from the air. He appeared as if transcending the mortal world, carrying an innate celestial aura. Wow, Zhang Fei is really handsome. Bulma's eyes were fixed on him. Although she didn't understand the battle's details, the result was clear. Sun Wukong had lost. In her memory, Sun Wukong was a battle maniac who fought recklessly, rarely losing. Yet now her dream man had defeated him. Handsome and powerful, it only deepened her admiration for Zhang Fei. Damn it, Kakarot lost. Vegeta inside the barrier had stood up, his face filled with disbelief. That was a Super Saiyan, the very existence he dreamed of becoming. Yet he had lost so disgracefully, an affront to his dignity. Though it wasn't his own defeat, he felt an immense sense of shame. What the hell is this? Why can't I break it? Vegeta clenched his fist and punched the barrier. He had realized that this barrier confined his freedom. It also blocked all sensation of energy between inside and outside. He was now extremely agitated, desperate to escape and fight Zhang Fei. To reclaim the dignity Kakarot had lost. Thump, thump, thump. Vegeta struck the barrier repeatedly. Yet he still couldn't shatter this cursed restraint. The continuous pounding even made his hands ache. Bastard, what is this thing? Vegeta cursed in frustration. He felt he had encountered too many strange events today. Wasn't it just wanting to fight someone? Why was it so difficult? The more he thought about it, the angrier and more disheartened he became. Vegeta erupted with a massive burst of energy. He gathered energy waves in both hands and launched a spectacular assault against the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, smoke and explosions filled the barrier. Having just snapped a toothpick in his hand, he now had to battle the barrier that trapped him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was barely helped to his feet. Zhang Fei slowly approached. The crowd around Sun Wukong parted to make way, their gazes toward Zhang Fei now filled with deep respect. They were also puzzled. When had such a formidable figure appeared on Earth? Why had they never heard of him before? Zhang Fei, you're so cunning. When we first met, you said you were just average. Sun Wukong said with a smile despite his bruised face. He had never believed Zhang Fei's claim of being ordinary. Seeing him today, he was truly extraordinary, a real revelation. Heh. Zhang Fei smiled calmly and said in a steady voice, just stating the facts. As he spoke, he gently tapped the air with his finger twice. A sacred light suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong's body. Dad! Sun Gohan exclaimed in surprise. The onlookers were startled, unsure of what was happening to Sun Wukong. They turned to Zhang Fei, wondering if he had acted again. Though many thought so, no one dared to intervene. Since Sun Wukong couldn't match Zhang Fei, they were even less capable. This is... Sun Wukong examined the light on his body, feeling no discomfort. Instead, a warmth soothed his body, bringing immense comfort. The next moment, his wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. In just a few breaths, the light gradually faded. His injuries vanished, and his entire demeanor became refreshed. My wounds. Healed. Sun Wukong couldn't believe it, clenching his fists tightly. After confirming his recovery, he looked at Zhang Fei with astonishment. Zhang Fei, is this your ability? Sun Wukong asked, his face full of surprise. The others, seeing his recovery, gaped in amazement. Zhang Fei nodded with a smile. Just a small gesture. He had no intention of harming Sun Wukong, who was a talent of the 7th universe. He would need his help for future tasks. If injuries stunted his growth, it would contradict Zhang Fei's original purpose. Everyone marveled at this answer. The day had brought too many shocks. First, Vegeta couldn't break a toothpick Zhang Fei had used. Then Zhang Fei effortlessly defeated Sun Wukong without even attacking. Now he healed Sun Wukong with a mere gesture. Such a person was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Krillin murmured in a daze. Piccolo was now utterly horrified, his gaze toward Jiang Fei devoid of any arrogance replaced by profound respect. Incredible, just like a Senza being. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with envy. Jiang Fei was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed such wondrous abilities. If he could have them, he would never fear injury again. He could fight without any restraint from now on. As they marveled at Jiang Fei's extraordinary abilities, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, landing in the courtyard. The sudden arrival caught everyone's attention. Jiang Fei turned to look as well. Oh, it's the Guardian. Why have you come down? Sun Wukong was the first to react, greeting with a smile. Clin and Tenshinhan also waved cheerfully. Piccolo felt a stir in his heart, as if a thought had dawned on him. So this one has sensed it too. The Guardian said nothing, walking straight past the still unleashing Vegeta. Sun Wukong smiled and stepped forward. The Guardian was an old acquaintance who had aided him many times. As he walked, he said, Guardian, aren't you not supposed to leave the temple easily? What brings you here? The Guardian seemed not to hear Sun Wukong's voice, remaining silent. It was as if he didn't see Sun Wukong approaching him at all. He brushed past him, walking forward step by step without pause. Huh. Sun Wukong's smile froze instantly, and he scratched his head in bewilderment. Turning to look at the Guardian who had ignored him, he found it strange. Clin and the others were equally puzzled. They could tell that the usually reclusive Guardian was acting oddly today. Jiang Fei maintained a faint smile. Ever since arriving on Earth, he had sensed someone watching him. If he wasn't mistaken, it must be this planet's Guardian. This person's descent was likely aimed at him. As confusion lingered among the group, the Guardian did something none of them expected. The Guardian walked up to Jiang Fei with a devout and humble expression. This humble deity pays respects to Mr. Jiang Fei. As he spoke, he knelt without hesitation, pressing his forehead to the ground. Witnessing this, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. What is going on? Clin stammered. Sun Wukong and Tenshinhan stood with mouths agape, eyes wide, shaking their heads stiffly. They had no idea what had happened. This was the Guardian of Earth. How could he kneel to Jiang Fei like that? Though the Guardian's power was unremarkable as a deity, he had dignity to uphold. Even in the most perilous situations, they had never seen the Guardian grovel. Sun Wukong and the others deeply respected this deity, who had helped them greatly. Yet today's scene left them utterly dumbfounded. Guardian of Earth, rise. Jiang Fei said calmly, seeing nothing amiss. He was after all an enforcer of the divine realm. It was only natural for a terrestrial deity to pay homage to him. Having come to the 7th universe where the god of destruction was too aloof to meet him, it would be inexcusable if even an Earth deity didn't come to pay respects. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Fei, the Guardian said, still prostrate. After expressing gratitude, he slowly rose, but kept his head bowed, not daring to meet Jiang Fei's gaze. What is all this about? Sun Wukong was thoroughly confused. He walked over to Piccolo, who had been silent all along. Since the two were once one, Piccolo might know something. He nudged him with an elbow. Piccolo, what's with the Guardian? Piccolo frowned at Sun Wukong's question. Now Clin, Gohan, Tenshinhan, and even Bulma had their eyes fixed on him. Just now my instincts were right. Piccolo crossed his arms, speaking in a low, grave tone. The soul-crushing pressure Jiang Fei exerted was overwhelming. Seeing the Guardian who was once part of him descend from the temple only confirmed his suspicions. What instincts? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was utterly baffled. Piccolo spoke like a riddle master, his words shrouded in mist. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Piccolo finally opened his mouth to explain solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jiang Fei is a deity. A deity. The words instantly ignited the entire gathering. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to believe what they had just heard. Until now, they had only seen Jiang Fei as an incredibly powerful human, never considering him a god. Indeed, and a deity of high rank. Piccolo stole a glance at the Guardian, his expression dead serious. A deity of high rank? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Like Lord Ko. The most powerful and highest-ranking deity he had encountered was Ko. Thus he naturally assumed Jiang Fei was on par with Ko. Piccolo slowly shook his head. His rank is far above Ko's. He had met Ko before. Although Ko's rank was higher than the Guardian's, he exerted no pressure on Piccolo. Even a rank higher would likely have little effect. Yet Jiang Fei suppressed him intensely, proving he was a deity of unimaginable stature, far above Lord Ko. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, muttering to himself. He also recalled what Jiang Fei had said on Namek about Frieza, and Cooler mentioning the god of destruction. Back then Jiang Fei had dismissed it as an insignificant deity. Now reflecting on it, things seemed far more complex. Meanwhile, the Guardian, head bowed in humility, asked in a low voice, May I ask, Mr. Jiang Fei, which deity of the divine realm are you? The Enforcer, Jiang Fei replied flatly. Upon hearing the title Enforcer, a flicker of confusion crossed the Guardian's face. But he quickly regained his respectful demeanor. Clearly the name was unfamiliar to him. Still, that was no issue. He was merely a minor deity of Earth. There were many great deities he had never heard of. Ignorance was perfectly normal. I recall you shouldn't leave the temple without special circumstances. Zhang Fei continued calmly. The guardian's expression tensed instantly, and he hurriedly replied, yes, yes. This humble deity sensed the enforcer's presence and broke the rules to come pay respects. Please forgive me, Lord Enforcer. No matter. There's nothing for you here. Return. Zhang Fei waved dismissively. This was the first deity he had met since arriving in the 7th universe, and one who came to pay homage. Unlike certain others, it showed sincerity. Phew, the guardian breathed a sigh of relief. Then respectfully he said, thank you, Lord Enforcer. This humble deity takes his leave. With that he backed away step by step, still facing Zhang Fei. When he reached Sun Wukong and the others, he issued a stern warning. He told them not to provoke the Enforcer. Then he soared into the sky and departed, inwardly complaining. With someone like this here, why didn't Lord Ko say a word? Meanwhile, on Ko's planet, it was already deserted. In fact, even the house built there had vanished. Only a lonely planet remained suspended in the void. On Earth, after the departure of the Celestial, everything had practically settled. However, the way everyone now looked at Zhang Fei had once again shifted, bearing a different nuance. If before their gaze towards him after defeating Sun Wukong was one of admiration and astonishment, now it was filled with a reverence akin to that felt for Piccolo. A natural human awe for a deity. After all, the Celestial had warned them before leaving not to show any disrespect towards Zhang Fei, and his recently displayed immense power only reinforced that. For a moment, among the entire crowd, not a single person dared to approach him. Even Bulma, who harbored feelings of admiration for Zhang Fei, no longer dared to get close. She could only murmur to herself, it seems I was right from the start, this guy really isn't human. However, there was one exception in the entire scene. That person was Sun Wukong. With his carefree personality, he cared little whether Zhang Fei was human or god. In his heart, he only regarded Zhang Fei as a good friend. Zhang Fei, you tricked me again. First you said you were an earthling, and now you turn out to be a god. That's just like you. Sun Wukong said with a grin, walking up to Zhang Fei and gently punching him on the chest. How I didn't lie to you, Wukong. Zhang Fei replied in a relaxed tone, I am an earthling, that's true. As for being a god, you never asked. I can't exactly go around proclaiming to everyone I meet that I'm a god, can I? If people knew, they'd think I'm a deity. If they didn't, they'd think I'm insane. Sun Wukong was taken aback by this explanation, then scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. That does make sense. The others couldn't help but chuckle softly. They never expected Zhang Fei to have such a sense of humor. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became more relaxed. Krillin and the others began to approach, while Piccolo alone maintained his reverent distance. After about 2 minutes of casual chat, Sun Wukong suggested, Zhang Fei, do you have a place to stay? If not, how about coming to my house? He had his own motives, hoping to keep Zhang Fei around, so they could spar every day. No way, Bulma protested before Zhang Fei could answer. Initially, she felt a sense of distance upon learning of Zhang Fei's divine identity. But now she thought capturing a god would be even more thrilling. The mere idea stirred an irrepressible excitement within her. Zhang Fei should stay with me. My place is spacious and the environment is quiet. Bulma's voice trailed off as she looked at the surrounding devastation. The impact from Vegeta's attack had been immense. Not only had the residential building collapsed, but few surrounding structures remained. Zhang Fei smiled and shook his head. I haven't been to Earth for a long time. I plan to wander around alone. Please don't trouble yourselves. After he spoke, Sun Wukong and Bulma's faces showed clear disappointment. By the way, consider the damages here on me. Zhang Fei surveyed the scene, which looked like it had been hit by a magnitude 9 earthquake. As Bulma started to refuse, Zhang Fei simply waved his hand. A rain of banknotes immediately poured down from the sky, pelting them directly. Thighs is incredible. Krillin stared up with wide eyes. Even Bulma covered her mouth in shock. Though her family was the wealthiest in the world, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Zhang Fei watched calmly from the side. He had casually glimpsed a banknote stored at Bulma's house during a previous meal. After memorizing its design, a mere thought conjured up all this currency. For someone with divine power, money was just finely crafted paper. With a casual gesture, he could create vast amounts, each note authentic and even more exquisite than the originals. My God, Zhang Fei, your abilities are truly boundless. Is there anything in this world you can't do? Sun Wukong murmured, looking up at the raining feathers. Then his eyes lit up as if struck by an idea. Hey Zhang Fei, can you teach me this trick? Sun Wukong said excitedly. But when he turned around, Zhang Fei's figure had vanished. After searching around, confirming Zhang Fei had left, disappointment clouded his eyes. He had never had a concept for money. Since his marriage, he hadn't earned a single cent and lacked any sense of responsibility. This often angered Chi-Chi, and he was tired of hearing his wife nag. If he could learn that trick, his status at home would skyrocket. But now that he was gone, there was no chance to learn. The rain of banknotes lasted for about 5 minutes. A thick layer of cash piled up like a mountain, enough to make anyone envious. It was then that others noticed Zhang Fei had left. This appearance also flickered in Bulma's eyes. Meanwhile, Vegeta finally broke free from the barrier. Of course he didn't shatter it, or Zhang Fei had casually dispelled it upon leaving. Damn it, I'm finally out. Vegeta panted, drenched in sweat. Scanning the assembled Earthlings, his gaze searched for Zhang Fei. Though utterly exhausted, his arrogant demeanor remained unchanged. Where's Zhang Fei? Where is he? I'm out. Come out and face your death. Vegeta shouted arrogantly, looking around. The others stared at him as if he were a fool. No one answered him. After a brief exchange, they all dispersed. Bulma, am leaving too, Sun Wukong said, holding Gohan. With that, he leaped into the air, transforming into a shooting star heading home. Only Bulma and Vegeta remained. But Bulma was in no mood to talk. Still lost in disappointment, she just wanted to be alone. Thus the scene was left with only the newly freed Vegeta standing foolishly amidst the thick green layer of banknotes on the ground. Meanwhile, after leaving Capsule Corporation, Zhang Fei didn't intend to seek more trouble. This time he wanted to indulge in the dazzling pleasures of the big city. After being cooped up for so many years, he was finally able to relax. He wasn't about to pass up this chance for enjoyment. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fei had rediscovered the ordinary life of his past self on Earth. The transcendent and ethereal aura that once clung to him was now concealed. It seemed as though he had truly integrated into normal society. Eating, drinking, reveling in joy, and admiring the scenic mountains and rivers. Life was wonderfully carefree. Were it not for the advanced technology of this world reminding him, there were moments when he almost believed he had returned to the Earth of his past life. I've had enough fun. Time to get down to business. Zhang Fei lay on a patch of grass, gazing up at the sky as he stretched his limbs. He had not forgotten his purpose for coming to the 7th universe. After half a year of play, he had experienced all that life had to offer. Continuing further would only be a repetition of what he had already done. Zhang Fei slowly rose to his feet, the worldly expression on his face vanishing without a trace. Once again, his body radiated that serene and detached calmness. Just as he was about to take action, a chi far surpassing that of ordinary humans suddenly erupted from a distance. This chi appeared without warning, as if materializing out of thin air. This chi, could it be Trunks? Zhang Fei muttered to himself. He had never met Trunks, and thus did not know what his chi should feel like. But based on the known storyline and the current timeline, it should indeed be Trunks. Trunks. Let me go and see, Zhang Fei murmured. He then used instant transmission, and his figure vanished from the spot without a trace. In an unknown transverse valley, a blue-haired youth carrying a sword on his back stood atop a mountain's flat summit. His gaze darted around, as if searching for something, a hint of confusion on his face. That's not right. Frieza and his father should be arriving around now, shouldn't they? The blue-haired youth muttered in bewilderment. Just as he was pondering this, Zhang Fei's calm voice came from behind him. Are you Trunks? Startled by someone calling his name, the blue-haired youth spun around with a jolt. Zhang Fei's figure appeared clearly before his eyes. It seems I'm right, Zhang Fei confirmed with a nod. He had already arrived behind Trunks some time ago. Seeing the familiar clothing, blue hair, and the sword at his side, it was almost certainly future Trunks. Now that the youth had turned around, it was all the more certain. Trunks' pupils contracted sharply. He stumbled back 4 or 5 steps, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. Beyond sheer disbelief, a storm of shock raged within him. If Zhang Fei's sudden appearance behind him had caught him off guard, then the fact that he accurately called out his name was utterly alarming. Who are you? How do you know my name? Trunks asked, warily tightening his grip on the sword. After all, in this world, he had not even been born yet. For someone to name a person who did not yet exist, was it not like seeing a ghost? Heh. Zhang Fei let out a faint smile and spoke calmly. My name is Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei. Trunks furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. His confusion deepened. He did not recall anyone by that name from the past. However, that was not the immediate concern. The key issue was why this person knew his name. How do you know my name? Trunks maintained his high alertness. That was the question he wanted to get to the bottom of. He had originally come to deal with Frieza in advance, but now he was faced with this unexpected surprise. What if I said I guessed it? Zhang Fei said with a smile. Trunks' mouth twitched at this. Do you take me for a fool, eh? At the same time, his chi began to slowly emanate, as if he might strike at any moment. At that very moment, Son Goku appeared with a whoosh. He had clearly sensed the chi here and used instant transmission to arrive. Goku. Uncle Goku. Trunks was utterly bewildered. According to his knowledge, Goku should not have been on Earth at this time. He was supposed to arrive on Earth 2 or 3 hours later by spaceship. But now, oh, you know me? Goku asked, curiously looking at Trunks. Trunks was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Seeing that the youth remained silent, Goku scratched his head in confusion. He also noticed that the boy had his hand on his sword hilt, as if confronting someone, so he turned to look behind him. And there he saw an old acquaintance he had not met in half a year. Zhang Fei, you're here too. Goku's eyes lit up as he spoke cheerfully. Ever since his crushing defeat by Zhang Fei half a year ago, he had trained with such intensity that he had nearly forgotten to eat and sleep. His strength now was far greater than it had been half a year earlier. Upon seeing Zhang Fei again, the fierce fighting spirit within him began to surge once more. Long time no see, Goku, Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile. He noticed Goku's improved strength and felt quite gratified. For a protagonist like this, merely showing him a glimpse of a goal, his power would skyrocket like a rocket. One after another, several meteors streaked across the sky. Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others also arrived. They too had sensed the chi emanating from this place, but without instant transmission, they were slower than Goku. Zhang Fei. Vegeta spotted the man who had been on his mind. He dove straight down from the sky, landing before Zhang Fei, his eyes also burning with fighting spirit. Half a year ago, he had missed the chance to fight Zhang Fei, but now he was determined to settle the score. Father. Trunks murmured softly upon seeing Vegeta. Then he saw many other familiar faces. Most of these faces he had only seen in photographs. Watching them gather around Zhang Fei, he slowly lowered his hand from the sword hilt and gradually let down his guard. Meanwhile, Vegeta's loud voice rang out, "Zhang Fei, come on. Fight me. Won't want to snap toothpicks again." Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow and said unhurriedly. The others couldn't help but smile at this. The scene from half a year ago still brought a chuckle to their minds. Vegeta's face flushed red at the remark, but this time he did not say anything arrogant. Half a year ago he had indeed been too impulsive. After calming down, he realized that both the toothpick and the barrier were abilities Zhang Fei had displayed, and he had defeated Goku without even using a single move. From this, it was clear that the gap between him and Zhang Fei was immense. Yet the more so, the more he yearned to fight Zhang Fei. "Would you please fight me?" Vegeta unexpectedly set aside his proud demeanor. This scene left many astounded. They wondered if this was the Vegeta they knew. Even Zhang Fei was somewhat surprised that Vegeta could change so quickly. But those who were even more shocked were not them. It was Trunks, standing motionless. This is really my father." His mind instantly recalled what his mother had told him. "Your father is a proud and lonely man." Whether he was lonely or not was not immediately apparent. But from what he was seeing now, there was no sign of excessive pride. Wasn't he being quite humble and polite? Zhang Fei watched as Vegeta's face displayed an expression that was both awkward and sincere, and he gave a slight nod. It wouldn't take much time anyway, and he might as well consider it a bit of exercise. Moreover, letting Vegeta get knocked around a bit might actually accelerate his growth. Excellent. Vegeta clenched his fists, a trace of joy surfacing on his face. After waiting half a year for this confrontation today, he could finally have his wish fulfilled. Sun Wukong, upon hearing Zhang Fei agree to Vegeta's request, immediately squeezed and shouting loudly, me too, Zhang Fei, count me in." He couldn't bear to miss this chance to fight Zhang Fei again. "Don't worry, I won't leave you out, Wukong," Zhang Fei said with a faint smile. With that, he rose into the air, ascending slowly into the sky. Looking at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he said, "Both of you come at me together." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance. Normally, they would have worried about getting in each other's way. But today, facing Zhang Fei, neither of them harbored such thoughts. "All right," they answered in unison, flying up into the sky together. Trunks watched the unfolding events, growing more confused by the moment. His mind was now a sea of question marks. Where was Frieza? Why hadn't he come to Earth yet? Who exactly was this man named Zhang Fei? Why were his father and Sun Wukong challenging him? He had never even heard of someone named Zhang Fei. Yet this man could accurately call out his name. Trunks even began to wonder if he was the time traveler or if this Zhang Fei was. While he was still utterly baffled, the battle in the sky had already begun. Both fighters unleashed their full power from the start. Sun Wukong took the lead, transforming into a Super Saiyan without a word. Vegeta, not to be outdone though still unable to transform, also erupted with a fierce aura. Whoosh! Sun Wukong moved swiftly, arriving before Zhang Fei. He threw an unstoppable straight punch. The immense pressure made it hard to breathe. Trunks, captivated by the battle above, felt Sun Wukong's overwhelming energy. He couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Thighs. Is Uncle Wukong's ki so powerful? He himself could also become a Super Saiyan. But his own power level was nowhere near Sun Wukong's. With this strength, even the androids would be no match. Sigh. Thinking this, Trunks let out a helpless sigh. If Sun Wukong hadn't died prematurely in his timeline, then the human tragedy that followed wouldn't have happened. With this power, in 3 years the androids would be no match. In the sky, Zhang Fei let out a soft laugh. Watching Sun Wukong's fist, he unhurriedly extended a single finger. Just as the attack was about to land on him, that slender fair finger gently flicked outward. Sun Wukong's fist seemed to lose control, swerving past Zhang Fei and striking only air. Bang! Zhang Fei's finger tapped swiftly on Sun Wukong's head. The instant it made contact, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form dissipated. His body shot downward like an arrow, crashing directly into a large mountain below. Rumble! The towering peak collapsed, sending huge chunks of rock sliding down. Sun Wukong's body was buried beneath the rubble. Witnessing this, Trunks gaped in disbelief. He now suspected that he hadn't actually traveled back in time. Instead, he was still at home asleep, and everything he saw was merely a dream. So strong. Vegeta charging toward Zhang Fei felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He already knew his fate wouldn't be much better than Kakarot's. Nevertheless, he was determined to give it his all. However, Zhang Fei didn't intend to give him that chance. After dealing with Sun Wukong, he spread his fingers into an open palm. Unhurriedly, he slapped the empty air. Instantly, a fierce gale swept across the sky. Vegeta's charging body was halted, and the white aura surrounding him was blown away. Zhang Fei's slap was light both in execution and impact. As his hand descended, a massive transparent wind blade formed. With a whoosh, it shot forward. Vegeta, trapped by the gale, could only watch as the wind blade struck him. Ugh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The upper half of his clothes shredded into pieces. Vegeta lost his combat ability and fell from the sky. He crashed onto a cliff below. And thus the combined challenge of Sun Wukong and Vegeta against Zhang Fei ended in just a second or two. This man is incredible, Trunks muttered in astonishment. He knew this wasn't a dream because everything happening before him was so real. Yet the very realism of it all made it feel even more surreal. After watching Zhang Fei descend slowly, he flew toward where Vegeta had fallen. A moment later, Krillin and the others returned supporting Sun Wukong. Trunks also appeared before everyone carrying his father on his back. Zhang Fei had already returned to the ground. Sun Wukong opened his eyes with difficulty and said hoarsely, "Zhang Fei, you're still amazing." He felt his strength had grown significantly compared to half a year ago. Yet now standing before Zhang Fei, he was still so pitifully weak. Zhang Fei let out a faint laugh. Though the Saiyans' talent was high, it was far from enough to match him. He had only struck twice, but he could clearly sense his own power had increased slightly. It was only a tiny amount, but still perceptible. Trunks, for his part, laid his father on the ground. Compared to Wukong, Vegeta looked far more battered. He was completely unconscious, blood staining most of his body. If not for his faint lingering ki, one might have thought he was dead. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, two beams of healing white light fell upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Zhang Fei didn't want them to suffer any real harm. After all, he would need them to help him rack up achievements later. About 5 seconds later, their wounds healed, and they were back to full strength. "Phew, you're too strong, Zhang Fei. You're a monster," Sun Wukong complained helplessly after recovering. Vegeta remained silent. Having faced Zhang Fei's power directly, he now understood the vastness of the gap. Trunks, seeing them stand up as if nothing had happened, felt like he was going crazy. He knew that their recovery was undoubtedly Zhang Fei's doing, but he still wanted to shout out loud. What the hell was wrong with this world? Just as Wukong had said, Zhang Fei was a monster. But the question was, why didn't this monster exist in their world? Let's save the small talk for later. Zhang Fei chuckled, waving his hand at Sun Wukong's unconventional compliment. His gaze shifted slowly toward Trunks. Let's first hear what this man from the future has come here for. A man from the future? The words sent a jolt of shock through everyone present. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin all followed Zhang Fei's gaze. None of them had expected that the young man before them was actually from the future. He really knows? Trunks' heart tightened instantly. His curiosity about Zhang Fei's identity grew more intense. Just who was this man? He not only knew his name, but also his origins. Everyone had become intrigued by Trunks. This was their first encounter with a time traveler. Are you really from the future? Krillin asked inquisitively. Trunks nodded slowly in response. My name is Trunks. I truly did travel here from the future. A wave of astonishment rippled through the group as the young man confirmed it. Silently, they admired Zhang Fei even more. A god indeed. He had seen through the fact that this man was from the future, truly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Trunks, since you're from the future, how is the future version of me? Sun Wukong immediately stepped forward with curiosity. Trunks' expression darkened. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku. The future you is dead. What a... Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. He had hoped to hear that his future self had grown even stronger. He never expected such an answer. Heh. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, convinced that he must have ultimately surpassed Kakarot. And that Kakarot had been killed in battle by his hand. At that thought, a long-lost sense of confidence seemed to return to him. What about me? Krillin hurried forward. Mr. Krillin, you are dead too. Trunks said expressionlessly. Krillin felt as though the ground had fallen out from under him. He hadn't lived his fill yet, and this was the answer he got. Just as he was about to ask if he had gotten married. Tenshinhan couldn't hold back either. What about me? Dead. Trunks' voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Piccolo grew restless. And me? He demanded in a low voice. Don't tell me I'm dead too. Trunks nodded. No one asked any further. A deathly silence fell over the scene. None of them had lived their lives to the fullest, and now they had all been sentenced to death. Huh? Vegeta burst into laughter. A smug look spread across his face. It seems the future me killed all of you. What a shame. He shook his head with feigned regret. His expression was deliberately nonchalant. Father, Mr. Vegeta, you are dead too. Trunks said with a bitter smile. The smile on Vegeta's face froze, instantly turning rigid. Anger flared in his eyes as he stared at Trunks. How did I die, eh? Who did it? As he spoke, he stole a glance at Zhang Fei. His mind worked quickly. If even Kakarot had fallen, there was only one person who could be responsible. Zhang Fei noticed Vegeta's gaze and swept a calm look over him. Vegeta immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. In about 3 years, 2 androids will emerge. Trunks, oblivious to the brief exchange, began to recount the events of his timeline. He explained everything, including that Sun Wukong would die of a viral heart disease. Of course, he deliberately concealed his own parentage. Sun Wukong sighed in frustration. Oh, that's a real problem. Senzu beans can only heal injuries, not illnesses. From Trunks' account, the androids seemed formidable. He wasn't afraid of powerful enemies, but he dreaded dying prematurely, missing the chance to face such a strong opponent. Are the androids really that powerful? Vegeta crossed his arms, skeptical. Trunks nodded solemnly. Then a surge of immense power erupted from him. A golden aura blazed upward, and his hair shifted from blue to gold. It was unmistakably the form of a Super Saiyan. Oh, you're a Saiyan too. And you can transform. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. No, that's impossible. Vegeta stammered, flustered and incredulous. A Saiyan's hair should be black, but yours. He paused mid-sentence. Saiyan hair was indeed always black. Yet the young man before him, though his hair was blue, was unmistakably in the Super Saiyan state. I'm sorry, I am a Saiyan, but I cannot reveal my heritage just yet. Trunks spoke apologetically as he deactivated his Super Saiyan form and continued. With my current strength, I could probably handle one of them, but there are 2, so I've never been a match. I came here today to warn you to prepare. I hope that in 3 years you can defeat the androids. That way maybe our future world can change. His voice trailed off on the last sentence. Because events in this world had already diverged from what he knew. Whether defeating the androids in this timeline could alter his own was now uncertain. What Trunks didn't know was that even without Zhang Fei's presence following the normal course of events, their future still couldn't be changed. It would require his own efforts. So that's how it is. Sun Wukong said, scratching his head. By the way, Mr. Goku, this is medicine for your heart disease. You can take it when it strikes, or take it now. Trunks pulled the medicine from his pocket and tossed it to Sun Wukong, who caught it deftly, his worries vanishing in an instant. Dying wasn't the issue. It was dying without getting to fight a worthy opponent. That would be a regret head carried to the grave. All right. Krillin seemed to remember something. What about Zhang Fei? What happened to him in the future? The others realized they hadn't considered that. If all of them were dead, surely Zhang Fei wasn't. Someone as powerful as Zhang Fei could defeat 2 androids with ease, couldn't he? Zhang Fei. I'm sorry, but in my timeline there was no one by that name. Trunks said with a frown. This took everyone by surprise once more. It seemed Zhang Fei didn't exist in the future timeline. But they didn't dwell on it for long. Krillin said breezily, no matter. With Zhang Fei here, the androids won't pose any threat to us. Zhang Fei's strength was undeniable, more than enough to handle the coming crisis. However, his next words would shatter their relief. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving Earth today and likely won't be back anytime soon. So you'll probably have to deal with the androids on your own. Zhang Fei spoke calmly. He had spent enough time on Earth. It was time to fulfill his duties as an enforcer. Ah, I see. Krillin's face fell instantly. Even Sun Wukong wore a look of regret. To him, Zhang Fei was an incredibly powerful opponent. Having such a benchmark would surely push his own strength to new heights. Now that he was leaving, he felt a genuine pang of reluctance. Vegeta, meanwhile, was consumed by anger, not at anyone else, but at himself. Another Super Saiyan had appeared out of nowhere. It was a heavy blow to his pride. Piccolo, on the other hand, breathed a silent sigh of relief. The pressure that had been weighing on him was about to lift. Mr. Zhang Fei, how did you know where I came from and my name? Who exactly are you? Trunks could no longer hold back. Too many questions plagued his mind. If he didn't get answers, it would be unbearable. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, about to come up with an excuse. But Sun Wukong, brushing aside his own regret, eagerly explained, let me tell you, Zhang Fei is always so modest. Zhang Fei paused in surprise, then smiled and nodded. He was curious to see how Goku would explain him. Zhang Fei is a god, a very powerful god. I think he's called an enforcer. His abilities are beyond anything we can imagine. Sun Wukong spoke with dramatic flair. In his understanding, Zhang Fei was omnipotent. It was no surprise at all that he knew Trunks was from the future. After all, he had witnessed it himself. Oh. Trunks' mouth fell open at this explanation. He had never imagined this man's background was so extraordinary, a god. Great God, please forgive my earlier ignorance and disrespect. Trunks rushed forward and dropped to his knees before Zhang Fei. He clasped his hands above his head and bowed repeatedly with sincere reverence. He was a completely different person from before. But it was understandable. In his future timeline, he had never encountered a true god. Naturally, he harbored a deep sense of worship and awe. Now he understood why Zhang Fei was so powerful and how he knew his identity. He was the legendary god. Ahem. Caught off guard, Zhang Fei was a bit flustered. Get up. You don't need to kneel to me. In his memory, Trunks had knelt and kowtowed several times when he first met Whis. But he had mistakenly worshipped the wrong god, leaving Beerus ignored. Thinking of Beerus, Zhang Fei couldn't help but frown. That bastard, why hasn't he come to find me yet? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He had been in the 7th universe for half a year. Apart from Earth's guardian, he hadn't seen a single other god. It seemed he would have to go out and search for them himself. Trunks rose slowly, gazing at Zhang Fei with reverence. One last thing, time travel is strictly forbidden, Zhang Fei said flatly. Trunks was so startled, he nearly dropped to his knees again. Zhang Fei raised a hand to stop him. Just be mindful of it. No matter how many times you travel, I won't trouble you. Despite his words, he had other thoughts. Beerus, in the universe you oversee, someone has violated the law by traveling through time. I'm noting this down. With that, his body dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. He truly is a god. I couldn't even sense how he left. Trunks murmured, staring at the spot where Zhang Fei had stood. After also asking why Frieza hadn't come to Earth, he opened his time machine and departed from this timeline. The others also dispersed, each preparing for the arrival of the androids in 3 years. Although Zhang Fei had departed, he did not leave Earth directly, but instead proceeded to the Celestial Palace. The Celestial being sensed Zhang Fei's arrival and immediately brought Bobo to pay homage. Zhang Fei waved his hand and said calmly, "Take me to the North Kai." Upon hearing this request, the Celestial being nodded with a puzzled expression. In an instant, the two transformed into beams of light and vanished within the Celestial Palace, leaving Bobo alone in bewilderment. Zhang Fei knew that relying solely on his own abilities to find Beerus was futile. He needed to rely on his memories to locate the other gods of the 7th universe, hoping to learn the whereabouts of the realm of the gods of destruction. Soon Zhang Fei and the Celestial being arrived at the domain of King Yima. The surrounding minor deities all paid their respects to Zhang Fei in unison. Enough, no need for formalities. Take me to Serpent Road, quickly, Zhang Fei said indifferently. Upon hearing this request, King Yima promptly ordered his subordinates. Following a minor demon, Zhang Fei arrived at the starting point of Serpent Road. Gazing at the seemingly endless narrow path, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light that sped forward. In less than 30 seconds, Zhang Fei reached the end of Serpent Road. Looking up, he saw a tiny planet suspended above. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei flew directly onto the planet. However, what awaited him was not the warm welcome of the North Kai, but a barren grassland devoid of any life. Oomph! Zhang Fei exhaled and lightly stomped his foot. Where has everyone gone? In an instant, the Kai planet trembled, and over half of it shattered into rubble. At that moment, the North Kai's connection to Earth was restored. Believing Zhang Fei had left, he was carrying his house back, only to sense halfway that his Kai planet seemed to have been destroyed. Could it be that the Enforcer has come looking for me? A foreboding feeling crept over the North Kai. He was torn between returning and staying away. After a moment's thought, the North Kai gritted his teeth. Forget it, since he's already come, it would be improper to keep hiding. With that resolve, he steeled himself and hurried back, though the journey filled him with trepidation. He had already envisioned the consequences of facing the Enforcer. Zhang Fei stood expressionlessly on the remaining half of the planet. He could sense a key approaching rapidly, presumably the North Kai. After about half an hour, a short figure carrying a house descended slowly onto the planet. It was the North Kai. Seeing his planet half destroyed, his heartbeat quickened. Scanning the area, he spotted Zhang Fei standing still, his gaze calm and piercing. Gulping nervously, the North Kai struggled to set down his house before scurrying over to Zhang Fei. Whis had once shown him a photograph of the Enforcer, and the figure before him matched perfectly. Greetings, Lord Enforcer. I apologize for not receiving you properly. The North Kai knelt directly. Though such a grand gesture was unnecessary, his guilty conscience compelled him to show great deference. You know me? Zhang Fei asked impassively. The North Kai, still prostrate, replied without daring to look up. Yes, Whis contacted me before. Your appearance is etched in my memory. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Indeed, the Kai could contact the realm of the gods of destruction, and directly with Whis at that. This trip had been worthwhile. All right, you may rise, Zhang Fei said calmly. The antennae on the North Kai's head twitched slightly. Was that it? This was not what he had anticipated. He had imagined both the worst and best outcomes. The worst being the Enforcer killing him in a fit of rage, the best being a severe beating, leaving him crippled. Yet the Enforcer showed no sign of anger. Just as the North Kai began to rise, Zhang Fei's question, "Where have you been?" sent him sprawling back to the ground. Well, the Grand Kai summoned me for something, so. The North Kai stammered weakly. He was still pondering whether this constituted dereliction of duty, and if so, what punishment awaited him. Would it be death? Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow at this. Looking at the house the North Kai had set down, he suddenly recalled what Trunks had said. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Fei said calmly. A summons from the Grand Kai would be normal. But what was abnormal was carrying a house to such a meeting. No, not at all. The North Kai shook his head frantically. Sweat beaded on his face. Realizing he could not bluff his way out, the North Kai quickly confessed his true motives. He had feared that Vegeta's offense against the Enforcer would bring retribution upon him, so he had fled for a while. Jiang Fei found the North Kai's explanation somewhat amusing. Rise. I am not so petty as to take offense so easily. He had never been bothered by Vegeta's arrogance, so why would he blame the god overseeing this region for such a matter? After all, the god of Earth was still fine. However, from the North Kai's account, he gleaned one thing. Beerus and the others already knew his location. Knowing where he was yet failing to pay homage was quite commendable. The North Kai, unaware of Jiang Fei's thoughts, felt a wave of relief upon hearing this, and slowly rose to his feet again. However, Jiang Fei's tone shifted as his gaze fixed on the North Kai once more. The word, however, nearly sent the North Kai back to his knees. He steadied himself, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. You have been absent from your post for half a year. That is truly inexcusable. Jiang Fei continued. Yes, indeed. I deserve punishment, Lord Enforcer. The North Kai dared not argue, and quickly agreed. After all, the words were true, leaving no room for rebuttal. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Forget punishment. Just do one thing for me. Please instruct me, Lord Enforcer, the North Kai replied with a bow. Contact Whis, and have him bring the god of destruction to see me. Jiang Fei spoke with his hands behind his back. The North Kai, relieved by the request, smiled, and responded, of course. At the same time, he felt that the Enforcer seemed quite amiable. Perhaps he had been too quick to judge, imagining the Enforcer as far more fearsome than he truly was. It was a testament to the saying, hearing is not as reliable as seeing. His lack of prior contact had led to overthinking. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Whis, holding his staff, spoke with a hint of panic. The Enforcer is at your place right now, and you want us to go there. He had long known this day would come, but never expected it to arrive so abruptly. Yes, Whis, please bring Lord Beerus here immediately. The North Ko telepathically conveyed. Very well, I understand. Whis replied silently, in his mind involuntarily beginning to feel tense. Facing the Enforcer for the first time, he had no idea what was to come. Then come quickly. The North Ko was about to end the communication. Whis hastily stopped him. North Ko, wait a moment. Is there something else, Whis? The North Ko continued to inquire mentally. Well, Whis hesitated, then let out a silent sigh before slowly asking, since the Enforcer is with you, I want to ask, what is he like? Or rather, is he particularly angry right now? Whis blurted out all his questions at once. After all, the Enforcer had already been there for half a year. They had never paid their respects, not even offered a greeting. He had originally intended to go in person, but Beerus absolutely refused. As an angel, he couldn't leave the god of destruction freely, so he never went. Now summoned suddenly, there was no escape. He could only gather more information to mentally prepare himself. On the Ko's planet, the North Ko, upon hearing Whis' question, glanced up at Jiang Fei's calm and composed demeanor. Then he quickly lowered his head, covering his mouth with one hand, as if afraid Jiang Fei might hear. Both communicated via telepathy, unheard by others. Yet he still felt this gave him a sense of security, for the one they discussed was no ordinary being. From my observation, the Enforcer doesn't seem angry at all. His tone and expression are as tranquil as still water. He's not as fearsome as imagined. He feels quite amiable, the Ko replied truthfully. Though he didn't know Jiang Fei's true nature, that was his impression. Really? In the realm of the god of destruction, upon hearing the Ko's assessment, a glimmer of joy appeared on Whis' face. If it were truly as the Ko said, there would be little to worry about. After ignoring him for over half a year, an apology with Beerus should suffice. The Ko said earnestly in his mind. I'm certain. The Enforcer mentioned he dislikes taking his anger out on others. He gives an overall impression of being easygoing, kind, and magnanimous. Whatever Whis thought, this was how Jiang Fei felt to the Ko. The Enforcer of the divine realm had arrived, yet he hadn't paid homage, promptly delaying for half a year. When the Enforcer came to his territory and didn't see him destroying half a planet was understandable. But after meeting, there was no intent to punish. The only time it seemed like a reprimand, it was merely to have him contact Whis. If that wasn't easygoing, kind, and magnanimous, then there would be no good people left in this world. All right, tell the Enforcer we'll be there immediately. Whis repeated the word good several times, then ended the telepathic call, feeling a surge of secret delight. His greatest fear had been the Enforcer causing them trouble. If it were trouble for Beerus, he would be overjoyed. But if it were trouble for him, there would be no joy at all. Now it seemed the Enforcer was truly a benevolent and merciful supreme deity. Upon reflection, it made sense. One who held such a position would have a mindset and thoughts far beyond ordinary beings. If only I'd realized this sooner, I wouldn't have spent over half a year in fear. Whis laughed at himself wryly. Then in an instant he arrived at Beerus' bedchamber. Without a word, he kicked the bed with 2 loud thuds. The entire bed shook violently. Beerus opened his eyes groggily. Before he could react, Whis grabbed him and vanished from the realm of the god of destruction. Whis, where are you taking me? Beerus, still in his pajamas, asked angrily. Since leaving Cooler's place, he had worked intensely for days. Overcome with exhaustion, he had returned to the realm of the god of destruction for a short nap of half a year. And now, just as he had fallen asleep, he was awakened. Whis glanced at Beerus and said flatly, "Taking you to meet the Enforcer?" "How, the Enforcer?" Beerus yawned, then realized something was off. "What? The Enforcer? Whis, you're trying to get me killed?" "I'm not going. Stop, I want to go home." Whis found Beerus' noisy and fussy behavior extremely headache-inducing. If he appeared before the Enforcer like this, even the most benevolent person would likely be exasperated. But complaining now was useless. After all, he was stuck with such a god of destruction. "Lord Beerus, please calm down. The Enforcer isn't what we imagined," Whis said, helplessly recounting everything the KO had told him during their communication. In short, they had overthought it. The Enforcer was not a vicious tyrant. They had been scaring themselves for no reason. To sum it up in 2 words, the Enforcer was extremely benevolent. "Oh, is that so? Then I'm relieved." Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. When Whis suddenly said he was taking him to meet the Enforcer, he had nearly been scared to death. If it were truly as the KO said, then meeting him would likely result in nothing major. "Whis, change my clothes quickly. I can't meet the Enforcer dressed like this," Beerus said in a light-hearted tone. Whis smiled and nodded, and with a thought changed Beerus into his everyday attire. On the KO's planet, the North KO respectfully said to Zhang Fei, "Lord Enforcer, Whis will be bringing Lord Beerus here shortly." Zhang Fei responded indifferently, standing still and waiting. In truth, Whis was not entirely correct in one regard. Zhang Fei was indeed quite benevolent, merciful, easygoing, and kind, but that was toward ordinary people or lesser deities. When it came to gods of destruction or Kaioshin, it was a different matter. After all, a benevolent, merciful, easygoing, and kind person could never become an enforcer. After about 10 odd minutes, Whis and Beerus suddenly appeared above the sky of King Kai's planet. "Lord Beerus, we have arrived," Whis said from behind. Beerus nodded slightly, then stepped out from behind Whis. However, when he saw that only half of King Kai's planet remained, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "Whis, this? What happened?" Beerus felt that something was amiss. How could King Kai's planet, which was perfectly fine now, be reduced to half? Whis noticed Beerus' unease and spoke to soothe him. "Lord Beerus, do not worry. It is merely a trivial matter." "Trivial?" Beerus looked at Whis. "Yes, trivial," Whis declared confidently. King Kai had already informed him about the destruction of half the planet. The Enforcer had only destroyed half the planet and hadn't struck anyone. In his view, it was an insignificant affair. "However, Lord Beerus, the Enforcer is now watching us from below. Is it acceptable for us to remain hovering in the air without greeting him?" Whis noticed Zhang Fei's gaze had already fallen upon them. Beerus' heart tightened as he braced himself. Of course not. On the journey here, he had managed to calm his nerves. But now that they had arrived, unexpectedly his anxiety began to resurface. Yet it was too late for second thoughts. They were already here. He couldn't very well turn around and flee, could he? After speaking, he was the first to descend from the sky. Whis followed closely behind. In no time, Beerus stood before Zhang Fei. "Beerus, god of destruction of the 7th universe, pays respects to the Enforcer." Beerus bowed, deeply, bending far beyond 90 degrees, as if he wished to bury his head in his own lap. "Whis, guardian angel of the 7th universe, greets the Enforcer." Whis smiled and nodded, having thus performed his salute. Zhang Fei gazed at them with indifferent eyes, offering no words of his own. An eerie silence fell upon the scene. After about 3 or 4 seconds, Beerus slowly raised his head. Only then did Zhang Fei speak in a flat tone. "So you are the legendary god of destruction, Lord Beerus." Beerus found the words unsettling. Though the tone was calm, the implication seemed laden with hidden meaning. "Hee, before you, how dare I claim the title of Lord? Please, Enforcer, call me Beerus." "No, just call me Little B," Beerus said with a fawning smile, his face beaming. He strained to maintain an approachable demeanor. Zhang Fei let out a cold laugh, his tone suddenly growing heavy. "It's truly no easy feat to meet you." Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard, sensing that the atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. He licked his lips, his face a picture of nervousness. "Enforcer, please hear me out. There is a reason for this." Beerus quickly began to speak. "Ah, spare me, spare me." Zhang Fei raised a hand to cut him off, seemingly unwilling to hear any explanations for now. Then he beckoned to Beerus. "Come here, Little B. I have a few words for you." Beerus looked at Zhang Fei's demeanor and felt 1,001 reluctances in his heart. Yet unwilling as he was, he could only shuffle forward step by step. Heh. "Enforcer, please give your command." Beerus forced a smile. Zhang Fei nodded faintly. Then his expression shifted and his gaze turned razor sharp. He reached out with one hand and grabbed Beerus directly by the head. Engaging his core strength, he forcibly pressed Beerus into the ground. "Enforcer, why are you doing this?" Beerus mumbled, his face buried in the earth. Just as he attempted to resist, a massive surge of energy gathered in Zhang Fei's hand. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The remaining half of King Kai's planet was also blasted into dust. Fortunately, Whis and King Kai reacted swiftly, escaping the ground in time. Otherwise, they both might have been harmed. King Kai was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. He had never imagined that Jiang Fei would attack Beerus without any warning. But after a moment of shock, his face twisted in bitterness. My God, the other half is gone too, in my house. Meanwhile, Whis was even more bewildered. He stared blankly at the scene unfolding below. Beerus let out a piercing scream. With that explosion, the power gathered within him dissipated into nothing. The surface of his body was now charred black. Jiang Fei concentrated his mind and conjured a transparent barrier in midair beneath his feet. He and Beerus landed directly on the barrier. But while one stood, the other lay prostrate. Enforcer, I was wrong. Beerus lay on the ground, speaking without any strength to resist. However, Jiang Fei did not let him finish. Instead, he grabbed Beerus by the tail. Swinging his arm in a full circle, he hurled Beerus against the barrier on the opposite side. Thud! A dull sound rang out. Ouch! Beerus groaned in agony. That throw left him dizzy and disoriented, as if his bones were about to shatter. It wasn't over yet. Jiang Fei exerted force again, swinging his arm to fling Beerus toward the other side. Thud! Hissa! Beerus winced in pain. Though he desperately wished to fight back after that initial explosive strike, he was left utterly powerless. Thud! 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 Jiang Fei showed no mercy, swinging left and right, the dull thuds unceasing. Beerus' screams echoed endlessly through the air. How did it come to this? Whis was at a loss. He had imagined the enforcer would merely give a stern reprimand. Beerus would offer a sincere apology, and they would laugh off the enmity. But the current situation was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Listening to the relentless thuds and screams, Whis' own heart pounded violently. Beerus was continuously tossed high into the air, only to be slammed down again. In his heart, he deeply regretted. Not that he hadn't come to see Jiang Fei sooner, but that he had come at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to endure this suffering. At that thought, he mustered the last of his strength and cried out loudly, "Whis, is this what you called amiability? You've doomed me." As he finished speaking with a thud, he was slammed onto the barrier once more. Whis' mouth twitched at the accusation. Then he turned his gaze to King Kai. "Is this what you called amiability? How did it suddenly come to this?" The North Kai was at a loss for words. In his eyes, Jiang Fei, though somewhat stern, had never made things difficult for him. He was indeed a relatively tolerant god. Yet now, upon seeing Beerus, why had he changed so drastically? The North Kai, hearing Beerus' anguished cries, couldn't help but shudder inwardly. At the same time, he felt immensely grateful that it wasn't him enduring this torment. The North Kai sidled up to Whis and whispered, "Maybe you should go and persuade the enforcer." Whis, who had been burning with anxiety, instantly calmed down at these words. Though he felt sorry for Beerus' current plight, who would dare to step in and plead at a time like this. He had no desire to end up like Beerus, being picked up and slammed around by Jiang Fei. Ahem. Whis cleared his throat twice, his anxious expression vanishing. He replaced it with his usual, unflappable demeanor. Looking calmly at the North Kai, he said, "It's not that I don't want to go and persuade him. Lord Beerus and I have spent a great deal of time together. Seeing him suffer like this causes me great pain as well." At this point, Whis even squeezed out 2 tears from the corners of his eyes, as if Beerus' punishment truly pained his heart. Just as his face was filled with profound sorrow, his expression shifted abruptly to one of solemn gravity. "However, Lord Beerus made a mistake, and when one makes a mistake, they must be punished. Therefore, I cannot speak. If I did, it wouldn't be saving him. It would be harming him," Whis said earnestly with the air of a wise mentor. The North Kai, hearing this speech, nodded dumbly. It did seem to hold some logic. But then he snapped out of it, looking at Whis with suspicion. "You're not just afraid of the enforcer, are you?" Whis' face immediately flushed with embarrassment at these words. To be honest, he was indeed a bit intimidated. Not to mention whether he could defeat Jiang Fei, just the enforcer's official status alone meant he wouldn't dare to fight back. Getting hit a few times was nothing serious, but the shame of it was unbearable. Never in the history of the divine realm had an angel been beaten. And Jiang Fei's method was to pick someone up, swing them around, and slam them into the ground. If that got out, it would be a tremendous loss of face. How could I possibly be afraid of the enforcer? The enforcer is the person I admire most in my life. I respect him just as much as I respect the Grand Priest. Even more so, in fact. No other feelings exist. Whis continued, speaking with righteous indignation. "Oh, is that so?" The North Kai remained skeptical. It wasn't that Whis' words lacked sincerity, but his earlier panicked expression had been far too convincing. After speaking, Whis shook his head helplessly and sighed. At the same time, he silently prayed, "Lord Beerus, please endure a little more suffering. Once the enforcer's anger subsides, perhaps he'll be spared." Boom. Jiang Fei slammed Beerus heavily against the barrier once more. But this time he didn't continue. He let go of Beerus' tail. "Ow, ow, ow, that hurt so much." Beerus writhed and wailed like a banshee. His entire body was covered in bruises and his tail was almost bald. Slap, slap. Jiang Fei dusted off his hands, and said calmly, "Stop pretending. Get over here." Though the commotion had been significant, Beerus hadn't actually sustained serious injuries. At most it was just some superficial wounds. He just looked quite battered. Zhang Fei had been very measured in his actions. After the initial burst of energy, he had only used physical force. Hearing this, Beerus dared not continue rolling on the ground. He scrambled to his feet and ran over to Zhang Fei. This time, instead of bowing, he did as the North Kai had done before. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his head buried as low as possible. Whis and the North Kai also dared not remain in the sky. They quickly descended to the ground of the barrier Zhang Fei had set and hurried over. "Beerus, do you know why I hit you?" Zhang Fei asked in a subdued tone, looking down. Beerus straightened his kneeling posture and nodded hastily. Seeing Beerus like this, Zhang Fei frowned slightly and waved his hand. "Get up and speak." Only then did Beerus dare to slowly rise to his feet. Whis, standing behind Beerus, saw his current state. Though he had previously expressed pity, now that he saw him up close reduced to such a condition, he inexplicably felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. "So tell me, why did I hit you?" Zhang Fei asked expressionlessly. Beerus thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Is it because I didn't come to see you right away?" Zhang Fei shook his head slightly. Then, "Is it because I haven't been doing my job properly?" Beerus ventured cautiously again. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that obvious? If you were doing your job, do you think I came to the 7th universe just for fun?" Beerus clicked his tongue, realizing this answer was also wrong. He racked his brains, then suddenly remembered something. Leaning close to Zhang Fei, he whispered, "Could it be because of Frisia?" Zhang Fei felt a headache coming on. How was Beerus getting further and further off track? What did Frisia have to do with any of this? He had only met Frisia once back then, and Frisia had been thoroughly beaten by his brother. How could it possibly be because of him? "Forget it. Stop guessing, and let me tell you." Zhang Fei waved his hand and said with a frown, "The reason I'm angry is that you knew I was on Earth, yet you didn't come to see me. If something had delayed you for a day or two, it wouldn't have mattered. But I gave you a full 6 months. If I hadn't contacted you today, I doubt you would have come at all, would you?" Zhang Fei had initially thought that perhaps Whis and Beerus, like him, couldn't pinpoint his location, which was why they hadn't come. If that were the case, he would have been angry, but at most he would have just scolded them. However, when he learned from the Kai that Beerus had known he was on Earth all along and still hadn't come to see him, that was simply inexcusable. "Oh, Lord Beerus, this time you've been too clever for your own good." Whis lamented inwardly. He had suggested they go see Zhang Fei immediately, but Beerus had analyzed a whole host of reasons for why they shouldn't. He had adamantly refused to go, and now he had ended up in this miserable state. So that's it. Beerus, realizing the reason, beat his chest in frustration. Regret flooded his heart. He had once thought his analysis was so sound. Now it seemed utterly worthless. And all he got for it was a severe beating. However, even if he regretted it now, it was too late. The fight had already happened. Beerus lowered his head, a look of remorse on his face, and said, "I'm sorry, Enforcer. I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again next time." "Hey, don't rush, it's not over yet." Zhang Fei waved his hand. If he hadn't mentioned Earth just now, he would have almost forgotten. There was still one thing he remembered. There's more. Beerus' eyes widened. He couldn't recall any other mistakes he had made. Without allowing him to think further, Zhang Fei moved like lightning, delivering 2 swift kicks right to Beerus' chest. Beerus hadn't even reacted yet. Caught in confusion, they rolled on the ground for several rounds. Then they slid across the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a slow stop. Wow. Beerus flipped over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whis initially thought the matter was settled. Little did he know Zhang Fei suddenly struck again. This left Beerus too frightened to even breathe, fearing that after dealing with Beerus, Zhang Fei would turn his attention to him. "Enforcer, what have I done wrong this time?" Beerus clutched his chest, his face twisted in pain. The pain was not just physical, but also emotional. Rather than pain, it was more of frustration. As a god of destruction, he was used to being revered wherever he went. He had never experienced such humiliation. But today, not only had he endured so much humiliation, he couldn't complain at all, and even had to wear a smile. He now realized how difficult it was to be a god, especially a god of destruction. Come here, come here." Zhang Fei beckoned him. Beerus dared not hesitate. He wiped the painful expression off his face and jogged back over. Looking at Beerus' disheveled appearance, Zhang Fei continued in a deep voice, "The reason I struck you just now was related to your duties. Enforcer, please tell me, what have I done wrong?" Beerus lowered his head, resigned to his misfortune. If he were to pinpoint his shortcomings on the job, there would be a multitude. If he were to count them one by one, it wouldn't be something that could be resolved with just a few punches and kicks. "It's nothing much. I discovered that someone was traveling through time on Earth without permission, which violates the rules of the divine realm." Zhang Fei stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. This matter was neither too big nor too small. However, as an enforcer, upon witnessing it, he had to address it. Upon hearing this, Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression began to change, filled with a mix of grievance, disbelief, and even a hint of defiance. Various emotions surfaced almost instantaneously. Whis' expression also bore a strange look. Even the North Kai was silently muttering in his heart, feeling that something was off. What's wrong? You have an opinion. Jiang Fei noticed the change in Beerus' face and asked in a low voice. Beerus wouldn't dare to express any dissent. After hearing this, he quickly shrank his head and all expressions vanished from his face. However, he still quietly said, Enforcer, someone traveling through time has nothing to do with me. Jiang Fei thought he was being defiant, giving him a glare and raising his hand to strike again. Beerus quickly closed his mouth, not daring to continue. He could only cast a pleading look toward Whis. Enforcer, please calm down. Receiving Beerus's plea for help, Whis quickly stepped forward with a cheerful smile. Jiang Fei looked over with an indifferent gaze, ready to listen to what he had to say. Well, Enforcer, it should actually be the Kaioshin's responsibility for time travel. Whis said with a broad smile. Huh. Jiang Fei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He then looked at Beerus and asked, is that so? Beerus quickly nodded, feeling somewhat like crying. How could he be responsible for the Kaioshin's mistakes? Jiang Fei once again turned his gaze toward the North Kai. The North Kai understood and seriously said, indeed, that is the case, Enforcer. Ahem. Jiang Fei realized he had made a blunder and coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. He had originally thought this matter should have been Beerus' responsibility. To his surprise, it turned out to be the Kaioshin's job, and it seemed he was indeed mistaken. Since that's the case, let's not discuss this matter further. Jiang Fei said softly while touching his mouth. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt wrong to the point of tears. He was inwardly shouting, where did this Enforcer come from? His professional abilities were utterly inadequate. He couldn't even figure out whose responsibility it was, and without distinguishing right from wrong, he had just kicked him twice. Now he was acting as if nothing had happened, and was saying to let it go. Seeing Beerus' wronged expression, Jiang Fei decided not to continue troubling him. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Whis. Whis, who had originally been all smiles, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing this gaze. Enforcer, is there something you need? Whis forced a smile. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. The 7th universe ranks second to last in the entire universe. Don't you want to say something about it? Upon hearing this, Whis' smile froze on his face. He actually wanted to say that he wasn't the god of destruction and that it had nothing to do with him. However, he could only think this in his heart and didn't dare to voice it. Beerus' grievance vanished, replaced by an expression of watching the show. If Jiang Fei could give Whis a good beating, what was there to feel wronged about? He would be thrilled instead. I'm not going to waste words with you. For some time now, I haven't made significant progress in my strength, so let's spar a bit. Jiang Fei said in a calm tone. On Earth, he had only had 2 minor scuffles with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The level of those battles wouldn't allow him to go all out, fearing that he might accidentally kill someone. Having just beaten Beerus, his body had warmed up. It would be better to seize the momentum and have a battle. He might experience a significant boost in strength. That's not appropriate, right? Whis said with a bitter smile. He knew Jiang Fei's strength was roughly on par with the Angels, barely leading a bit. But still, as the saying goes, if a fight broke out, would he dare to go all out? However, before Jiang Fei could speak, Beerus nonchalantly said, what's inappropriate about this? If the Enforcer wants to test your strength, then let's give it a try. Whis shot Beerus a fierce glare and said, Lord Beerus, are you trying to find some internal balance? I don't know about internal balance. I just purely want to see you get beaten up. Beerus shrugged helplessly. He had suffered no small amount of bullying from Whis in the past. If the Enforcer could give him a taste of his own medicine, then he would magnanimously let bygones be bygones for what Jiang Fei had done. Whis, unwilling to engage with Beerus any longer, turned to Jiang Fei and said, Enforcer, this is truly inappropriate. I hold the utmost respect for you. How could I possibly raise a hand against you? The moment his words faded, Jiang Fei's fist came flying directly. Whis hurriedly dodged, but the blow still struck his shoulder. He stumbled backward several steps, inwardly amazed. This punch is incredibly heavy. From that single hit alone, Whis could roughly gauge that Jiang Fei's strength was by no means inferior to his own. Since you're being so courteous, there's no need to fight. Standing still and being my punching bag will do just fine, Jiang Fei said in a deep voice. With that, he moved like lightning, appearing before Whis in an instant. His fist shot forth, stirring fierce winds, as if the very space around them was about to tear apart. Whis, finding the ferocious assault unbearable, could only choose to defend passively. With a series of thuds, Jiang Fei landed several more punches. Whis raised his arms to block, but the punches were both fierce and swift, leaving him struggling to withstand the onslaught as he continuously retreated. Excellent. Well struck. Beerus shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Seeing Whis at a disadvantage, he even waved his arms, utterly disregarding his own injuries, as if the scene were a stimulant that made him cheer and lose all restraint. His mind was fixated on witnessing Whis being beaten to the ground, unable to rise. Booms echoed through the air. The clamor of their battle grew ever more formidable. The entire space began to warp violently. The serpentine road below had already shattered into countless fragments. Both hell and heaven trembled. Jiang Fei's punches grew heavier with each strike, relentlessly hammering forward. Wis's body seemed to meld into the air, evading with ethereal grace. Yet Zhang Fei had pushed his speed to the absolute limit, leaving Wis no time to react. He could only dodge while parrying with his staff. "What's the matter, Wis? Still not planning to fight back?" Zhang Fei asked calmly, continuing his assault. Wis's heart was filled with unspoken bitterness. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack. He had simply underestimated Zhang Fei's strength. Had he struck first at the very beginning, he might have stood a chance. But now he could only defend passively. A rash attack would surely be met with a hit. Each of Zhang Fei's punches was not only thunderous and swift, but also carried boundless divine power. Should that divine power seep into his body, even if he didn't die, he would surely be severely battered. Since you want to speak, let's end this battle," Zhang Fei said with a faint smile. As he spoke, a white radiance began to emanate from his body. Sacred energy began to gather within him. Sensing the surging power, Wis summoned every ounce of his own strength, and his body also started to glow with a white divine light. The two of them shone like twin suns, illuminating the entire space as if it were broad daylight. Suddenly, the two beams of white light collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening explosion. The barrier on the ground shattered instantly. A massive crack tore through the space, and from that epicenter numerous smaller fissures spread out in succession. The entire space resembled a pane of glass shattered by a blow. A series of dull thuds echoed through the air. Wis's body was flung from the light, stumbling unsteadily as he steadied himself midair. After 2 or 3 seconds, the radiance slowly dissipated, revealing Zhang Fei standing in the void, his face still bearing an expression of composure. Huff! Wis let out a slow breath, then bowed his head slightly to Zhang Fei. "Thank you, Enforcer, for holding back." Zhang Fei responded lightly. Their battle had concluded in the blink of an eye. Wis now understood that he was no match for Zhang Fei. If he had taken the fight seriously from the start, he might have lasted a bit longer. But even then, it would have only been a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. Zhang Fei's inherent strength surpassed his own, sealing his defeat from the outset. Yet what terrified Wis even more was that Zhang Fei's power seemed to surge endlessly during the fight. And this increase was not temporary, but continuous. If Zhang Fei's strength had only been slightly greater than his at the beginning, then after that fleeting battle, had already grown enough to overshadow him. Is this the Enforcer's talent? Wis murmured to himself. As he remained lost in thought, Beerus approached at the most opportune moment. Seeing Wis in his current state, Beerus beamed with delight. "Oh, Wis, what happened to your face? Are you alright?" Wis looked at Beerus, his eyelid twitching slightly. The words sounded like concern, but paired with that expression, they were utterly infuriating. Zhang Fei had held back, yet he had still landed several heavy blows to Wis's face. Now half of his face was swollen, and the other eye socket was black and blue. "Lord Beerus, are you feeling particularly joyful right now?" Wis said to the grinning Beerus, exasperated. Beerus smacked his lips and rubbed his chin. "I wouldn't say particularly joyful, just barely satisfactory. I feel the Enforcer should have put a bit more force into it." Hearing this, the corner of Wis's mouth twitched. He wondered how he had raised such a creature. Both of them had been beaten by the same man. Instead of sharing a common grievance or pitying each other, Beerus was constantly kicking him while he was down. "Lord Beerus, don't celebrate too soon," Wis retorted bluntly. "All right, enough chatter." Zhang Fei flew over at that moment. Wis and Beerus immediately stopped their bickering upon seeing him. Zhang Fei looked at them both and said calmly, "Let's go to the realm of the gods of destruction. I've been here for a while, but haven't visited yet." "Yes," Wis and Beerus replied in unison. Then the three transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the spot in an instant. King Kai watched them leave. Gazing at the surrounding devastation, he found himself at a loss for words. His home was gone, his house destroyed, and spatial tears surrounded him. A feeling suddenly dawned on him. Zhang Fei was not the kind and gentle person he had once believed him to be. That earlier impression now seemed like an illusion, for the destruction here was all Zhang Fei's doing. In the realm of destruction, Wis and Beerus returned to their familiar domain. For some reason, today's return felt strangely comforting, as if a wave of nostalgia washed over the place. This place isn't half bad. Zhang Fei surveyed his surroundings. He had endured countless hardships to finally arrive here. Indeed, the realm of destruction boasted picturesque mountains and crystal-clear waters with air as fresh as a paradise on earth. The sky was adorned with countless stars and celestial bodies gleaming like jewels, casting a vibrant tapestry across the heavens. Enforcer, why not come inside and sit for a while? I'll have Wis prepare some delicacies. Beerus approached him and said. Zhang Fei shook his head slightly. Keep your birdseed for yourself. Beerus looked somewhat embarrassed. But he quickly regained his respectful demeanor. Then, Enforcer, what are your plans going forward? In truth, he hoped Zhang Fei wouldn't linger here for long. After all, the fight was over and all matters had been discussed. You wouldn't even stay for a meal. So why not just take your leave and not tarry any longer? Moreover, a thought had begun to stir in his mind. Zhang Fei caught the underlying hint in Beerus' words, sensing his desire for him to depart. So he raised an eyebrow and inquired, what do you suggest I should plan? I wouldn't dare. It's merely a suggestion, nothing more. Beerus replied humbly, his eyes feigning sincerity. At that moment Whis stepped up beside Beerus and whispered, Lord Beerus, impressive. You've even started giving suggestions to the enforcer. Beerus shot Whis a vicious glare, signaling him to shut up. Whis, however, remained unfazed. His memory was far from short. The events that had just transpired were still fresh in his mind. If it was a game of mutual harm, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? Even if it meant losing all dignity, he'd strip everything bare. After warning Whis, Beerus turned his gaze back to Jiang Fei with a fawning expression. Go on, I'm listening, Jiang Fei said calmly. Haha, it's like this, enforcer. I have a foolish younger brother, also a god of destruction. Beerus said with a smile. Yet there was a hint of malice hidden behind that smile. Foolish. Younger brother. Jiang Fei stroked his chin, muttering to himself. I feel like I've heard that phrase somewhere before. Still, he knew of Beerus' brother. Also a god of destruction serving in the 6th universe, if he recalled correctly. The two brothers had never really gotten along. Yes, enforcer. This foolish younger brother of mine also has a terribly lax work ethic. If you have no immediate plans, I humbly ask you to go and guide him a bit. Beerus said with a straight face, playing the part of a concerned elder brother. Oh, I see, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. How could he not see through Beerus' scheme? He simply wanted to get rid of him. And indeed, that was exactly what Beerus was thinking. If he could send Jiang Fei off, his life could return to normal. At the same time, he could teach his good-for-nothing brother a lesson, a win-win situation. Upon hearing this proposal, Whis' heart tightened. If Jiang Fei agreed, Beerus would be overjoyed. As for work, he'd probably still slack off. Jiang Fei looked at Beerus' smug expression and said coldly, stop dreaming. I will visit every universe, but not now. Hearing this, Whis breathed a sigh of relief. Beerus let out a disappointed sigh, his ears drooping dejectedly. It seemed his days of leisure were truly over. Lord Enforcer, please assign the next tasks. I will actively cooperate with Lord Beerus. Whis said cheerfully, sneaking a glance at the crestfallen Beerus. After all these years, finally someone had come who could keep him in line. A wave of relief washed over him. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. From now on, well, follow the 996 work schedule. Whis, you'll oversee it. Huh. Whis and Beerus both exclaimed in surprise. They exchanged bewildered glances, clearly clueless about what 996 meant. May I ask, enforcer, what does 996 mean? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Beside him, Whis wore an equally confused expression. 996 means working from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, 6 days a week. Jiang Fei stated flatly. What a... Beerus' jaw dropped upon hearing this. If that were the case, he'd be up before the roosters and sleeping later than the chickens. Enforcer, isn't this a bit too long? Beerus murmured. If he had to work under this system continuously, I don't think it's long at all. Didn't the enforcer even leave you one day off? Whis chimed in like a model worker. Beerus now wished he could bite Whis. Had never noticed before how infuriating this guy could be. Jiang Fei nodded. Whis is right. Young people should endure some hardship. If you think 996 is bad, should I change it to 997? No. 996 is fine. Beerus quickly waved his hands. No need to guess. 997 would be 9 to 9 7 days a week with no rest. Still, he couldn't help but want to complain. He was far older than the enforcer. Who was the young one here? Why act so profound? But these words remained locked in his heart, never daring to be spoken aloud. Also, we'll be staying here for a while, Jiang Fei said casually without any hint of seeking permission. Whis and Beerus dared not object, silently nodding in acquiescence. After a pause, Jiang Fei continued. And Whis, every day when you return, report Beerus' work progress to me in detail, preferably in written form. No problem, enforcer. Whis agreed without hesitation. Then turning to his side, he added, Lord Beerus, since it's the enforcer's order, I have no choice but to comply. Whis, shut your mouth. Beerus growled through gritted teeth. He dared not show disrespect to Jiang Fei, so he vented his anger on Whis. But it was merely verbal venting, for he was no match for Whis. Seeing Beerus' fury, Whis felt an indescribable joy. So he smiled again and said to Jiang Fei, Enforcer, any other orders? I will carry them out with all my heart. Oh, then spar with me a couple of moves every day when you get back. Jiang Fei replied calmly, looking at him. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, both of them were taken aback. Subsequently, a glint of sharp light began to flicker in Beerus' eyes, whether intentionally or not. He murmured in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, Doesn't that mean I get to see Whis get beaten every day? Whis' heart skipped a beat upon hearing Beerus' reiteration. This doesn't seem appropriate. It's very appropriate, very appropriate. Again, Jiang Fei remained silent. Beerus interjected first. Didn't you just say you do your utmost to fulfill any request? But Whis tried to argue further, but Beerus continued. What? Planning to go back on your word? This time he had found another opportunity. Suddenly he felt that the 996 work schedule wasn't so bad, instead it seemed more like a blessing. If he could witness Whis getting beaten every day, what did it matter if he didn't get any sleep? You? Whis glared at Beerus, his anger flaring. Perhaps this was poetic justice. The one who had been gloating just moments ago had now switched roles in the blink of an eye. Beerus hypocritically said to Jiang Fei, "Enforcer, how about changing it to 997 instead? Why are you two spouting so much nonsense? Get to work now." Jiang Fei felt a slight headache coming on. Whis and Beerus, sensing that Jiang Fei seemed somewhat annoyed, abandoned their mutual bickering. They transformed into beams of light and vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Sigh. Watching them leave, Jiang Fei let out a helpless sigh. Then he silently walked into the palace behind him. Beerus abode. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Following Jiang Fei's instructions, Beerus worked diligently and assiduously. The fatigue etched on his face deepened day by day. He even seldom showed a trace of weariness. On this day, Beerus and Whis were out in the vastness of space. After destroying a galaxy, they prepared to head home. On their way back, Beerus yawned, his eyes vacant and listless. "Whis, when will the Enforcer leave? I feel like I'm on my last legs." Beerus stared at Whis' receding figure, speaking with utter despair. For the past 3 years, he hadn't slept a single day. Fortunately, he was a god, otherwise he would have long since died from exhaustion. Although they followed the 996 work schedule, the 1 day off a week wasn't enough for him to rest properly. Every time he just lay down to sleep, he would be kicked awake. This left him afraid to even sleep during his only break. Sigh. Whis also let out a weary sigh, both physically and mentally drained. At this moment, they no longer bickered as they once did. Instead, they felt a sense of shared suffering. "Lord Beerus, I want the Enforcer to leave too, but look at the situation. 3 years have passed, and he's clearly made the realm of the gods of destruction his home." Whis' face was equally etched with exhaustion. Besides fatigue, there were a few bruises. Speaking of which, Whis actually felt a twinge of envy towards Beerus. Even with the weekly 996 schedule, at least he had 1 day off. As for himself, Jiang Fei had truly set him a 997 working hours. He had no rest time throughout the year. Every time Beerus had his day off, Whis had to spar with him for the entire day. Now every time he went out, he had to sport at least 1 bruise on his face or dark circles under his eyes. He often wondered if he was truly an angel. Across the entire universe, which angel was as pathetic as he was? Sighed. Both of them sighed, simultaneously wondering when this ordeal would ever end. They soon arrived at the realm of the gods of destruction. Jiang Fei stood with his hands behind his back, having been waiting for some time. Although exhausted, they forced themselves to muster a smile. "Enforcer, this is Lord Beerus' work log. Please review it." Whis stepped forward and handed over a sheet of paper. On it, as per Jiang Fei's request, Beerus' daily work progress was recorded. Jiang Fei took it, glanced over it quickly, and gave a soft hmm. Beerus found a spot to sit down, ready to enjoy the upcoming fight. He knew that after the work report, it would be Whis' turn to perform. At the beginning, he had felt a thrill. Every time he saw Whis getting beaten, he would cheer with delight. But now, aside from exhaustion, he had no mood left. Sigh. Whis sighed again, preparing for battle. "Come on, Enforcer." Over these 3 years, he had also witnessed Jiang Fei's terrifyingly prodigious talent. When they first met, the gap between them was small. After one exchange, Whis had fallen behind. 3 years later, Jiang Fei's strength had far surpassed his. Now he could only watch from behind. "Let's skip it for today," Jiang Fei said calmly. "Huh." Whis was slightly startled, thinking he had misheard. After all, over these 3 years, their sparring had never been interrupted. Why skip today? Seeing his confusion, Jiang Fei explained slowly, "I'm leaving. From now on, the work will depend on your own discipline." "What?" Whis suddenly exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. "Enforcer, what did you just say?" he asked, uncertain. "I said I'm leaving. The work from now on." Before Jiang Fei could finish, Whis closed his eyes in sheer joy and began to dance around. He ran up to the drowsy Beerus, grabbed him, and shouted loudly, "Lord Beerus, the Enforcer is leaving." "Great." "Huh? What? Huh? The Enforcer is leaving?" Beerus' listless eyes instantly regained their luster. Whis nodded seriously. Then, without caring about their dignity, they hugged each other, as if celebrating some momentous occasion. "Heavens above, you've finally shown mercy." Beerus cried out to the sky, tears of joy streaming down his face. Whis was not much better. Finally, this day has come. Gazing at the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his face. Watching them, Jiang Fei's expression turned peculiar. He stroked his chin and murmured, "Is it really that bad? Am I that terrifying?" To be honest, he could understand Beerus' reaction. But why had Whis become like this? He had lost all semblance of angelic dignity. "Oh well, it'll come back another time." Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. Then, using instant transmission, he left the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis and Beerus held each other for a long while before finally letting go. When they turned around, they found that Jiang Fei had already departed long ago. "He's gone, he's really gone," Beerus said, covering his face with a grin. Whis composed himself slightly, then said to him, "Lord Beerus, before the Enforcer left, he said that from now on our work depends on our own discipline." Beerus lowered his hand from his face. He first looked around to make sure it was just him, and Whis then shouted, "Discipline. Discipline my ass." With that, he rushed into his palace like a bolt of lightning. Whis was momentarily stunned, then shrugged it off. Right, Lord Beerus is right. Discipline. Discipline my ass. After saying this, he too rushed into the palace. Not to sleep like Beerus, of course. He simply wanted to lie in bed and relax properly. As for work, let whoever cared deal with it. Zhang Fei on his end had already arrived on Earth. The reason he no longer stayed in the realm of destruction was that Beerus' work was nearly finished. Over the past 3 years, the grueling 996 work schedule had been more than enough to make up for the backlog of tasks. The 7th universe's overall strength might not rank among the top. At the very least, climbing from second to last to third to last should be no issue. Zhang Fei felt that taking too large a stride was not necessarily a good thing. One should always leave room for further progress. Yet it was clear that the space left for the 7th universe was still somewhat vast. There's a battle over there. Judging by the chaotic energy, that must be Cell. Zhang Fei murmured to himself, gazing at the distant sea. While in the realm of destruction, he had sensed Vegeta's surging energy a few days earlier, thinking that the android arc must have begun. Now sensing Cell's energy, it seemed the world's course had not been drastically altered by his presence. His current task was to elevate the 7th universe's high-end combat power. If Cell hadn't appeared according to the normal sequence, that would have been fine. Since he had appeared, he would simply become part of Zhang Fei's performance. Let's go take a look. Zhang Fei vanished from his spot, using instant transmission. The next second, he arrived on a small island. In the sky, Vegeta and Trunks had both transformed into Super Saiyans. For some reason, the two were fighting in midair, staging a scene of paternal affection. Below on the island, androids 18 and 16 lay collapsed behind a massive rock. Krillin stood before them, watching as Cell, now in his second form, strode toward them step by step. Zhang Fei cast a glance at the golden-haired android 18. He silently remarked, "She is indeed quite attractive." Yet after the compliment, his gaze shifted to Cell. For Zhang Fei, what intrigued him most was this artificial monster, a fusion of all Earth's strongest warriors. Like Trunks, this grotesque creature had traveled from the future. The only difference was that they came from separate future timelines, existing as if in parallel worlds. Goku's energy, Vegeta's energy, Trunks' energy, Piccolo's energy, and even Frieza's energy. Zhang Fei nodded, gazing at Cell's second form. Not bad, truly not bad. There's still some potential for cultivation. Possessing bloodlines of such top-tier talent, Cell's potential was nearly limitless. In the later stages, he might even evolve into a Super Saiyan blue golden Cell. That image was almost too staggering to imagine. But for now, he's still a bit weak. Zhang Fei shook his head, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No matter, let me give you a hand. With that, he flicked his finger slightly. An energy sphere materialized out of thin air and shot toward Cell's back. Hee Android 18, you can't escape now. Become part of me. Cell parted his thick lips, his expression lecherous. Krillin tried to stop Cell's advance, but his strength was far too feeble. He was sent flying with a single blow. Android 18 watched Cell draw nearer, despair consuming her heart. Cell's tail slowly extended, its tip suddenly expanding, ready to absorb her. But just then he sensed a whistling sound from behind. Before he could react, a thunderous explosion erupted. Cell's body was blasted cleanly in two. While what happened? His eyes were filled with disbelief. His upper half collapsed to the ground. Android 18 was equally astonished to see Cell's body severed. She had thought she was doomed, but then this sudden turn of events occurred. Moreover, aside from Trunks and Vegeta, she sensed no other energy signatures nearby. Android 16, lying on the rocks, frantically scanned his surroundings. On the other side, Cell's body regenerated. He stood up, looking around, and roared, "Bastard! Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself." He had been on the verge of becoming perfect Cell, and now someone had ruined it. Rage consumed him. "Ambush!" A calm voice rang out. Zhang Fei descended slowly from the sky. "Do I need to ambush a scumbag like you?" Cell's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of Zhang Fei. He sensed no energy emanating from this man. Even more shocking, this person was absent from his cellular memory. There was no physical description matching the figure before him. Whoa, who is this? Android 18 lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fei. As an android, her memory had been implanted with data on many powerful warriors. Yet this person's information was a complete blank. No records existed. Dr. Jero likely had no data on him. Android 16, gazing at the sky, added. As a robot, his records were more detailed. He had just searched his database. There was no information on this individual. "Bastard, once I become perfect, I'll deal with you." Cell regained his composure, suppressing his fury for now. The priority was still achieving his perfect form. Though he possessed the Saiyan's reckless nature, he also had Piccolo's shrewd intellect. So he knew exactly what to do. Once I absorb Android 18, no one in this world will be my match. With that thought, Cell charged at Android 18 once more. Zhang Fei watched him passively from above. With a slight twitch of his fingers, a white glow enveloped Cell's body. Boom. Another explosion. This time, most of Cell's body was blown to pieces. The remaining half collapsed to the ground. Damn it. Why is this happening? Gazing at Android 18, So close yet so far. Cell gnashed his teeth in fury. He couldn't fathom why his body had inexplicably exploded. So powerful. Android 18 murmured, looking up at the sky. Cell had been turned away and hadn't seen what happened, but she had been watching the sky clearly. With just a flick of his finger, he blew half of Cell's body to pieces. Since when did Earth have someone like this? Android 16 frowned in confusion. Normally, if such a powerful being existed, Dr. Gero's database should have recorded him, but the problem was this man before them was indeed a complete blank. Trunks and Vegeta also noticed the commotion. They immediately ceased their father-son conflict. Trunks saw that Cell had been sliced in two. First, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, followed by a surge of joy. The reason he and Vegeta had come to blows was their heated dispute over the issue of Cell. Damn it, who reduced Cell to this state? Vegeta glared, his voice seething with rage. He had now achieved the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. After another day of training within the hyperbolic time chamber, his power had made him the strongest being on Earth. His arrogance had swelled to its peak. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation. In a flash, he appeared behind him and said in a calm tone, "Vegeta, it's been 3 years. Why are you still the same as ever?" "What?" Vegeta found the voice familiar and spun around abruptly, only to find Jiang Fei standing right behind him. The serene expression on his face was almost identical to that of 3 years ago, and his handsome features had not changed in the slightest. If anything, he appeared even younger than before. "Jiang Fei." Vegeta pursed his lips. The fury in his eyes vanished, instantly replaced by a blazing fervor. For 3 years he had thought of Jiang Fei, incessantly yearning for the day he could defeat this man. And today that opportunity had presented itself before him. "Mr. Jiang Fei." Trunks flew over his face, brimming with excitement. He had witnessed Jiang Fei's power before, a deity whom even Goku and Vegeta could not overcome. With someone like this around, the androids and Cell would pose no threat at all. "Oh, it's Trunks," Jiang Fei replied indifferently. "Yes," Trunks nodded with a broad smile. He had grown significantly stronger during this time. His muscles bulging with definition bore testament to his rigorous training. His aura was far more formidable than when he had first arrived. Vegeta flew directly up to Jiang Fei and declared with conceited pride, "Jiang Fei, I've become a Super Saiyan." "Oh, have you?" Jiang Fei replied with a blank expression. He was not surprised that Vegeta could become a Super Saiyan, but why did he seem so proud of it? Vegeta, irked by such a dismissive response, assumed Jiang Fei had not grasped his meaning. "I can not only become a Super Saiyan, but I've also surpassed it. Now I am Super Vegeta." Vegeta was exceedingly pleased with himself, believing his accomplishments now allowed him to stand on equal footing with Jiang Fei. "All right, I understand." It was still that same indifferent, resigned reply. At this, Vegeta froze completely. He thought Jiang Fei should have been astonished. Yet unexpectedly, his reaction was far too calm. In truth, Jiang Fei was somewhat exasperated with Vegeta. He couldn't even achieve full power at Super Saiyan 1, yet he claimed to have surpassed it, even dubbing himself Super Vegeta. It sounded rather like the antics of a Chinibu teenager. "By the way, Mr. Jiang Fei, you're a god. Please settle this." Trunks, glancing at Cell below, suddenly recalled his recent clash with Vegeta. Jiang Fei looked at him calmly. Trunks slowly recounted the reason for their conflict. It was more or less in line with the usual course of events. Vegeta, reckless as ever, wanted to defeat Perfect Cell, while Trunks, seeking safety, preferred to nip the threat in the bud. This disagreement had escalated into a physical confrontation. "Mr. Jiang Fei, tell me, is this any way for a father to act?" Trunks said with a heavy heart, genuinely angered. The future world had already become a nightmare. All because of these enemies. With such a perfect opportunity to eliminate them, choosing to wait for them to grow stronger was nothing short of madness. "Trunks, shut your mouth." Vegeta barked. Wasn't that an insult to him? He seriously doubted whether this was truly his son. He bore no resemblance to him, having cast aside the Saiyan pride entirely. Defeating the strongest opponent, that was a Saiyan's true purpose. Jiang Fei waved his hand. "This is your family matter. I have no desire to interfere. Resolve it yourselves." Living in such different environments, how could they ever convince each other? Vegeta and Goku sought only to overcome stronger foes and elevate themselves. Trunks, however, lived in a world of despair where reality left no room for recklessness. He would show no mercy in swiftly finishing off an enemy, never giving them time to develop. Still, from Trunks' words, Jiang Fei gleaned some information. Trunks had already been acknowledged by Vegeta as his son. Goku, following the usual course, had not taken his medicine on time and was absent during the fight with the androids. Although he had since recovered, he had gone to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. "Hell, once I've dealt with Perfect Cell, I'll show you my power." Vegeta declared, arms crossed, his face full of arrogance. Hearing this, Trunks grew anxious. No, Cell must die now. With that, he prepared to charge down and seize the moment. "You little brat, how dare you!" Vegeta flared his aura and followed. They accelerated to their utmost, instantly catching up with each other. Without another word, the father-son conflict resumed. Below, Cell glanced up at the chaotic scene above. His lower half regenerated in an instant, and with a predatory lunge, he pounced toward Android 18. Yet just as he was about to succeed, a thunderous boom echoed as Cell's head was stomped into the ground. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Fei said calmly, looking down at Cell beneath his foot. Android 18, seeing Jiang Fei up close, was momentarily stunned. Her heart began to flutter. It was her first time encountering someone so strikingly handsome, and his aura left her feeling dazed. "Hello, I'm Android 18. Thank you for saving me." She inexplicably stepped forward and greeted him. Saving you?" Jiang Fei was puzzled. Noticing the shy expression on Android 18's face, he quickly grasped the situation. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that being handsome was not always a blessing. The burdens it carried were far beyond what most could imagine. At times he wished he could make his appearance more ordinary. But alas, that remained an unattainable wish. Jiang Fei looked at Android 18 and slowly shook his head. "You misunderstand. I'm here to collect a dog. Saving you was merely a coincidence." Keep a dog? No. 18 was taken aback, clearly not understanding the implication. She persisted, pressing on. "Then why did you stop Cell 3 times? She refused to believe that Jiang Feng's 3 interventions were mere coincidences. She was convinced he must covet something from her or harbor ulterior motives. "Miss, I stopped Cell because I didn't want him to absorb you. It's unnecessary," Jiang Feng explained with a hint of exasperation. Cell absorbing? No. 18 would indeed allow him to achieve his perfect form. Yet such a perfect form was not what Jiang Feng desired. That creature, upon sustaining severe damage, would simply regurgitate no. 17 and no. 18. In the original story, when Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he beat Cell back into his first form. Such an outcome was far too precarious. It was far better for Cell to attain perfection on his own. Moreover, Jiang Feng intended to nurture Cell extensively, not to constantly beat him into disgorging his components. Though he could reabsorb them afterward. Cell might not mind the trouble, but Jiang Feng found it repulsive. No. 18 was puzzled. However, Jiang Feng had no intention of continuing the explanation. He lifted his foot from Cell's head, grasped him by the neck with one hand, and hoisted him into the air. "You? Who exactly are you?" Cell asked, purple blood trickling from his lips, his expression grim. He could feel that with this man's grip on his neck. The power within his body seemed sealed. He was utterly powerless to resist. "You'll find out in time. For now, I'll give you 2 choices: be my dog or die. Choose." Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Hearing this no, 18 instantly grasped what he meant by keeping a dog. Yet she found no fault with it. Instead, she felt a surge of admiration for the man's audacity. Cell's eye twitched at the words. His face twisted into an expression of rage. Jiang Feng's words were an unbearable insult. "Make me your dog. Are you dreaming?" Cell hissed through clenched teeth. Though highly intelligent, he carried the proud Saiyan cells, particularly Vegetus. Had Jiang Feng phrased it more subtly, given his current helpless state, Cell might have readily agreed. But now those proud cells forbade such a disgraceful act. "Oh, quite spirited, aren't you?" Jiang Feng remarked with a light chuckle. He released his grip on Cell's neck and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Cell vomited a torrent of blood from the heavy blow. His body was sent flying backward, but before he could travel far, a loud thud echoed as he crashed into an invisible barrier. He tumbled onto the uneven ground. The pain contorted his features, and his tail rapidly expanded. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the tip of his tail, slamming into a massive boulder nearby. "No. 17. No." 18 cried out, recognizing her brother. She flew over to check on him. As no. 17 was expelled from Cell, his body began to undergo rapid transformation. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Cell's energy drastically diminished, reverting him to his first form. "How, what a disgusting monster!" Jiang Feng muttered, shaking his head as he strode forward. It had to be said, Cell's second form had almost taken on a human appearance. But this first form was nothing more than a grotesque humanoid creature. Damn it! Cell pounded the ground in fury. Not only had he failed to achieve perfection, but he had also been reduced to his first form. Jiang Feng now stood before him, speaking calmly. "Well, I'll give you one more chance." He genuinely wanted to cultivate Cell, a formidable boss from Dragon Ball, whose absence in later arcs was regrettable. However, if Cell remained obstinate, Jiang Feng would not waste his breath. Cell looked up, his eyes venomous. But in his mind, he was calculating. "No, this man is far too terrifying. If I keep resisting him, doomed. Better to submit for now, find a chance to become perfect, and then avenge today's humiliation." With that thought, Cell nodded silently. He forcibly suppressed the restless Saiyan cells, his malevolent expression vanishing, instantly replaced by the characteristic smile of the Frost Demon clan. "Thighs, gentlemen, I am willing to be your dog." His voice trailed off, his eyes flickering with resentment. The shame in his heart grew heavier, not only from the Saiyan cells, but also from the injustice he felt. Cell was meant to be the most powerful being in the world. Yet now he was uttering words of servitude. Amazing. No. 18, holding her brother, was speechless with shock. Her face was a mask of astonishment. That was Cell, the Cell who had caused them endless trouble, now reduced to this state. Unbelievable. In the sky above, Vegeta and Trunks ceased their battle. They both sensed Cell's energy plummet sharply. Seeing Cell on the ground, Trunks grew excited. Great mister. Jiang Feng has intervened. Bastard, he's mine. Get out of the way. Vegeta bellowed in fury. With a burst of energy, he dove downward. He had intended to defeat perfect Cell himself. But now Jiang Feng had not only prevented Cell from becoming perfect, but had also beaten him back to his first form. Unforgivable. Jiang Feng, hearing Cell's words, nodded with satisfaction. Yet he keenly noticed the discontent in Cell's eyes. He paid it no mind. If he couldn't tame this creature, he wouldn't call himself a vet. Since that's settled, sing me a song first. Jiang Feng said with a light smile. Cell was dumbfounded. Sing what? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment. Then with a silent nod, he said slowly, sing Ode to the Road Ahead. Cell became even more bewildered upon hearing the song's title. Not just him. Android 18 was equally confused, and so was Android 16. However, Android 16 earnestly searched his memory. Then he murmured to himself, based on my search, it seems this song doesn't exist. Jiang Fei, seeing Cell unmoved, frowned and urged, come on, sing it. Thai song. I've never heard it before. Cell stammered. Who the hell knew what song this was, or what kind of fetish this guy had? Why did he have to sing in front of so many people? Oh, I see. Jiang Fei realized that this song probably didn't exist in this world. Then, relying on his memory, he roughly replicated a melody. With a gentle flick of his finger, a white light orb shot directly into Cell's mind. The melody of Where is the Road began to resound instantly. Do I really have to sing? Cell swallowed his saliva. He could already hear the song in his mind. To be honest, it was quite pleasant. But he couldn't sing, especially in front of so many people. After all, he was a formidable being. This sort of thing was utterly humiliating. What do you think? Jiang Fei replied indifferently. Though Cell had 1,000, 10,000 objections in his heart. But since it had come to this, he had to grit his teeth and accept it. After all, singing was better than losing his life. Ahem. Cell cleared his throat slightly and stood up. Then he slowly began to sing. Where is the road? The road lies beneath my feet. La 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 la. Just then the furious Vegeta had arrived. He had originally come to confront Jiang Fei. But before he could get close, he heard Cell's soulful singing. Well, what kind of move is this? Vegeta was completely dumbfounded. Weren't they in the middle of an intense battle just moments ago? How had it suddenly turned into a talent show? Dad. Trunks also rushed over in a panic. His purpose was to stop his father from doing anything impulsive. However, he too clearly heard the singing. Well, what's going on here? Trunks was also dazed by the singing, watching Cell's earnest performance ahead. He couldn't imagine the ferocious appearance from before. La la, la la la. Cell continued to sing loudly. Strangely, the more he sang, the more he got into it. Jiang Fei frowned. He felt his ears were being gravely insulted. This was nothing but noise pollution. Such a good song, yet sung so terribly. All right, stop singing. Jiang Fei said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Hearing this, Cell immediately stopped singing. Then he looked at him cautiously. With the song's end, Vegeta also snapped back to reality. The anger instantly returned to his face. He charged straight forward. Jiang Fei, why did you stop Cell from becoming perfect? Vegeta roared loudly. He now considered himself invincible. His sole purpose was to challenge even stronger opponents. Now his plans had been ruined. Not only had Cell not grown stronger, but he had actually become weaker. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow and said coldly, are you questioning me? What if I am? Vegeta crossed his arms and sneered, his eyes full of provocation. Since he couldn't fight Cell, he might as well fight Jiang Fei. This was fine too. Not only could he spar with a master, but he could also avenge his past humiliation. Dad, don't. Mister. Jiang Fei is a god. This is very rude. Trunks rushed over, frowning. He felt that his father was really troublesome. Such a simple matter, yet he had to complicate it. Vegeta sneered disdainfully at his words and arrogantly declared, bullshit. Before the Saiyan Prince, what is a god? Hell, still grovel at my feet. Now that his power had greatly increased, he feared nothing. Facing Jiang Fei, he had regained the arrogance of their first encounter. Vegeta, you've changed. You're no longer the one who would humble himself and beg me for a fight. Jiang Fei shook his head with resignation. Thinking back 3 years ago when Trunks first arrived, he was still so humble. But now everything had changed. Vegeta, his past brought up, felt his pride wounded. His arrogant sneer instantly twisted into anger. Enough talk. Since you stopped Cell from becoming perfect, then you'll fight me instead. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted. He was about to throw a punch. Jiang Fei calmly raised his hand palm facing him. Seeing this, Vegeta halted and sneered, what? Scared? Did you hear the song Cell just sang? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Vegeta hesitated, frowning. I heard it. So what? Jiang Fei nodded with a smile after getting his answer. Then he pointed at him. You sing it for me. What? Vegeta wondered if he had heard wrong. Trunks was equally incredulous. Mister. Jiang Fei actually wanted his father to sing. Not only was Vegeta in a furious rage, even in normal times no one would dare make such a request. Knowing his father this was absolutely impossible. Mac making Vegeta sing. Android 18 was equally shocked. She had fought Vegeta and knew he was an extremely proud man. Making someone like that sing, that would be worse than killing him. According to my calculations, the probability of Vegeta singing is only 0.25%. Android 16 murmured after processing the data. Cell watched with eager anticipation. After all, he had been the only one embarrassed so far. If someone else could join him in this humiliation, that would be perfect. Are you joking with me? Vegeta panted heavily, as if deeply insulted. Jiang Fei spread his hands and said seriously, what do you think? The moment he spoke, Vegeta threw a punch. His golden aura surged to its peak instantly. The energy in the air became incredibly turbulent. The island shattered into pieces. Heh, Jiang Fei smiled calmly. He raised his hand unhurriedly. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The golden light vanished. The chaotic air stilled. A minute later, Vegeta's hair had returned to its normal black. The arrogance and bluster were gone. Only an awkward expression remained. Begin. Jiang Fei's indifferent voice rang out. Vegeta's face was full of reluctance. He looked at his son, then at the expectant Cell. Android 18 and Android 16 were staring at him intensely. He felt his pride had taken 1,000,000 points of damage. But when he saw Jiang Fei's piercing gaze, he mustered his courage and began to sing slowly. You carry the load. I lead the horse. Where is the road? The road lies beneath my feet. Good. Jiang Fei led the applause. In truth, Vegeta sang even worse than Cell. It was like a cacophony of howling ghosts and wolves. But for his courage, he deserved this round of applause. Great Dad, you're awesome. Trunks clapped excitedly, nearly clapping his hands raw. It wasn't that he appreciated the beautiful singing. Rather, he had witnessed another side of his father. It completely changed his previous perception. Android 18 and Android 16 clapped symbolically. The one clapping the most enthusiastically was Cell. For some reason, he felt that Vegeta sang even worse than him. A hint of petty pride emerged in his heart. Damn it, all of you are damned. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, unable to bear this humiliating moment any longer. He burst with energy and fled in disgrace, vanishing like a meteor on the horizon. Dad. Trunks ignored the situation and followed after him. As Vegeta flew across the sky, his shame reached its peak. He wished he could crawl into a hole, and silently vowed never to show off in front of Jiang Fei again. A situation like today must never repeat itself. Upon the small island, Jiang Fei gazed at Cell and spoke calmly, let us depart as well. Cell dared not voice any opinion, only offered a wry bitter smile and nodded. Glancing sidelong at Android 17 and 18, Jiang Fei clicked his tongue in mild regret. At the flicker of his thought, both androids dissolved into streaks of white light. Hey, wait. Seeing Jiang Fei prepare to leave, Android 18 hurled Android 17 unceremoniously onto the ground, then sprang upright and dashed forward. Yet in the next instant, Jiang Fei and Cell vanished from the island entirely. Android 18 frowned, then sighed helplessly, so he's just gone. Elsewhere, Vegeta did not stray elsewhere. He flew directly toward the lookout. Meanwhile, Son Goku emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber accompanied by his son Gohan. Both were disheveled, their garments tattered and torn. Unlike before, they remained continuously transformed into Super Saiyans. Their first priority upon exiting was food. Then swiftly gathered a vast array of provisions. Without regard for decorum, they devoured the feast ravenously. Vegeta's approaching. Goku, mouth full, sensed the surge of ki from afar. Trailing closely behind him was Trunks. Piccolo, standing atop the lookout, paid no heed to the two newcomers. For just moments earlier, he had felt Jiang Fei's overwhelming pressure. His glistening brow betrayed profound inner tension. Yet precisely then, Jiang Fei's presence abruptly receded. The crushing weight lifted instantly, granting him a quiet, grateful sigh. Simultaneously, Cell's ki vanished from Earth entirely. If his intuition served him right, it must have been Jiang Fei. Strange. Dad, Cell's ki has disappeared. Gohan noticed it first. Maintaining their Super Saiyan forms, their sensitivity to ki remained exceptionally acute. Startled by the remark, Goku nearly choked. He hastily swallowed his food and focused intently on sensing ki. Indeed, he had been so preoccupied with Vegeta's approach. Now scanning carefully, he confirmed that Cell's ki had truly vanished. What a headache. Could it be that Vegeta eliminated him? Goku murmured, troubled. Deprived of medication, his heart condition had worsened. Not only had he missed the android's emergence, but now he'd also forfeited the battle against Cell. No. Hearing their exchange, Piccolo stepped forward urgently. It was Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei. At the name, Goku surged to his feet, his excitement overriding even hunger. Where is he? Is he still on Earth? Though missing Cell's battle was regrettable, a confrontation with Jiang Fei promised far greater intensity. He's already left, Piccolo replied with quiet disappointment. Goku's face fell, his elation evaporating instantly. It seemed fate had consigned him to misfortune these days. Though his strength had grown markedly, the frustration of power with no outlet gnawed at him relentlessly. Whoosh! Vegeta materialized atop the lookout, heaving ragged breaths, his countenance grim and ashen. Father! Trunks arrived moments later, rushing to Vegeta's side. The others immediately took notice. Goku wiped his mouth and strode forward. Vegeta? Trunks, you're back. Uncle Goku, you've broken your seclusion. Trunks replied joyfully. His spirits were high. Not only had he glimpsed another facet of his father, but just moments earlier he'd sensed Cell's ki vanish entirely. Kakarot. Vegeta slowly raised his head, his expression sullen. He noted Goku's unwavering Super Saiyan transformation, yet such details no longer held his attention. Still reeling from recent events, he remained unmoored. Vegeta, what happened to you? Goku scratched his head, baffled. He saw the pallor etched across Vegeta's face. Logically, Cell's vanishing ki meant Jiang Fei had intervened. So why the scowl? Had the fight fallen short of satisfaction? Was he enraged? Well, Uncle Goku. Trunks began, cheerfully eager to explain. Silence, Trunks. Vegeta snapped, suddenly incensed. He swept his gaze across the assembled figures, then turned without a word and stormed into the hyperbolic time chamber within the lookout. He would train, relentlessly, obsessively. Only through ceaseless cultivation could he numb his mind and erase the memory. What just happened? Goku muttered, utterly perplexed. Trunks paid no mind. He launched into an animated gesturing account, describing Jiang Fei's sudden appearance and how he'd compelled Cell to sing. Then came the revelation of Vegeta himself singing aloud, before the very eyes of all present. The crowd stood frozen in stunned silence. None could fathom the surreal spectacle that had unfolded. I never imagined Uncle Vegeta possessed such a side. Gohan whispered, incredulous. In his memory, Vegeta was a tempest of fury, quick to rage, quicker to shout, perpetually volatile. Yet here he was singing, after meeting Jiang Fei. Not only Gohan, but Goku, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan, all shared the same astonishment. Vegeta singing. Ha ha ha. I'd love to hear it myself. Goku laughed, scratching his head. His thoughts mirrored Trunks. Who would have guessed Vegeta harbored such unexpected charm? Yet they remained unaware that this rare vulnerability surfaced only in Jiang Fei's presence. Under any other circumstance, merely mentioning the incident might provoke murderous wrath. Deep in the void of outer space, Jiang Fei and Cell descended upon an unnamed desolate planet. Cell surveyed the hostile terrain, brow furrowing, then glanced cautiously at Jiang Fei beside him. Though bewildered, he dared not inquire. He simply obeyed in silent submission. Cell, Jiang Fei said, voice calm and detached. Cell hastened forward, wearing a servile, ingratiating smile. After all, dignity had long since abandoned him. Better to lower himself, perhaps one day seize the chance to overturn his fate. Chortling nervously, he declared, "You're too kind. Just call me Xiao Xia." Jiang Fei's eyebrows lifted faintly at the words. A peculiar expression crossed his face, not because the name disturbed him, but because it evoked Lord Beerus's own demand, "Call me Xiao Bai." Should the two ever meet, would they form the infamous Xiao Xia Bai duo? Jiang Fei pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. He then stated, "I'll just call you Cell. You may address me directly by my name." I wouldn't dare. Cell quickly waved his hand, speaking. Jiang Fei cast him a faint glance, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. After all, it was not the main point. Mister. Jiang Fei, what are we doing here? Cell asked, lowering his head while lifting his eyes. To help you achieve your perfect form, of course, Jiang Fei said calmly. What he intended to do now was to cultivate the top combat power of Universe 7. For the time being, he would leave Son Goku and Vegeta be, allowing them to develop freely. Although Cell, a formidable adversary, was absent. For those two, as long as they could continuously engage with powerful opponents, their strength would skyrocket like a rocket. Later, he could have Cell serve as their sparring partner. What? Perfect form. Upon hearing those three words, Cell's eyes lit up instantly. This was his most cherished dream. If not for the intervention of the man before him, he might have already succeeded, perhaps even defeated all the strong warriors on Earth. Indeed, isn't becoming perfect your lifelong dream? Jiang Fei's tone remained placid. Cell was, after all, a rather distinctive boss in the Dragon Ball world. He yearned deeply to attain his perfect form, yet upon achieving it, he did not embark on a slaughtering spree. Instead, he set up a tournament arena challenging all the masters on Earth. Of course, his cruel and evil nature persisted. Gulp. Cell swallowed hard, speaking with excitement. Are you going to help me absorb Android 17 and Android 18? No need. I have a better method. Jiang Fei shook his head, his tone indifferent. Hearing that he wouldn't absorb Android 17 and 18, Cell's face showed confusion. He thought back. When he had faced Android 18, he was almost successful. But Jiang Fei had thwarted him time and again. If not for that, would he still be suffering this humiliation? What method? Cell asked with a hint of skepticism. Based on the memories imparted by Dr. Gero, achieving his perfect form required absorbing the androids. He had heard of no other way. Thus he remained somewhat incredulous. Simple, Zhang Fei said with a light laugh. As his words fell, he suddenly raised his hand. Before Cell could react, a flash of white light appeared, and a blade-like energy wave materialized. Squelch. In the blink of an eye, his chest was pierced clean through by the light blade. Gushing blood immediately flowed from the wound. An expression of disbelief spread across his face. Mr. Zhang. Blood trickled from the corner of Cell's grotesque mouth. This is the second method to help you achieve your perfect form, Zhang Fei explained with a smile. Then he raised his hand again and released several energy beams. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed. The next second, Cell's body was riddled with holes turned into a sieve. It then collapsed into a heap of minced flesh on the ground, leaving only his head intact. Regrow your body. Zhang Fei commanded, his hand still raised. Cell, now merely a head, twitched the corner of his eye. Though extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to obey. Whooshed. In an instant, a new body grew forth. Just as Cell stood up, barely catching his breath, a thunderous explosion erupted. Zhang Fei raised his hand and blasted his body into smithereens again. This. Cell was left speechless, blood streaming profusely from the corner of his mouth. Though he possessed the Namekian lineage allowing him to regenerate new bodies, it did not mean he was immune to the pain of destruction. Again, regrow your body, Zhang Fei continued to command. Hearing this, Cell's eyes widened, his expression filled with terror. He began to wonder if this man was some kind of sadist. How about we call it quits? Cell felt on the verge of tears. If this kept up, even if he didn't die, his spirit would be shattered. Let's talk. Hurry up, Zhang Fei said, his gaze sharpening as he urged in a low voice. Meeting that gaze, Cell felt a deep resistance within. Yet it seemed that if he refused, he might meet his end on the spot. Whooshed. Suppressing his immense reluctance, Cell once again grew a new body. As he nervously awaited Zhang Fei's next move, the latter spoke slowly. Now, since your ki has it increased? Upon hearing this, Cell focused his gaze. A flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. After a moment of thought, he seemed to have found the answer. Could this be the effect brought by the Saiyan cells within me? Cell asked, Zhang Fei puzzled. He possessed Saiyan cells and was roughly aware of their traits. He had some understanding of this phenomenon, gaining increased power after near-death recovery. Zhang Fei nodded slightly. He recalled that when Cell had been beaten into regression by Gohan, he chose to self-destruct. Since the core in his brain wasn't destroyed, he used Namekian cells to regenerate a new body. After recovery, he not only reverted to his perfect form, but also gained a power boost, reaching the level of Super Saiyan 2. Can this really help me become perfect? Though Cell posed it as a question, there was already a hint of excitement in his voice. Zhang Fei slowly nodded. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it should work. Excellent. Excellent. Upon receiving the desired confirmation, Cell could no longer contain his joy. He even spread his arms wide and shouted, Come on, Mr. Zhang, don't hold back. Now that you know how to improve, do you still need my help, Zhang Fei said calmly. Cell immediately caught on, indicating his understanding. Then he gathered an energy wave in his hand, and without a second thought blasted himself. Boom, boom. In an instant, on this desolate planet, lights soared to the heavens and explosions echoed incessantly. This was the self-harm training method Zhang Fei had devised for Cell, and this training regime was uniquely suited to Cell. Though Son Goku and Vegeta could also use this method to grow stronger, based on Zhang Fei's previous observations, their physical constitutions might not be suitable for such training. It would have been fine in the early stages when their strength was low, as even a doubled increase wouldn't overly strain their bodies. However, at this current stage, unless they relied on their own breakthroughs, using this method would likely cause their bodies to be unable to withstand the immense power. This was probably the fundamental reason why Son Goku and Vegeta abandoned this training method later on. But Cell had no such issue. First, he had Piccolo's regenerative ability, then Frieza's resilience, coupled with the Saiyan passive traits from Son Goku and Vegeta. It was a perfect combination. Half a year later, Cell's body blazed with golden aura, lightning crackling around him. His once hideous face had become sharply defined. There was also a hint of sinister charm about him. Clearly, he had now reached his perfect form. But with a single punch, Cell's face took a hit. Then he was pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly. Why did it turn out like this? Cell lamented silently in his heart. He had long since achieved his perfect form through self-inflicted harm. He thought he could finally take revenge and escape Zhang Fei's clutches. But reality told him he was overthinking. Zhang Fei's strength was terrifying. In his perfect form, he was no different from his first form, just a pushover who got knocked down with a wave of the hand. Now he had no desire to resist. The thought of taking revenge once he became perfect seemed so laughable in hindsight. Get up, Zhang Fei said lightly, looking down at Cell sprawled on the ground. Mr. Zhang again. Cell whined, his handsome, sinister demeanor utterly gone, replaced by a cowering, servile posture. Over the past year, he had first tortured himself severely, then endured Zhang Fei's relentless training day and night. Only a strong mind kept him from going mad. Jiang Fei stood with his hands behind his back. That's enough for today. Oh, wonderful. Cell sighed with relief, a smile spreading across his face. Being knocked down by Jiang Fei every single day only to repeat the cycle. Such a life was beyond normal human endurance. Don't get too excited yet. I have a task for you. Jiang Fei waved a hand, cutting off Cell's elation. Cell composed himself, adopting a respectful demeanor. Jiang Fei looked at him and said calmly, go to Earth, defeat Son Goku and Vegeta. Let me see the results of your half-year of training. Yes, Cell exclaimed excitedly. He hadn't expected such a simple mission. Possessing Saiyan cells, he was naturally a battle lover. In his perfect form, he was confident he could handle Son Goku and Vegeta. After half a year of special training, defeating them would be a piece of cake. Remember, just go easy on them. They're still useful to me. Jiang Fei warned Cell, seeing his fervent expression. Cell's current power far surpassed his original counterparts, though it was hard to measure exactly. He was likely far beyond Super Saiyan 2, reaching around Super Saiyan 3 mid-level. More than enough to handle Son Goku or Vegeta for now. He didn't want his sudden removal of Cell to stall their training. Understood, Cell nodded seriously, though he didn't fully grasp why. As they were still talking, Jiang Fei looked up at the sky, sensing a powerful energy rapidly approaching. Someone's coming? Cell asked curiously. Jiang Fei nodded faintly. He was very familiar with this rapidly approaching energy. He already knew who it was. The energy drew closer and Cell began to sense it too. Vast and formidable, unmistakably that of a strong warrior. Should I take care of him for you? Cell suggested in a low voice. Clearly the visitor was heading straight for them, having already locked onto their location. No need. It should be Frisia's brother Cooler. Let's see what he wants first. Jiang Fei shook his head, revealing the identity of the energy's owner. He had briefly interacted with Cooler before, so he was quite familiar with his energy. He had sensed Cooler lingering nearby for a while, but hadn't paid attention, until now when the man came directly here. I see. No wonder his energy feels a bit like mine, Cell said, nodding. He then stood beside Jiang Fei, both looking up at the sky. About 10 minutes later, Cooler's figure appeared on the horizon with a whoosh. He hovered in the air, gazing down at the planet below. His first glance fell on Cell standing there. Huh, not Frisia. Cooler muttered in confusion. He concentrated his senses and was shocked. How is this possible? I also sense Father's energy. Cell sneered coldly, watching him quietly. As Cooler was still puzzled, he noticed there was someone else standing nearby. When he turned to look, he nearly popped his eyes out. Jiang Fei, he shouted in terror. Jiang Fei nodded calmly from the ground. Cooler swallowed hard, never expecting to encounter such a formidable deity on this desolate planet. He dared not remain in the sky. Abandoning all dignity, he flew down, instantly landing on the ground and trotting over to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, sir, what are you doing here? Cooler stammered, whether from excitement or fear, likely both. After all, this was someone even Beerus feared. Nothing much, just happened to be here, Jiang Fei said, waving a hand. Then he looked at Cooler and asked, why are you here? This star region was extremely resource-poor. Cooler shouldn't have been in this area. It's like this, my foolish brother escaped. Cooler began to explain. A few days ago, Frisia had taken advantage of relaxed security to break out of the galactic prison. Cooler had deployed all his forces to search the universe. In recent years, he had also learned to sense energy. While passing through this region, he suddenly detected Frisia's energy. So he rushed over, leading to the current situation. Why did he escape? Jiang Fei asked curiously. He wasn't fully aware of the brothers' affairs. Heh. Cooler chuckled awkwardly, then explained what he had done to Frisia after Jiang Fei left. This included Beerus visiting him and hinting that he should intensify his efforts. TSK. Jiang Fei shuddered with disgust upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Cooler to be so ruthless. Even Cell frowned, thinking, is this guy even human? Though he wasn't much better himself. Then keep looking. Jiang Fei waved his hand, unwilling to meddle in their family affairs. However, he had just heard Gyula's account. Frisia had sustained severe injuries. Judging by the extent of the damage, it would likely take 5 or 6 years for him to recover to his former peak. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave. He said to Cell, don't forget what I told you. He'll be gone for a while, but he'll find you on Earth later. With that, a flash of white light enveloped Jiang Fei's body and he vanished from the planet. Only Cell and Gyula remained. As Jiang Fei departed, both of them breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Clearly the pressure they had felt was immense. After catching his breath, Gyula fixed his gaze on Cell. He sensed not only Frisia's aura emanating from Cell, but also that of their father, King Cold. This piqued his curiosity. Why do you possess Frisia's aura? Gyula asked, frowning at Cell. Cell cast him a dismissive glance and replied with a hint of arrogance, that's none of your concern. His power was now vastly superior to what it had been. Someone like Gyula was beneath his notice. Not just now, but even when he was not yet in his perfect form. In Cell's eyes, Gyula was nothing more than trash. Gyula seethed with indignation. In this universe, aside from Jiang Fei and Beerus, no one had ever spoken to him with such arrogance. However, recalling that this man had just been with Jiang Fei, he suppressed his anger, unwilling to cause a scene. Heh. Gula let out a cold laugh. Feigning respect, he probed. Then may I ask, what is your relationship with Mr. Jiang Fei? I am Mr. Jiang's. Cell began instinctively. He was about to say he was Jiang Fei's dog, but after glancing at Gula's expectant face, he felt that admitting it would be beneath his dignity. Ahem. He cleared his throat, twice mimicking Jiang Fei's usual nonchalant demeanor. Nothing much, just a friend. After speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back with an air of profound mystery, tilting his head to gaze at the horizon, a cryptic light shimmering in his eyes. A friend. Gula's heart jolted at the word. He had never expected that this man was actually a friend of Jiang Fei's. He had assumed him to be a subordinate or a servant. The last time he had heard the word friend was when Jiang Fei had used it to describe Beerus. And yet when Beerus heard Jiang Fei's name, did he act like a friend at all? He was nothing but a complete coward, too afraid to even meet him. Now this man had uttered the word friend again. Just how much weight did those two words truly carry? Then the wounds on your face and body. Gula's attitude shifted, though suspicion lingered. Cell glanced at the injuries he had sustained during his fight with Jiang Fei. There was hardly an inch of unblemished skin on him. Large patches were charred black, as if he had been scorched. Purple blood had congealed on his chest. After a moment's thought, he explained somewhat sheepishly, we just sparred a bit. I got some superficial injuries, but he didn't come out of it much better. Gula's eyes widened in shock. This man was so powerful that he could spar with Jiang Fei. However, when he heard that Jiang Fei was also worse for wear, doubt crept back into his mind. After all, he had personally witnessed Jiang Fei leaving completely unscathed. There was no sign of the same dishevelment that plagued the man before him. Is that true? Gula couldn't help asking. Of course it is, Cell replied, fighting back his unease and maintaining a calm facade. Didn't you see how hastily he left? He might look fine on the outside, but he's suffering from severe internal injuries. He's probably off somewhere to heal right now. After saying this, he offered a silent prayer. Forgive me, Mr. Jiang, I'm just boasting. Please don't be angry. Just this once, I won't do it again. In truth, if Gula hadn't known Jiang Fei, Cell wouldn't have bothered with so much explanation. After all, he couldn't just think of his own pride. Jiang Fei's reputation needed to be upheld as well. With this reasoning, a look of shock spread across Gula's face. Thinking back, it did seem plausible. Jiang Fei had barely said a word before rushing off. May I ask your name? Would you care to stop by my place for a while? Gula now spoke with great civility. He felt that he had encountered many benefactors in recent years. Fate was finally beginning to favor him. No need. Go about your business. I have things to attend to. Cell said indifferently. Without giving Gula a chance to insist, he soared into the sky and flew off toward Earth. Gazing at Cell's departing figure, Gula sighed inwardly. Times have changed. The era has truly changed. With that, he lingered no longer. He regrouped his forces and prepared to resume his search for Frisia. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had not gone elsewhere. He arrived directly at the realm of the gods of destruction in Universe 7. He intended to take Cell to other universes to test his strength. Cell might lose, but he still needed to scout the terrain. Additionally, during the past 6 months of training with Cell, his own power had also increased slightly. Soon Jiang Fei had entered the realm of the gods of destruction. Oh no, the enforcer is here again. Whis tensed up like a startled bird. Only half a year had passed, and the shadow of his trauma still loomed large. He hadn't expected Jiang Fei to return so soon. For the past 6 months, he and Beerus had done absolutely no work. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Whis flickered and appeared directly in Beerus' bedchamber. Lord Beerus, get up quickly. The enforcer is here. Whis shouted urgently. However, his words were somewhat redundant as Beerus was already awake, frantically searching for his clothes. His perception was actually keener than Whis. After all, this was his domain. He would surely sense anyone entering. But what amazed Whis was that since Jiang Fei had left, Beerus had been sleeping continuously. Whis had tried to wake him several times, but to no avail. Yet now, without being called, Beerus had risen on his own. In all these years, Whis had never seen such a thing. Clearly, the shadow Jiang Fei had cast over Beerus' heart was no smaller than the one he had left on Whis. Whis, hurry up and go greet him. Beerus commanded hastily. His clothes were all askew as he followed Whis out the door. He dared not show the slightest negligence, fearing that any delay would result in another severe beating. The two of them hurriedly flew out of the palace. Upon spotting Jiang Fei, they accelerated even more. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before him. Greetings, enforcer. Beerus bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Whis followed suit, silently lowering his head behind Beerus. Jiang Fei studied Beerus, noticing the bloodshot eyes. A clear sign he had just woken up. It seemed his visit today had interrupted the god's sweet dreams. Beerus, have you been working diligently these past 6 months since I left? Jiang Fei inquired calmly, not revealing his true purpose just yet. Instead, he first asked about recent work. Beerus' heart tightened at the question. Ever since Jiang Fei left, he had been sleeping nonstop. All work had been cast aside. He had assumed Jiang Fei wouldn't return for a few years, yet here he was far sooner than expected. Well, Beerus slowly straightened up at a loss for an explanation. He glanced back at the figure standing behind him. Stammering, he said, "Whis, why don't you report to the enforcer?" As he spoke, he unconsciously shuffled backward a few steps. He retreated directly behind Whis. "Lord Beerus, the enforcer is asking you." "How can I report?" Whis said, also feeling uneasy as he watched the scene unfold. Whis began to slowly edge backward as well. For not only had Beerus neglected his duties, but he himself had failed to supervise properly. He hadn't even reminded Beerus about work. "Whis, this is your fault. Reporting is your job. I'm not good with words." Beerus directly pushed against Whis, who was retreating, preventing him from getting behind. If the enforcer resorted to force, he would be the first to suffer. Having Whis in front might at least serve as a shield. Whis shot him a dissatisfied glance. "Lord Beerus, what's there to be bad with words? Just tell the truth." Jiang Fei observed their antics and understood most of the situation. No doubt they had done no work since he left. However, that wasn't his main purpose for coming. He would settle that later. "Enough." As the two continued bickering, Jiang Fei spoke in a low voice. Whis and Beerus immediately ceased their argument, their expressions turning cautious. "I already have a clear picture of your work," Jiang Fei said with a frown. After a pause, his gaze shifted to Whis. Whis felt a jolt of fear at that look, wondering if the enforcer planned to make an example of him first. "Give me the coordinates of the other universes," Jiang Fei said flatly. Whis breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he wasn't the target. Without daring to ask why, he raised his staff, and a ball of light appeared floating gently toward Jiang Fei. "Enforcer, the maps of all universes are here." Whis relaxed with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded and touched the light sphere. It instantly dissolved into specks of light, merging into his mind. Thus the general layout of each universe emerged in his thoughts. Curious, Beerus quickly asked, "Is the enforcer planning to inspect work in other universes?" Jiang Fei glanced at him and said indifferently, "Not exactly an inspection, just a visit." His enforcement authority currently only applied to the 7th universe. As for the others, it would be determined after completing the assessment. Nevertheless, even without an inspection, he could still pay a visit. Beerus' eyes lit up at this. Unaware that Jiang Fei's authority was limited to the 7th universe, he took the visit as a polite excuse and hatched a sly plan. "Haha." Beerus approached with a grin. "Enforcer, which universe are you visiting? I have good relations with the other gods of destruction. I can brief you on their situations." Whis barely stifled a laugh at this. He leaned in and whispered, "Lord Beerus, do you have a different understanding of good relations?" Beerus shot him a fierce glare at the reminder, signaling him to shut up if he had nothing useful to say. After warning Whis, he turned back to Jiang Fei with a fawning smile. "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and tell me." Jiang Fei looked at him with amusement, gesturing for him to continue. Seeing that the enforcer seemed taken in, Beerus' eyes gleamed brighter. He promptly spilled his malicious scheme. "Well, enforcer, as I mentioned before, I have a foolish brother. His name is Kampa, currently the god of destruction in the 6th universe. His work attitude is extremely unprofessional." He stopped there, leaving it at that, and let out a helpless sigh tinged with a hint of disappointment. Whis' expression turned odd at the mention of Kampa, instantly grasping Beerus' intentions. Despite Beerus' current display of concern for his brother, every deity in the universe knew the two couldn't stand each other. No matter the matter right or wrong, they always clashed upon meeting. Clearly, Beerus was trying to steer the enforcer toward his brother. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow and said to Beerus, "So what you mean is, same as before, I'd trouble the enforcer to visit and offer guidance. It might benefit him for life." Beerus smiled with utmost sincerity. Jiang Fei watched his overly earnest, family-concerned demeanor. It couldn't have seemed more genuine. If he hadn't known the inside story, he might have been fooled by such nonsense. "Beerus." Jiang Fei called his name softly. "Yes." Beerus stepped forward eagerly, still unaware of what awaited him. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Do you know? The thing I hate most in this world is being treated like a fool." Beerus shuddered at these words. His gaze towards Jiang Fei began to fill with fear. Whis shook his head helplessly beside them. This time it seems that his cleverness will backfire. He sighed inwardly, thinking Lord Beerus always shows off some high-level maneuvers, but little does he know that his intelligence is simply insufficient. "What do you mean by that, law enforcement officer?" Beerus forced a smile, his expression quite ugly. From the current situation, it seemed that their plan had been seen through. Jiang Fei squinted his eyes and said solemnly, "I don't know about Kampa's work ethic, but it should be better than yours, right?" Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent, his face showing signs of discomfort. He was unaware of the current ranking of the universe. However, he had previously been firmly in second to last place. There was hardly any room for decline. The 6th universe occupied the third to last position. Although it wasn't very high, it at least kept him under pressure. It was almost clear who had the worst work ethic. "I won't mention this point." Jiang Fei glanced at him and waved his hand. These two were simply brothers in misfortune, neither could mock the other. Beerus led him to the 6th universe. Wasn't it because their relationship was poor? He thought about the relationships between the gods of destruction. Jiang Fei looked at Beerus and continued, But you say your relationships with other gods of destruction are good. Do you take me for a fool? Beerus swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face. It seemed he had underestimated the law enforcement officer. He was nothing like the king of all who was easily deceived. Zhang Fei stared at him intently, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. With such intelligence and being ranked second to last in the universe, it was not unjust. In fact, when Beerus claimed his relationships with other gods of destruction were good, it was purely nonsense. He had a very strained relationship with Kampa. The other gods of destruction also perceived him very poorly, to the extent that they didn't even want to talk to him. He recalled that it had been a long time ago. The king of all had organized a hide-and-seek game across the entire universe. All the gods participated. What happened? This fool immediately ran back to the realm of the gods of destruction and slept for 50 years. Thus the king of all couldn't find him at all. That little fool was so enraged that he nearly destroyed the entire universe. In the end, it took the remaining 11 gods of destruction a great deal of effort to appease him. Therefore, when the gods saw Beerus, they wouldn't show any good expressions. Law enforcement officer, I was wrong. Beerus lowered his head, his face drooping as he spoke. Zhang Fei looked at him and said lightly, since you admit your mistake, then act alongside Whis. After saying this, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the two in front of him. Whis was left puzzled by this statement. How did this turn into including him? Just as he was about to speak up, Beerus hurriedly interjected, great. He didn't actually want to see Whis take a beating, after all he had seen enough of that over the past 3 years. He simply didn't want to be the only one taking the hits. If someone could accompany him, that would be perfect. If that person was Whis, it would be absolutely ideal. Law enforcement officer, Whis had no way to express his grievances. Why were they about to fight again? And if they were going to fight, why did they have to bring him along? However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Fei interrupted him. Stop wasting time. If I say both of you go, then go. He had originally come here without the intention of fighting. If Beerus hadn't deceived him, he might have already left by now. But now he hadn't had a good spar in a long time, so he might as well take this opportunity. Previously, when he trained with Cell, he had always been cautious. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would accidentally kill that guy. Now facing Beerus and Whis, he had no such worries. These two were tough and resilient, and had divine power, making them hard to defeat. Whis, go for it, Beerus urged from the side. Whis glared at him, then picked up the staff in his hand. Law enforcement officer, I apologize, he said as he charged forward. Beerus wasted no time and instantly appeared in front of Zhang Fei. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative to attack first, it would be difficult to find an opportunity to strike later. Just as the two were about to reach Zhang Fei, a white light suddenly burst forth from Zhang Fei. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The two bodies were instantly immobilized by a massive shockwave. They could no longer move even half a step closer. Wow! Beerus spat out a mouthful of blood. In that brief moment, his body had already sustained injury. At this point, his expression had turned extremely sinister. The law enforcement officer's strength has advanced again, Whis thought in horror. Such talent was truly terrifying. At this rate, surpassing the Grand Minister would probably just be a matter of time. Even surpassing the unreachable king of the gods. I can't hold on. Just as Whis was lost in thought, Beerus was sent flying backwards. Not good. Whis' expression changed drastically. He saw Zhang Fei's aura becoming even more dazzling. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the ground. The explosion reverberated throughout the entire realm of the gods of destruction. The ground began to tremble, and the surrounding flowers and trees were uprooted. The celestial bodies in the sky felt this surge of energy. Instantly, they shattered in the sky, turning into clusters of brilliant, colorful blooms. Whis pushed his divine power to the limit, enveloping his entire being in a faint green divine aura. However, this power was like a tiny boat in a vast ocean. It could be easily capsized by a gentle wave. Cough, cough. Whis could no longer hold on. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body flew uncontrollably backward. The staff in his hand was knocked aside. He retreated over 100 meters before barely managing to stop. Lying at his feet was Beerus, who had just been sent flying. In just one move, Zhang Fei had neutralized the attacks of both Whis and Beerus, inflicting varying degrees of injury on both of them. Is this all you can do? Zhang Fei said indifferently. He hadn't even enjoyed himself yet. He suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Whis. Zhang Fei casually threw a punch. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem like he wasn't taking the battle seriously. But this scene caused Whis to shrink back in pain. He didn't know what Zhang Fei was thinking, but he saw him casually picking up the fallen Beerus. With his hands crossed, he directly blocked in front of his own body. Damn it, Whis, you really know how to play. Beerus opened his eyes wide and cursed. This was completely treating him as a meat shield. Hearing the shout, Whis came to his senses. Indeed, the one he was holding aloft was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. How had he ended up using him as a shield? Just as he was about to set Beerus down, Zhang Fei's fist came whistling through the air. Reacting on instinct, Whis once again raised Beerus, even extending his arms to push him forward. Bang! The heavy punch landed squarely on Beerus' stomach. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. His eyes bulged wide as if they might pop out. Shaken by the immense force, Whis was sent stumbling backward dozens of meters. It was evident that Jiang Fei's punch, though not delivered with full seriousness, was still devastatingly powerful. Whis. You bastard. Beerus forced the words out from his throat, his mouth agape. The punch had stirred his chi and blood, even damaging his internal organs. Fortunately, he was a god of destruction. An ordinary being would have been utterly destroyed. I'm so sorry, Lord Beerus. I'm just so used to holding my staff. I don't know what came over me, but I grabbed you instead. Hearing this, Whis quickly apologized and explained. He truly hadn't meant to do it. It was just that Jiang Fei's fist had come so suddenly. His hand had grown accustomed to holding his staff. After dropping it, he instinctively treated Beerus as the staff, holding him horizontally in front of his body. Put me down this instant. Beerus snarled through gritted teeth, his face twisted in a ferocious grimace. It was clear that the punch had nearly cost him his life. All right, Whis quickly assented. Just as he was about to lower Beerus, he saw Jiang Fei's next fist already hurtling towards his face. Seeing this, Whis subconsciously raised Beerus in front of him again. Seeing his body once more used as a shield, Beerus was so angry his teeth itched. But before he could unleash his full fury, Jiang Fei's fist grew larger in his pupils. With another bang, a straight punch crashed into his chest, and he was forced to bear it. This time it made him vomit several more mouthfuls of blood. Now he no longer cared about blaming Whis. He felt stars dancing before his eyes, dizzy and on the verge of fainting. Jiang Fei had intended to throw another punch, but seeing the situation, he decided against it. He looked at Whis and said calmly, "Nice move, Whis." If this continued, Beerus would likely be used as a shield indefinitely. Whis, upon hearing this, let out a slightly embarrassed laugh. Then he quickly and gently placed the shield in his hands on the ground. Though severely injured, Beerus had not lost consciousness. Lying on the ground, he couldn't utter a single word, but his eyes, blazing with fury, conveyed a silent stream of curses. Enforcer. You see, Whis said with a placating smile. Although what had just happened was somewhat theatrical, it had made one thing clear to him: in future battles with Jiang Fei, bringing Beerus along seemed to be much safer. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough for today. He'll come back another time." With that, his figure vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis breathed a sigh of relief after Jiang Fei left. But his relief was short-lived, as he immediately rushed to check on the one still lying on the ground. Lord Beerus, are you all right?" Whis asked with urgent concern. After all, this was the god of destruction for the 7th universe. Nothing could happen to him. If it were investigated, the Omni King would be angered. Although everything was Jiang Fei's doing, he himself also bore an undeniable share of the responsibility. Beerus had been on the verge of fainting. Hearing Whis' call, he instantly snapped open his bloodshot eyes. Just seeing Whis' face now made him seethe with hatred. He had already been defeated and was just lying there waiting for it to end. But then he was grabbed and used as a human shield, suffering 2 heavy punches for nothing. "Lord Beerus, please calm down. Healing is most important. Don't let anger harm your body further." Whis comforted him in a gentle tone. But Beerus clearly couldn't swallow this anger, gathering the last shred of strength in his body. He glared with wide eyes and roared, "As my guardian angel, is this how you protect me, Whis?" Hearing Beerus roar, Whis felt even more embarrassed and guilty. Still, he wanted to defend himself a little. After all, no one had done it on purpose. In that critical moment, there was no time to think. "Well, while I was steadfastly guarding you from behind, Lord Beerus." Whis said, his voice trailing off as he looked down and rubbed his chin, his face now a picture of guilt. You. Hearing this shameless remark, Beerus pointed at Whis, stammering for a long time without forming a complete sentence. With a puff, another gush of blood sprayed from his mouth. His vision went black, the world spun, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Whis was startled by this. He quickly checked Beerus' vital signs, finding nothing seriously wrong. Only that rage had caused his chi to flare up, leading to the fainting. Whis slowly let go of his tense heart. Not right. Whis then thought of something else. Jiang Fei had asked for the coordinates of the other universes. He was definitely going to visit them. And he himself had said he wanted to go for a look. Seeing the devastating state of his own universe, Whis made a snap decision. He felt it necessary to warn his siblings in the other universes. "Awamo, it's Whis. Listen, you need to be careful in the 1st universe. 12th universe. Martinu, it's Whis. I'm calling to tell you to be aware of something." Not knowing which universe Jiang Fei would go to, Whis spent about 10 minutes contacting all the remaining 11 universes. His message was the same in every case. A leader was coming for an inspection, so they should prepare well. Clean up any messes quickly to avoid being caught red-handed. When the angels asked which specific leader was coming, Whis' answer was succinct. "TSK, a leader is a leader. Why ask so many questions? It's the leader from our 7th universe." With that hint, they understood. There was only one person in the 7th universe whom Whis would call leader. However, they were all puzzled. What exactly had this leader done in the 7th universe? Judging by his tone, he seemed genuinely terrified, something none of them had anticipated. He hadn't even dared to directly telepathically tell them the leader's title or name. After leaving the realm of destruction, Zhang Fei headed straight for Earth. However, he was not in a great hurry, moving at a moderate pace. He needed to take this time on the road to carefully consider which universe would be most suitable. On Earth, Cell had erected a massive arena in a desolate wilderness. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and the others had all gathered there. The rest of Earth's inhabitants had also arrived. Of course, future Trunks was absent, having long since departed from this world. Hey, you all made it here quickly enough, Cell said with a sinister smirk, his arms crossed. Vegeta eyed the transformed Cell. A defeated foe dares to show his face again. I can't believe Zhang Fei didn't kill you. Vegeta said, his tone dripping with contempt. He had fought Cell's second form half a year ago. Needless to say, it had been a complete rout. If Zhang Fei hadn't interfered, he would have destroyed Perfect Cell right then and there. But it wasn't too late. Back then he had sworn to defeat Perfect Cell. Now, after 6 months of intense training, he, like Goku, had achieved the full power state of Super Saiyan. Defeating this creature before him should be child's play. A defeated foe. Things won't be so simple this time, Cell said calmly, looking at Vegeta. He swept his gaze contemptuously across everyone present, seemingly dismissing them all. Fall talk, Vegeta sneered. Although his personality had softened somewhat compared to the past, his innate arrogance remained largely unchanged, especially toward a former loser like Cell. In his eyes, no matter how much the other had improved, he was nothing more than a paper tiger. Goku was the most excited and thrilled of all. It had been far too long since he had fought an enemy. Cell's reappearance was like a gift from heaven. Without hesitation, Goku leaped onto the arena. Cell, have you come to destroy Earth and kill all of humanity? Goku asked, suppressing his burning battle lust. Though he yearned for a fight, he needed to ascertain the situation first. Idiot. Vegeta cursed disdainfully. He found Goku's question utterly foolish. Was Cell here to destroy Earth and kill everyone, or to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Piccolo and the others could only shake their heads in exasperation. Goku's nature was simply too kind, almost to a fault, even if his foe was the most heinous villain who had killed countless innocents. A sincere apology and a few soft words were enough for him to forgive them magnanimously. Destroy Earth and kill all of humanity. Cell savored the words for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Too boring. Not interested. His response caught everyone completely off guard. Vegeta and Goku stared with their mouths agape. In the past, such actions might have crossed his mind, but now it was almost unthinkable. First, Zhang Fei had ordered him not to harm anyone on Earth. Second, after half a year together, his personality had been subtly influenced by Zhang Fei. Almost nothing seemed to catch his interest anymore, especially these ant-like humans. He seemed to have acquired an air of detachment and serene indifference. Then, why are you here? Goku scratched his head, completely baffled. In the past, every enemy had threatened to destroy the world, forcing them to fight for their lives. But now, facing an opponent who didn't want to kill anyone, left him at a loss. He silently pondered, maybe I should kneel and beg him to fight me. Vegeta and Piccolo also frowned at Cell. They had come because they sensed his ki. They hadn't expected Cell's appearance and personality to have changed so drastically. Nothing much. I just wanted to hear Vegeta sing, Cell said, mockingly, glancing at the crowd below. As expected, Vegeta's face turned ashen. That was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now it was being dredged up again in public. You're asking for death. Vegeta roared, golden aura erupting from his body. His hair turned gold, his eyes a pale blue. In an instant, he was before Cell. Boom, boom, boom. His fist shot forward, tearing through the air. Not bad. Cell smiled contemptuously as golden aura flared around him. He raised a hand and casually caught the blow. What a... Vegeta was stunned. He hadn't expected his attack to be neutralized so easily. Swish, swish, swish. Vegeta retracted his fist and unleashed several more strikes. But to Cell, they were all painfully slow. Cell dodged each one with effortless grace. Seizing an opening, he landed a kick. Bam! Vegeta took the hit. His stance broken, he stumbled back several paces. Cell clasped his hands behind his back and swept his gaze over the crowd. All of you come at once. His expression, demeanor, and tone bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Fei. However, what seemed natural and charismatic on Zhang Fei came across as forced and pretentious on Cell. Alright, Goku was already itching for a fight. Without a second thought, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Cell. Him coming too. Gohan, seeing his father join the fray, felt he couldn't just stand by. Golden energy flared as he leaped onto the arena. Gohan, Piccolo called out, following behind. Though his own power was limited, he couldn't just watch his son fight alone. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamato exchanged glances. They too decided to join the battle. With almost everyone else committed, they had to lend a hand, even if they were outmatched. Cell smiled confidently as he saw all the capable fighters engage. Facing a barrage of attacks, he remained remarkably composed. While dodging, he taunted them, Since you're all here, let me make this clear. If you lose, you'll all have to sing Dare to Ask the Way for me. This isn't a fighting ring. It's a stage built just for you. Vegeta, enraged by Cell's arrogance, especially the mention of that song, was grinding his teeth in fury. He steadied himself, burst forth with energy, and charged. You know the song too. Better save it for yourself, he sneered. Vegeta sneered back at Cell. You know it too. You'd better keep it for yourself. With Vegeta joining the fray, the entire arena descended into chaos. The Earth's warriors encircled Cell, launching fierce attacks from every angle. Humph. Cell sneered dismissively at their onslaught. He decided to end this quickly, no longer bothering with these opponents. The golden aura around his body exploded outward like rolling thunder, crackling with electric currents in the air. He had clearly ascended to Super Saiyan 3. How has Cell's ki surged so dramatically? Goku, sensing the shift, exclaimed in astonishment. This ki? It's absurd. Gohan was equally stunned, having believed Cell's power was only marginally above theirs. Yet they never imagined he would be this formidable, as if he had surpassed them by several realms. TCH, it's just a bluff. Vegeta's heart sank, but he clenched his teeth and spoke defiantly. He could sense Cell's overwhelming ki. However, his pride had taken over, leaving no room for caution. Having just boasted, could he really kneel and admit defeat mid-battle? The others wore stiff expressions as the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Yet they felt a glimmer of relief. Even if they lost, it seemed they wouldn't lose their lives. Perhaps they only needed to sing a song. That was something they could accept. A bluff. Very well, let me show you if it's a bluff. Cell smirked wickedly, abandoning his defensive stance. With a sudden flash, he appeared before Vegeta. So fast. The group gasped in shock. Vegeta had no time to react. Cell swung a side kick to Vegeta's face. Without any defense, Vegeta was sent flying several meters. He slid across the vast arena, leaving a long trail. His Super Saiyan golden aura slowly faded. So strong. Incredible. Goku was stunned. He knew Vegeta's strength better than anyone. It was only slightly below his own, yet he was taken down in one blow. Before Goku could dwell on it, it was his turn. Cell redirected his charge toward Goku. Not good. Goku quickly braced himself. But his fate was no better than Vegeta's. Cell in his Super Saiyan 3 form was far beyond Super Saiyan full power. He struck with near-instant annihilation, leaving no room for retaliation. With a single BOM, Goku reverted to his black-haired base form and collapsed on the arena. Father! Gohan, seeing his father injured, erupted with ki and charged forward. He was currently the strongest among them. But to Cell it was still insignificant. Gohan, don't be reckless. Piccolo followed closely behind. Yet Cell saw through their every move. The outcome was no different. One blow each and both were down. From the initial strike on Vegeta to finishing Gohan and Piccolo, it took less than a second. Cell clasped his hands behind his back, surveying the fallen, savoring the moment. The sensation of defeating an opponent with a single strike was truly intoxicating. Now he understood the thrill that Jiang Fei must have felt. Well, what do we do now? Krillin's face was etched with panic. Earth's main fighters were all down. Only He Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha remained, mere cannon fodder. They were no match for Cell. They had only come to watch. I don't know. Maybe we should just surrender. Yamcha was equally terrified. Fortunately, Cell seemed uninterested in them. In the past, he might have killed them all, but now he felt no desire. They were far too weak to warrant his effort. Elsewhere, after a leisurely 10-minute journey, Jiang Fei arrived on Earth. He sensed Cell's ki. He instantly appeared above the arena. But when he saw the scene below, he was dumbfounded. What? What happened here? Why are they all singing? Jiang Fei murmured, pursing his lips. On the arena below, Goku and Gohan stood at the center, belting out a song. La 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 la. A myriad of bittersweet experiences. They sang with utter devotion, completely uninhibited. Not a trace of embarrassment. Though it was indeed terribly off-key. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha stood around humming and swaying, serving as mere atmosphere. Piccolo, hearing the song, was mortified. He turned his back, arms crossed. As the great demon king, he still had some dignity. He would rather die than sing. Vegeta also turned away. Hearing that familiar tune, he seethed with rage, wishing he could crawl into a hole. He had wanted to leave, but the two miniature cells were watching him. He had tried to escape earlier, but hadn't gotten far. Before being dragged back by those little runts. Then they pinned him down and kicked him senseless. When will this damn song end? And why is Kakarot so cheerful? Vegeta glanced back, frowning. He couldn't fathom how Goku's mind worked. How could he sing so terribly in public, without any shame? In the sky, Jiang Fei covered his face, unable to watch or listen any longer. If this continued, that song would become a timeless classic. So that's enough. It's time to go. Jiang Fei spoke softly from midair, though his voice carried clearly to the ground. Cell looked up, his expression shifting from indifference to a beaming smile as he flew up. Goku and the others stopped their chorus, looking upward. But before anyone could speak, was that Jiang Fei? Goku scratched his head. Yes, father, it's Uncle Jiang Fei. Gohan confirmed. Vegeta gazed at the sky, frowning. Recalling Cell's immense power, his mind raced. Could it be that Cell's strength is all thanks to Jiang Fei? His eyes lit up, but then his expression twisted in conflict. He glanced at Goku and thought silently, maybe I should become his dog too. In the vast universe, all destroyers and angels had already learned that Jiang Fei might arrive in their universe at any moment, particularly in those with higher rankings. The destroyer named Wei Meida with a clownish face appeared completely at ease, savoring a delightful afternoon tea. Standing beside him was a stunning guardian angel Makalita with two pigtails exuding a unique charm. Lord Wei Meida, it seems you are not worried at all about the news of the Enforcer's arrival, Makalita said, with a faint smile observing her relaxed destroyer. He showed no interest in the newly received news. What is there to worry about? Wei Meida leaned back in his chair, speaking in a low and casual tone. Makalita chuckled softly, saying, I heard from Weiss that they have been tormented quite a bit by this Enforcer. Wei Meida shook his head slightly. That fool Beerus has turned the 7th universe into that state. Do you really think they will have a good time? Makalita, without a second thought, smiled and shook her head. She was quite clear about the overall strength of the 7th universe. Had it not been for the support of the 9th universe, they would surely be ranked last. If the Enforcer comes to our 11th universe, he will undoubtedly leave laughing. Wei Meida said, confidently, glancing at Makalita, beside him a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he felt exceptionally lucky to have such an angel by his side. Makalita was an angel with a very unique way of speaking. She would always give some stern advice to the less strict god of destruction and Kaioshin's. It was precisely because of this that the level of the 11th universe gradually began to improve, nurturing numerous top-tier powerhouses. That's true, Makalita replied confidently, though her heart held a small glimmer of anticipation. What kind of person could this Enforcer be to make the composed Weiss tremble to the point of not daring to even mention his name? Meanwhile, 4 others shared the same thoughts as Wei Meida: the 1st universe, the 12th universe, the 5th universe, and the 8th universe. These 4 universes had developed to a high degree, ranking among the top 4, and had directly received an exemption for the upcoming power tournament. They all unanimously agreed on their thoughts regarding Jiang Fei's impending arrival. Let him come, ensuring there would be no faults to find. However, with joy comes worry. Other universes did not share this sentiment. It was akin to a classroom where the teacher would randomly call on students to recite passages. Those who were prepared exuded confidence and disdain, occasionally letting out a cold chuckle, feeling that if their names weren't called, it would be a disservice to the efforts they put in last night. For those who were unprepared, they could only bury their heads in silence, praying silently, without daring to utter a sound. Some might try to bluff, sitting upright, appearing full of confidence. In reality, at the first call of their name, their hearts would stop and their legs would weaken. In the realm of the destroyer, Xiang Pa was pacing back and forth in a panic like an ant on a hot stove. Bardos, think fast, what should we do? The angel Bardos of the 6th universe watched as Xiang Pa moved around anxiously, feeling her head throb. She sighed and said helplessly, if I had known it would come to this, why did we act so recklessly? Bardos was indeed quite strict with the destroyers. Xiang Pa held a certain fear of her. However, fear aside, he still wouldn't take action. No amount of lecturing would be of any use. Bardos, do you think the Enforcer will definitely come to our 6th universe? Xiang Pa said somewhat self-comfortingly. Who knows? Bardos replied helplessly to this self-deceiving remark. After pondering for a moment, she continued, the Enforcer is coming from the 7th universe. Do you think Lord Beerus would recommend him to come here, Lord Xiang Pa? Upon hearing this, Xiang Pa's heart tightened, and his steps faltered, almost causing him to fall flat on his face. Steadying himself, he slapped his forehead, saying, right, how could I forget about that? His scoundrel brother would undoubtedly set him up, actively trying to draw him in. Bardos, how about we go hide for a bit? Xiang Pa was now completely flustered, fear reaching its peak. Hide? Are you sure about that, Lord Xiang Pa? Bardos raised an eyebrow. She and Weiss were siblings, and were quite close. After being notified of this matter, they had discussed a lot. She had come to understand a part of the Enforcer's temperament and disposition. What? Is that not appropriate? Xiang Pa asked in confusion. Bardos nodded, and said earnestly, not appropriate at all. She then recounted the experiences Weiss and Beerus had faced. The gist was that Beerus and the others had been evading the Enforcer, and when they finally met, they were greeted with a set of friendly measures followed by 3 years of sanctions. On the day they were to leave, they were even beaten up. Is this really a human being? Xiang Pa began to stutter upon hearing Bardos' account. He could no longer imagine how Beerus had managed to survive all those years. Lord Xiang Pa, watch your words. Bardos was alarmed by Xiang Pa's comment, hastily covering his mouth. Xiang Pa pushed aside her hand, blocking his mouth, saying, but he's not here right now, can't I just talk about it? Sighing, Xiang Pa helplessly let out a breath. With his hands behind his back, he began to wander around the destroyer realm, muttering as he walked, brutal, sinister, and mischievous, he does nothing, yet curses others. How could the Omni King find such a person to be the Enforcer? What are we to do? Bardos was left speechless by Xiang Pa's complaints. Having just warned him to watch his words, how could he still keep talking? If he was going to talk, then his fabricated words were still well structured. Suddenly, a beam of light descended upon the realm of the destroyers in the sixth universe. Both Xiangpa and Bardos looked over simultaneously. Whoosh. Two figures suddenly appeared at this location. Accompanying them was an extremely indifferent voice. Brutal, sinister, and mischievous, he does nothing yet curses others. Your assessment of me is rather high, Xiangpa. Enforcer. Kampa's legs gave way as he looked at the figure before him, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Vados inwardly cried, "It's over, it's all over." At the same time, she cast a reproachful glance at Kampa beside her. She had told him to watch his words, to be careful. Yet not only did he fail to be cautious, he had even concocted a little rhyme. And if he was going to make it up, he had to be heard doing it. However, what struck her as different was that this enforcer was quite something to look at. Though she had seen him in passing before and knew he was indeed handsome, seeing him in person brought a wholly different sensation. Vados, what do we do? He's coming over. Kampa was now drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, because Jiang Fei was already slowly walking in their direction. What do we do? Just pay our respects properly, that's all. Vados spread her hands, indicating helplessness. At this moment, any excuse would be futile. They could only silently await the enforcer's thunderous wrath. Jiang Fei looked at them both and walked forward calmly. He wasn't particularly angry, just a bit puzzled. How had he ended up with such a reputation? He had always been in the seventh universe and had never interacted with others. When had he become a sinister, cruel, and roguish person? There might be traces of doing nothing, but he had never engaged in cursing others. However, complaints aside, those two lines did have a rather catchy ring to them. Just then, Kampa with Vados had already approached. Greetings, Lord Enforcer. Drenched in sweat, he bowed deeply to Jiang Fei. His bowing angle far exceeded 90 degrees. Sweat dripped from his face like soybeans falling in large drops. Greetings, Enforcer. Vados smiled and nodded. She also lowered her body appropriately. Cell followed behind Jiang Fei, curiously observing everything around. It was his first time in the realm of the gods of destruction. Everything here was novel to him. He did not look down upon Kampa and Vados, for he could sense that, like Jiang Fei, they exuded no detectable aura. Kampa. Jiang Fei looked at the plump figure before him and spoke calmly. Hearing this indifferent tone, Kampa's heart leaped into his throat, his eyes filled with terror. As if feeling his courtesy was insufficient, he bent his knees and fell to the ground with a thud. Lifting his head, grinning awkwardly, he said, Enforcer, you've arrived. What are you doing? Get up and speak. Jiang Fei frowned and raised his hand, speaking in a calm tone. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he disliked people kneeling to him at the slightest provocation. In the seventh universe, he always told those who knelt to stand and speak. Now in the sixth universe, it was no different. Though Kampa heard Jiang Fei's words at this point, how could he dare to stand? He quickly shook his head, his face full of flattery, and said, Lord Enforcer, let me speak while kneeling. Kneeling is more comfortable. Jiang Fei's frown deepened. His attention then shifted to the angel beside them. Vados felt Jiang Fei's penetrating gaze. She felt as if she had fallen deep into it. However, she steadied her mind, composed herself. Stepping forward, she explained with a smile, Lord Kampa prefers to speak with people this way, or it has become a habit. Please bear with him, Lord Enforcer. Is that so? Jiang Fei looked puzzled, his expression turning somewhat strange. Based on his past life memories, he didn't recall Kampa having such a habit. It seemed there was indeed a discrepancy between reputation and reality. But what Jiang Fei didn't know was that his infamy had already been widely spread by Whis. Kampa's kneeling wasn't a habit at all, it was purely out of extreme fear of him, especially since he had just heard what Kampa said. If one insisted it was a habit, it was one he had just developed upon meeting the Enforcer. Yes. Am naturally lowly in person, and even lowlier in speech. Kampa quickly said with a chuckle, mercilessly belittling himself. He only hoped Jiang Fei would forget what he had just said. Even if he couldn't forget, he hoped it would be attributed to his loose tongue. That way perhaps the punishment he received would be a bit lighter. However, he had clearly underestimated the situation. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said, If you want to kneel, then kneel. But aren't we going to talk about you slandering me? As he spoke, his gaze focused on Kampa. An invisible pressure descended directly upon him. Feeling this intangible force, Kampa's face beaded with sweat once more. The fear in his eyes seemed almost tangible. This. Kampa was too terrified to speak. He stammered for a long time without producing any coherent words. He could only turn his gaze to Vados. Looking at her nervously, he said, Vados, quickly say something to the Enforcer. Hearing this, Vados felt speechless. At a time like this, what could she say? Besides insulting and slandering the Enforcer, who would dare to step in and talk? Talking was just making excuses. Better to think about how to save oneself. Lord Enforcer, Lord Kampa has been disrespectful to you. Please deal with him strictly. Vados spoke with valor like an angel upholding justice. Hearing this, Kampa nearly spat out blood. He had asked the angel to say something, yet she had turned against him. Vados, seeing Kampa's ugly expression, felt quite helpless inside. She paused briefly before continuing slowly, but Lord Kampa's words were absolutely unintentional. He was merely listening to some rumors. Oh, what makes you say that? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, slightly a certain judgment forming in his mind. This matter was mainly communicated to us by Whis. Vados began to narrate. She very decisively threw Whis under the bus. After all, he was just her younger brother. The distinction between importance and triviality was clear. That's about it. He mainly told us to be wary of you, saying you were too brutal and inhumane. Vados' voice grew softer. Her tone became more cautious. That's what he told us at least. As for the other universes, I'm not sure. After speaking, she began to pray silently. Whis, you can't blame your sister. Your sister is just trying to protect herself. You've already endured so many beatings. A few more should be bearable, right? So that's it. Just as I suspected. Jiang Fei said with a cold laugh. So it was Whis again. It seemed Kampa's kneeling upon seeing him wasn't just because of his own slander. More importantly, it was the overwhelming fear caused by these rumors. Upon hearing this explanation from Bardock's, Kampa's expression improved considerably. At the same time, he silently commended her in his heart. Truly his angel, quick-witted as ever. This seamless act of shifting blame had nearly absolved him of all major responsibility. At this moment, Kampa also began to wail most opportunely. Enforcer, it was all Beerus and his ilk with their ulterior motives. I too was deceived by their lies, leading to today's mistake. In the realm of the destruction god of universe, Seven Whis was tending to Beerus' injuries. As he continuously channeled his divine power, Beerus and Whis both involuntarily shuddered. They exchanged a glance. Beerus spoke slowly. Whis, why do I not feel any relief after the enforcer left? Instead, I actually feel the same way, as if something terrible awaits us. Whis nodded, also sensing an ill omen. This premonition had been lingering in his heart since just now. In the realm of the destruction god of universe, Jiang Fei listened to Kampa's lament and said calmly, rise first. Hearing this calm voice, Kampa thought all was well, wiped his tears, and stood up. Bending over, he looked at Jiang Fei, his chubby face beaming with a pleasing smile. Come, stand straight. Jiang Fei continued to instruct. Though puzzled, Kampa complied, straightening his large belly and locking his legs upright. Jiang Fei nodded faintly. Growing more curious, Kampa asked, Enforcer, what are you planning to do? Bardock frowned slightly and whispered, could this be the legendary stand at attention when taking a beating? At this, Kampa was so startled, he nearly knelt again. Thinking he was safe, he now dreaded a beating. He had no desire to suffer physical pain. I won't hit you for now. Jiang Fei's expression remained calm. Though he wasn't particularly lenient toward high-ranking gods like destruction gods, he still needed to maintain his image among the deities. He couldn't simply beat someone up for a few harsh words. That would only confirm the accusations of cruelty and villainy. If he were to strike, it was best to first give them a chance to reform. Then from that process of reform, he could find some faults. Perfect, utterly perfect. Phew. Kampa breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then continued to ask, so Enforcer, you mean? Sing. Jiang Fei uttered a single word. Sing. Kampa and Bardock exchanged puzzled glances. Clearly they didn't understand what this meant. However, Cell, who had been watching everything, grew excited. Is it starting? Could it really be starting? Ever since Jiang Fei had him sing that song, he couldn't forget it. It replayed in his mind constantly, and he even felt it was his personal theme song. Cell, demonstrate. Jiang Fei said calmly. Hearing this, Cell stepped forward, cleared his throat, and began to sing loudly. Kampa and Bardock were utterly bewildered at the sight, wondering what kind of trick this was. Listen carefully and learn well. Jiang Fei said calmly. Kampa, I'm giving you a chance. Sing this song to my satisfaction, and the past is forgiven. Hearing this, Kampa was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. If that was the case, it seemed too simple. However, moments later his smile faded. Because during the first half of the song, Jiang Fei had been speaking, and he hadn't clearly heard the lyrics. After 2 or 3 minutes, the song ended. Cell immersed himself for a moment, then slowly stepped back. Begin your performance. Jiang Fei looked at Kampa and continued calmly. Let me warn you first, if you sing it wrong, or am not satisfied, I won't be lenient. Gulp. Hearing this, Kampa swallowed hard. He had initially planned to suggest that the one beside Jiang Fei sing again. But upon seeing that icy gaze, he knew it was clearly impossible. Bardock encouraged him from the side. Lord Kampa, hang in there. The melody is nice and simple. At the same time, she stole a glance at Jiang Fei, finding this enforcer rather adorable. His playful and mischievous nature. Wasn't he just a mature high-end version of Omni King? Thigh, then he'll begin. Kampa scratched his head and said. Jiang Fei nodded. Seeing no other option, Kampa steeled himself. Opening his mouth and closing his eyes, he thought about the lyrics. You lead the load, I. Before he could finish the next line, a loud boom echoed, and he was sent flying backward. Startled by the deafening sound, Bardock shuddered. She realized she had misjudged. This enforcer was not adorable at all. Ouch! Kampa groaned, crawling back with a body charred like charcoal, his chubby face crestfallen. Enforcer, I only sang one line. The first line was wrong. Sing it again, Zhang Fei said calmly, though a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Because the mistake Kampa made was something he hadn't anticipated. The first line was wrong. Oh sorry, I'll start over. Kampa tried hard to recall, bowed an apology, and then began to sing loudly again, I lead the load you. Boom. Another explosion erupted on the spot. This time Kampa didn't fly backward, but shot straight into the air. After 4 or 5 seconds, he fell back down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Ouch. It hurts so much. Climbing out of the pit, Kampa said tearfully, Enforcer, what's wrong now? Wrong, Zhang Fei replied, still in a calm tone. But the strangeness in his eyes grew more pronounced. Kampa touched his nose, smacked his lips, and hummed softly, Who leads the load? However, this time, he didn't rush, instead observing Zhang Fei's expression. Seeing Zhang Fei's furrowed brow, he knew he had sung it wrong again. Bardox blushed slightly, tugged at Kampa's clothes, and said slowly, Lord Kampa, it's you carry the load. Hearing this, Kampa suddenly realized the mistake and slapped his forehead. He had made such a simple error. Enduring 2 blows for nothing was truly painful. After adjusting, he began again. You carry the load. But as he sang, he felt something was off. Then he asked Bardox a load. Can you carry it? Ahem. Bardox coughed awkwardly. 2 blushes rose on her cheeks as she whispered, Well, it's not as stimulating as leading. Zhang Fei was stunned by their exchange. He had long noticed that lead the load was very wrong. Now they were directly hitting the road. Cell felt deeply aggrieved, his face full of indignation. He felt that his theme song had been insulted. All right, that's enough. Zhang Fei couldn't take it anymore. Who knew what scandalous lyrics he might hear if the song continued? Moreover, his purpose here was not to cause trouble for Kampa. Besides, he had no jurisdiction in the 6th universe. A slight punishment would suffice. Phew, that's a relief. Kampa breathed a sigh of relief. By now he was covered in wounds. Although none were fatal, the pain searing across his skin was excruciating. If he had to sing the entire song, even if he survived, he would be flayed alive. Vados lowered her head slightly, as if realizing her earlier words were somewhat inappropriate. It seemed she had inadvertently revealed her true thoughts. Though Kampa felt relieved about this matter, his heart remained tense. After all, he still didn't know the purpose of the Enforcer's visit. If it turned out to be a work inspection, he would inevitably face another beating. Suppressing his terror, Kampa cautiously inquired, May I ask, Lord Enforcer, what brings you here? Oh, nothing important. Don't worry, I'm not here to inspect your work. Zhang Fei saw through his thoughts as soon as Kampa asked. Deciding to be straightforward, he gestured for Cell to step forward. Then he said calmly to Kampa, This is a formidable warrior from the 7th universe. I brought him here to broaden his horizons. Cell stepped forward and nodded politely to Kampa. He felt a surge of gratitude for Zhang Fei's introduction. Though others might not realize it, Cell knew full well that he was merely a dog in Zhang Fei's service. Calling him a formidable warrior in front of an outsider was a great honor. Upon hearing that Zhang Fei wasn't here on official business, Kampa's suspended heart finally settled. A rare natural smile appeared on his face. However, when he heard that Cell was from the 7th universe, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. His expression became much more casual, showing no sign of respect. He had assumed Cell was Zhang Fei's subordinate or friend. He would have been slightly courteous in that case. But if Cell was just an ordinary powerhouse from the 7th universe, why bother showing any face? So you're from the 7th universe. Welcome, huh? Kampa's tone was laced with mockery, despite his words of welcome. Cell noticed the contempt and furrowed his brow. He had smiled and nodded at this fellow, showing utmost politeness. So why was the man looking down on him now? Hadn't he just been toyed with by Mr. Zhang? How dare he act arrogant in front of Cell? Mr. Zhang, may I ask who this? Cell didn't even glance at Kampa. Instead, he turned to Zhang Fei and asked in a frivolous tone. He believed that aside from Zhang Fei, he was invincible in this world. Though this man like Zhang Fei had no detectable key, Cell couldn't believe his strength could rival Zhang Fei's. If so, why had he been beaten so badly earlier? Sensing Cell's agitation, Zhang Fei wondered if he was about to challenge Kampa. If so, things would get interesting. So he explained slowly, he is the god of destruction of the 6th universe, a cosmic sovereign capable of annihilating all things. Even I treat him with considerable respect. Hearing Cell's flippant tone, Kampa felt a spark of anger. He was the mighty god of destruction revered by all in the universe. How dare this fellow act so arrogantly? However, upon hearing Zhang Fei's introduction, his expression softened considerably. Even his eyes gleamed with renewed admiration. It seemed the Enforcer wasn't entirely heartless after all. He had given due respect where it was due. You flatter me, Lord Enforcer. I hardly deserve such praise, Kampa said with a beaming smile, casting a haughty glance at Cell. The look seemed to say, see, even the Enforcer shows me some respect. What makes you so arrogant? Yet Cell remained disdainful. He thought Zhang Fei's words were merely empty courtesy. Treat him with considerable respect. Had anyone ever shown respect by making someone kneel publicly, and after kneeling forcing them to sing? If singing badly meant getting beaten repeatedly, well, that was a rather peculiar way of showing respect. So Lord God of Destruction, how powerful are you exactly? Cell asked nonchalantly. Kampa's brow furrowed slightly. Since the other had made the first move, he couldn't back down. He was the God of Destruction after all. When had he ever endured such provocation? He retorted bluntly, my power may be unremarkable, but dealing with a wretch like you would take but a single move. Zhang Fei listened to their exchange, his heart calm, even slightly expectant. Though Kampa's words sounded arrogant, they were true. Cell's strength was roughly at the level of Super Saiyan 3. While Kampa might not be as strong as Beerus, handling Cell would be effortless. Perhaps he might even recreate the scene from the original story where Beerus struck Son Goku. Originally, Zhang Fei had planned to show Cell the other powerful beings of the 6th universe. He hadn't expected Cell to directly confront the God of Destruction, Kampa. Still, this was fine. Cell's power had increased significantly from before. If he suffered a setback, it might prove beneficial for his future training. Vados, standing beside Kampa, was utterly indifferent to their clash. As an angel, she well understood the God of Destruction's strength. Dealing with a mere universe-level warrior was more than sufficient. However, she found herself increasingly intrigued by Zhang Fei. This enforcer isn't as brutal as was described. Instead, he possesses a unique aura. Vados raised her head, slowly, speaking with a peculiar look. Meanwhile, Cell could no longer contain himself after hearing Kampa's arrogant words. He sneered, is that so? Then why not have a contest? Humph, Kampa scoffed disdainfully. Had this man not been brought by Zhang Fei, he would have obliterated him with a single slap. Bowing slightly, he said humbly, Lord Enforcer, may I teach him a lesson? Zhang Fei nodded slightly and replied, keep it within bounds. Cell couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment at Zhang Fei's words. What did he mean by stop at the point of contact? Wasn't he implying that Cell was destined to lose? After all, aside from Zhang Fei, Cell had never submitted to anyone. Especially now that he had become perfect, Cell, his power had increased dramatically. Hey, rest assured, Enforcer, I know my limits, Kampa said with a faint smile. His gaze toward Cell suddenly turned icy. He was not one to have a gentle temper. Being provoked time and again was an utter disregard for the God of Destruction. If word got out, he would surely be ridiculed by the gods of destruction from other universes. Especially since this person was a powerhouse from Universe 7. He would show no courtesy at all. Oomph. Cell snorted in discontent. He had already assumed an offensive stance. Regardless, actions would speak louder than words. He was determined to make this so-called God of Destruction know his might. Kampa rubbed his neck and said casually, you go first. If I strike him, afraid you won't have a chance. Arrogance. Hearing this, a blazing fury ignited in Cell's eyes. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body. Golden flames enveloped his form. Violent energy waves surged from all directions. Sensing this colossal presence, a glimmer of light flickered in Kampa's eyes. Whoa, this kid's aura isn't bad. After a moment of brief surprise, his face returned to a calm and nonchalant expression. This energy was indeed powerful, but in his eyes it was still pathetically weak. He can even change the form of his ki to enhance his power. This strong one from Universe 7 is somewhat passable. Whis nodded slightly, expressing her approval. The energy Cell had unleashed, though negligible to gods like them, far surpassed most beings in the universe. However, after this brief acknowledgement, Whis' gaze occasionally drifted toward Zhang Fei. The overwhelming aura began to stabilize. Zhang Fei watched Cell and slowly shook his head, murmuring, just the Super Saiyan form. In that split second, Cell dashed right in front of Kampa. With a thunderous bang, his hardened fist slammed heavily into his opponent. Yet this formidable force had no effect whatsoever. Kampa stood firmly in place, saying impatiently, is that all you've got? What? Cell's eyes darkened, sensing something was amiss. Although he had held back, this punch was still the full power of a Super Saiyan. But now not only was his opponent unharmed, he was staring back at him with utter disdain. Cell knew he had finally met his match. Is this your full power? Kampa's tone dripped with contempt. A fighter of Cell's caliber was nothing but a third-rate nuisance in his eyes. In his view, the only reason this fellow had the audacity to provoke a god of destruction was that he was relying on the authority of his enforcer status. Damn it, don't get too cocky. Humiliated Cell couldn't save face. After quickly retreating 2 steps, his energy erupted once more, a golden aura shooting into the sky. The ground of the realm of the gods of destruction began to tremble slightly. Sparks of lightning flickered across his body. Simultaneously, the flame became not only more violent, but also more dazzling. Oh, rising again. Kampa raised an eyebrow. A hint of surprise stirred within him. Cell's energy was now increasing exponentially, a completely different person from the one who had just attacked him. Directly ascending to Super Saiyan 3, Zhang Fei murmured, sensing the energy. Cell no longer wished to test his opponent. His body contained not only Son Goku's reckless cells, but also Trunks' decisive nature. He now surged his power to its peak, bypassing Super Saiyan 2 and instantly reaching the realm of Super Saiyan 3. Not bad, not bad. You're starting to look like someone, Kampa said, his tone still indifferent despite the brief surprise. Oomph. Cell snorted coldly. Then with a flash he appeared before Kampa. His fist radiating immense power shot toward his opponent's face. Boom. A deafening explosion. A crack split the ground of the realm of the gods of destruction. Space began to ripple. It seemed on the verge of shattering. Yet, even under such a ferocious assault, Kampa's body remained as steady as Mount Tai, not even swaying. The impatient expression on his face revealed his utter indifference. Thighs. How is this possible? Cell began to panic. His last attack had been close to his full strength. But the scene before him was completely contrary to his expectations. Can you keep going? Oh. Kampa clicked his tongue. Cell couldn't believe his power was so insignificant before this god of destruction. He pushed off the ground with force, leaping high into the air. A sphere of light coalesced in his hand, which he hurled downward. At the same time, he clasped his hands together and dove rapidly. Boom. The light sphere struck Kampa, exploding into a thick plume of black smoke. Then his clasped hands smashed down toward the top of Kampa's head. The aura erupting from Cell instantly dispelled the surrounding smoke. Boom. Two thunderous impacts occurred almost simultaneously. The powerful strike caused the entire realm of the gods of destruction to shudder. Pain shot through Cell's hands. But when he saw Kampa standing there completely unscathed, his gaze went blank. How can this be? The two stood almost face to face. Kampa stared at him intently and said calmly, "My turn, isn't it?" Huh. Cell hesitated, but before he could react, Kampa slowly raised his hand, extended a thick finger, and flicked Cell's cheek. Thud. A dull sound echoed. Cell's body flew backward like a broken kite. The golden flame covering him vanished instantly. After hitting the ground, he tumbled dozens of times before finally coming to a stop. A shocking gash had appeared on his sinister face. Purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Now do you understand my power? Kampa suddenly appeared before Cell, hands behind his back, looking down at him. Cell lowered his head, a storm raging within him. He had thought that aside from Zhang Fei, he was unmatched in the world. He never expected to encounter such a terrifying opponent today. Huh. Seeing Cell's silence, Kampa sneered. If it weren't for the Enforcer's order to stop at the point of contact, you'd be dead by now. The people from Universe 7 were all just as insufferable as Beerus. Even at this moment, they were still so irritating. Cell's heart quaked like a magnitude 18 earthquake at Kampa's words. He swallowed hard, his gaze filled with shock. He glanced at Zhang Fei in the distance. It was only then that he was jolted awake, finally realizing the truth. He looked up at Kampa, a terrifying thought crossing his mind. When they first arrived at this place, hadn't this terrifyingly powerful god of destruction meltdown